Good morning, Todd.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our third and final day of CES coverage. I hope everyone's doing well. Got a lot to share with you today, and I'm working to get some streams up here. Did not realize our outgoing stream was 1920 by 1080, so I'm misconfigured on my side. But hope everyone's doing good. And let's see here. How can I hit start on that?
The chat room says, good morning, Todd.
And why am I not able to hit start?
Oh, because computers are fun, aren't they?
It's YouTube, and YouTube requires everything to be exact, and I never stream 1920. I always stream 720, so that's part of it. Can I change that? No, I cannot.
Well, we've got a good show for everybody. While you're working on that, we got a good show for everybody today. It's a shorter day because, as we know, the last day of the show, even though it's accidentally Friday this year, the last day always has a shorter day because people start to leave. Plus, with it, working out so weirdly, it's the beginning of the Sabbath, and so there's all kinds of companies that have to shut down even earlier. So
yep.
Weird day today.
Hey, Chris, can we open that monitor so I can see Scott by chance? Because I can't see him at all. Like I did yesterday.
We are having a little bit of an issue on this machine today.
Okay. All right. That's going to make it real hard.
Give me just a minute, and I will get it dialed up.
Okay. Sounds good.
He'll figure it out.
So anyway, good morning, everyone. And I hope everyone's doing well. And we've got a lot to go through today. Our first guests are not here this morning, but I will talk a little bit about what occurred yesterday. We had a great show yesterday, lots of interactive back and forth. We were doing a remote location yesterday. I don't think there's going to be any of that going on today. No. But that said, after we wrapped up here at 1:00 yesterday, Kirk and I did grabbed a bus and went over to LVCC. And I have not been to LVCC in a long time, largely because we're usually just stuck here. And don't have time to go over to LVCC. And what really transpired was it was essentially, when we walked through Central, I was quite astonished, very, very astonished that as much open area as there was. And although there was a fair amount of people over there, it just felt a bit empty. And you could see again where there was a lot of places where they were trying to, put tables and chairs and for people to sit down. So I hope people don't get used to that, because they come back a following year and they're not going to have those places to sit down when things get back up to normal show size. Right. But we walked through, did walking tours. So that's all in our live blog. And you can see that either at Tech Podcast, at geeknewscentral.com. We've got that live blog and below the actual live stream. So if you want to see those videos, but North Hall, a little different layout. And actually what was weird is we were running into Chinese booths in Central, which was totally bizarre. We've never seen. Yeah, there was a whole section from Shenzhen that were really in the back right-hand corner of Central. And I don't even know if they were over in Westgate or not. We did not go over to Westgate. I didn't even really look in the map and see if they had anything over there. But then we went to North Hall. North Hall, no automotive whatsoever in North Hall.
That's in West this year, right?
It is in West, yeah. So we got over to West, and really every car manufacturer I'd never heard of was at West. And it was just, to me, I thought, okay. And it was a bunch of electric car startups. So, they were getting a lot of attention. But again, here's the situation, Scott, if you remember, when you walk out of North and you used to head to what used to be the parking lot, that goes for like 500 feet. There's a walkway that that goes all the way to the, like almost halfway to the strip before you can go downstairs and get into West. And then West is obviously this big, huge, it wasn't laid out in any way, shape, or form of what I thought it was going to be. But there is a massive number of meeting rooms and so forth that are up there. We got somebody here. So Kirk, what's going on here? Okay. So, we had a massive number of meeting rooms. Shapiro's office was over there. So you can see where CEA has tried to move in a little bit. But yeah, it was just, a massive room. And it's only one story. It's not a 2-story building like South.
Right.
So that was kind of surprising in itself. Do we have anything on the screen on who our guest is that's coming up? We're a little run a little crazy here this morning.
All right. It looks like we might have lost Vegas. So for right now, they're working something out over there, is my guess. I'm going to see if I can figure out what's happening.
Go ahead and give me the.
Sorry about that, Todd. You were actually not here for a minute, so I'm going to throw it back over to you, and you guys can start over.
Okay, so all right, so there was a bit of a technical. Go ahead and start over again. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Not a problem. Good morning. My name is Miguel Casillas. I am the senior director for the format ecosystem for TrueCut Motion, a very exciting new product from Pixelworks, my company. And it's a pleasure to talk to you guys a little bit this morning about perfect motion on every screen, from television to cinema and mobile and either way.
So go ahead and give us the full elevator pitch on what your product does.
Yeah, so TrueCut Motion is its first of its kind format that we announced here at CES today that essentially allows a director, filmmaker, content producer to motion grade their film, TV show, content, etc., for every screen, eliminating judder, the dreaded soap opera effect that you see in a lot of TVs. And really, for the first time in the history of home entertainment and cinema, to be quite honest, be able to really dial in the look of motion and present their vision for what the film's supposed to look like, without the judder, without the excessive blur, the soap opera effect, that waxy effect. And we're something. It's really exciting for us. We think it's an amazing tool. A lot of years in development on it. And we're ready to unleash it on the world, as they say.
It's interesting, this would be a product I'd almost expect to see at NAB. So, you're here at CES, then who's your target demographic you're introducing this to, and what's the goal for here at the show?
Yeah, great question, Todd. So I guess the first thing to try to unpack is when I talk about the format ecosystem, is to kind of sort of really unravel what that means and sort of all the components. So, first and foremost, a TrueCut Motion is a tool that we can give to filmmakers, probably at essentially at a post-production house where they would do color grading. Normally they would do a motion grade there. The second part of the ecosystem is a digital distribution platform, which we have some partners in the works, let's say, that we can't announce this week. And then the third thing that we're actually really super excited about is that TCL just announced their support for TrueCut Motion as their preferred motion playback solution for their TV sets, essentially in calendar 2022.
So a lot of that's built then actually into the technology of the actual television, then I'm assuming some, because you do all the production before it goes digital, but then the TV has to be ready to accept that encoding, right? Is my thought process correct?
You're on the right track. No question about that. What makes our format ecosystem unique, though, is a lot of essentially the heavy lifting, if you will, is actually in the motion grading tool itself.
Gotcha.
So the TV set essentially just has to get thrown into sort of a playback mode,
right?
When we flag our content. and then it knows automatically to trigger True Cut Motion playback mode.
Gotcha.
Without the user manipulating any kind of remote control setting. There's no modes to fumble through on the TV set. It just kind of knows. And then the remarkable thing, which I actually kind of love being a gamer and watching sports and other things, is that as soon as that piece of content is deemed over, an encoded flag essentially allows the TV set to return automatically, like a sticky, basically return automatically to the previous mode you had, whether that was vivid mode or game mode, what have you. And with a lot of these new TV sets getting bigger and bigger and really getting hotter and hotter, if we can be honest, right, just getting brighter and brighter. Motion anomalies, judder, blur issues just become kind of more prevalent. What's great about our tool and our technology is not only does it let the director kind of dial it in, but it doesn't require the TV set to go into some kind of super dark mode, like a lot of these game embedded modes on TV sets or movie filmmaker type settings tend to do, because quite honestly, we watch TV at home in a lot of different settings, with bright rooms, living rooms, different kind of lighting setups, and so it kind of bypasses all that, doesn't require that, and you get this constant fluid judderless non-soap opera effect playing back, and we think it's something kind of quite remarkable. When we were going back and essentially talking to filmmakers, and we're doing that now, and we can't announce who we're working with yet, but we knew right away that we had a hit on our hands, because for the first time kind of in film history, I don't want to be too eclectic about that, but to be able to you want your filmmaker, you as an audience member, as a consumer of film, as a cinephile, you want to see what the filmmaker approved and what's kind of the auteur's vision, on screen. And especially now in our pandemic, let's be honest, we're consuming probably more media at home, at least for now, than we ever thought we would. And so if you have a filmmaker, willing to obviously work with an audio mixer to mix the film the way he wants you to see it, he or she wants you to see it, and have that same filmmaker do a color grade in HDR, whatever they want to control the color, well, why not control the motion and do a motion grade and get the exact playback look, the motion, feel and look that was intended, all the way from a big screen to any screen. And so that's a real big kind of value proposition for the filmmakers, and we're getting a lot of great traction on it.
It's interesting because if you look at some of the televisions that are coming out now, we were over in Central yesterday and walked through some of the big vendor booths, and the television video is almost more real than life, and I've been saying that for a while, especially with the OLED type displays and that type of stuff. And it's so vivid now, and it's almost almost truer than life experience. And so it's interesting then that you're working with TCL, because TCL has really on one side, they have a real low end consumer product, but then they also have a little bit higher end product as well. So to see them trying to up their game as well is a big thing. So do you see this then, this technology mostly going into the higher end television sets? Where do you think it's going to be applied mostly?
Great question, and I don't know the answer to that, to be 100% honest, Todd. I know essentially TCL, they are doing their evaluation of kind of where and how they want to do the deployment, and that's going to be on our roadmap to work with them in the next couple of months. But I think you're absolutely right, though. I mean, the overall 50,000 foot view is the consumers want the biggest, the best, the brightest at home. And like you, I was walking the show floor yesterday, and I'm seeing all this just amazing, quantum and 4 LED and just bigger and brighter. And and don't get me wrong, there's some amazing displays that you can see on the show floor. But if you notice, a lot of what's being shown on the floor isn't real cinema reel playback.
That's
of a
right.
movie
It's a demo reel.
It's a demo reel,
right.
and they're beautiful, and it shows color, vibrancy, and you get that gamut look and the heat. And if I can be so bold, we want to kind of jump on board and be the ones that we are the ones that believe solve motion and de-judder and anomalies for this next wave of televisions. And we're just super excited about it.
For the folks out there that are following along from home, where can people go and check out this tech, maybe see a reel or something? Of course, if you don't have the enabled chipset or whatever, you won't get the full effect, but where can they get more information on this?
Probably the best place to start actually is on our website. TrueCutMotion.com, pixelworks.com /TrueCutMotion. You can get all kind of some materials there, some explainer videos there, and definitely reach out for us if you want a demo. It's all in there.
All right, awesome. Thank you for coming out and sharing with us, and good luck with the rest of the show. I know we're in our last day here, but much success to you in your tech and deployment.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. So, almost a topic here that I would have expected to roll up to me at NAB, not one I necessarily expected to have here at CES. So what I'm going to do is I put my mask on backwards. So I'm going to do a little operator update here. Let me do that. Awkward dead air there. Sorry, everybody. So anyway, we had a great lineup today of content. Our next guest is here. We'll get her on in a second. I don't know if we've got the schedule available for me or not. I'm going to look here. Oh, they were on the schedule. TrueCut Motion was on the 9 a.m. schedule. So this is Ren Fo. Need another water bottle to help beef it up. So we're trying to get the prop set here, or you can just hold it if you want. Yeah. Okay. All right. Chris, are you ready for us? All right. Good morning and welcome to the show. And you're with, is it Ren Fo? Is that
Renfo, yes.
Yeah. So go ahead and introduce yourself and let's give me the elevator pitch on what you guys are doing here at the show this year.
Pleasure to be here. My name is Tiffany. Our company, Renfo, we're a global brand sitting in the interaction of technology and wellness. And our product ranging from the Amazon best-selling smart body scale to AI-connected fitness equipment. And our goal is to create a smart lifestyle, a growing ecosystem that is much essential and also accessible to everyone.
So I see that I guess we'll start here on my left. You've got a smart body tape measure. So tell me about that. Is that so that as I'm checking my waist, see if I'm getting fatter or skinnier?
Exactly. So we believe we want to provide a healthy lifestyle. Number is a number. For example, our best-selling smart scale on Amazon, it connected to an app. It's called a Renfo Health app. So within this app, you not only can read your body weight number, but also other 13 different metrics.
Wow.
Along with a smart tape. A lot of customers, when they see body smart tape, they're like, what is tape? Why is it body tape, right? So the way the tape works is it's like automatically take your measurement, and the numbers then sync up to the app.
I got you.
Along with your weight number.
So what are the things that you intrigued me when you said the scale takes 13 other measurements? What are some of the things that the scale measures besides just your weight?
Weight number, body mass, body fat percentage, body water percentage, protein percentage.
Wow.
Yes, it's we have a lot of doctors and clinics work with their patient closely with our scale and to help them to lose weight and be healthier. A lot of doctors are trying to help their patients to lose weight before a surgery.
Sure. So that gives you, it not only gives you the weight, but it tells you how you're doing your body mass and everything. That's how well your hydration is. So that's pretty impressive that they do that through the bottom of your feet. Yeah.
Exactly.
So on your smart jump rope you have here, that seems almost self-explanatory, but it keeps track of the total number of
loops
calories, right?
Yep. So this is part of our ecosystem, fitness and then health.
Sure.
So when you do the jumping rope, you can see the loops on the LED screen.
Yeah.
They also sync up to the app.
Okay.
So the app, the Renfo Health app, is the hub. Has everything, all the health data.
So how many different health-related products do you have? So is it just these three, or do you have more?
We have more. We have 200 SKUs.
Wow.
Come and visit our booth. We have the most popular massagers and also the smart bike. Unfortunately, the smart AI connected bike I can't bring to the show.
Of course. Yeah, very difficult. So I am assuming available on Amazon.
Yes. Amazon, also on renful.com.
So what is the price points on each of these? So this, as an example, give me the scale price.
Happy to.
Sure.
A lot of visitors go to our booth, and when I tell them how much is this, they're so surprised and amazed. This basic model, batteried Bluetooth scale is only sell for $24.99.
$24.99. Now, I'm familiar with some of your competitors' scales. You're at least 50% less than probably some of those that I'm familiar with. So that's a pretty impressive price point.
Correct.
It's affordable for anybody.
Yes, and because we have such a large user base, our algorithm, our formula is a lot more accurate.
Yeah.
And the goal is to provide a more accessible lifestyle to everyone. So can be affordable for anyone.
So what about the smart health tape? What do you think that? What do you know what the retail on that is?
Yeah, it's a 29.
29, and the smart jump rope.
I believe it's a 39.
39. So I've got a smart scale. We won't say which manufacturer in my house. It only measures my weight and sends it to an app.
Right.
Doesn't send me all that other stuff. So I think that's something folks in the audience should consider when they're getting ready to pick up a product, and definitely do your homework. But you can go to renfo.com.
Yes.
Is the location, of course, available on Amazon as well.
Amazon as well. The best-selling smart scale on Amazon.
Really? That's fantastic. At that price point, I understand why. So, well, good. And thank you for being here. Thank you for showing off the content. And of course, everyone at home, you're not going to be able to go to their booth, but you can go to their website. So make sure to go over to renfo.com. Thank you for coming on.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank you
it. Thank you so much. That was Tiffany. She was their chief marketing officer. And, it's amazing that price point at $24. I mean, $24.95 for the scale. It's truly a great price. Okay, so everyone, good morning. Hey, looks like a PC's trying to restart. Hit later on that bad boy. Yeah. Sometimes a computer says, "Hey, I want to update."
Nothing like a random updates, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like you're bouncing around like you're kind of busy there, Chris.
Having an interesting day. My main laptop, which I use for streaming and life and everything else,
Yeah.
I literally went through this morning and posted the video, all that kind of stuff, promoted for today, and shared everything, and boosted the post, and shut my computer down, and we left, and I got here, and it will not boot.
Oh.
It will not, like my keyboard's lit up, it just won't turn on.
That's interesting.
So I went to the graphics computer, and that's now running the show. And now I'm trying to get you a monitor up so that you can see Todd or Scott and Marlo or whatever we're doing.
That's funny. So
welcome to the world I live in all the time.
Yeah.
And my whole life is one technical workaround, man.
So sometimes, what will happen? What I remember a couple of years ago, with one of the systems we were using, I had not done an update on in a while. And of course, it was my mistake not doing an update. And we got to the show and I did an update, and it turns out I needed a video driver, and it turned into it turned into an absolute nightmare. I think I was like 3 minutes It's interesting with how that ends up working. All right, so let me go ahead here. And another thing that drives me crazy too is YouTube makes it very hard to not be on their mobile website. You can't control anything live on mobile, not from a. It's really annoying. But anyway, good morning, everyone. Again, let me talk a little bit about yesterday. We had when we got into West Hall. Definitely all the automotive was over there. And, but again, lots of space. It wasn't like what you would expect at a normal CES where stuff was on top of one another. It was social distancing at an extreme because in reality, they just didn't have enough exhibitors there, but there was a fair crowd. I don't know. I'm thinking the total numbers here. I don't know, Chris, you've seen the would you think there's 50,000 people here?
Amongst all the properties and vendors and everything else? Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely.
I don't think there's 50,000 attendees. I think there might be.
Yeah, like I said, amongst all the vendors, amongst all the attendees, everything else, sure.
Yeah. I just don't think that
it has definitely not been the elbow hip bump getting through aisles that it normally is.
No.
Even getting side interviews, stuff like that, has been much easier this year. As far as like people just walking in between you and the subject,
right?
Stuff like that.
And actually, it's. I think they've done a good job to try to present the show in the best way they can, but I'll say this kindly. I had a hard time finding compelling stuff to stop and to look at yesterday.
Yeah. And I can definitely say I saw people in Eureka Park much more hungry than they normally are. And I mean, like, to the point where they're like grabbing my arm, like, hey, come here, come check this out. And I'm like, I would love to, but I am here like on a mission with specific interviews. I'm here talking to audio video manufacturers. I would love to talk to you about your car accessories. But
but it definitely was.
And then I would send them the link for the schedule. Like, hey, feel free to come on the live show. We talk about all kinds of stuff there.
Yep.
But
so other than that, I think that I'm not disappointed that we're here at all.
Oh, absolutely not.
And the people that are here definitely looking for coverage. But even downstairs, I said the other day, is a little bit different feel than normal. And largely, I think, because it didn't feel like there was a lot of non-foreign, like all the foreign entities showed up, but where were all the American companies?
Yeah.
Felt like it feels like that is who is missing from the show to me. It feels like that a lot of American companies are not here.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that there would be more foreign companies here than there are American companies here.
And I think a lot of that is possibly trying to safeguard public image, things like that.
Maybe. But, yeah, it potentially could be. Oh, that works.
I told you I'd get you something going, buddy.
that works. So
there you go.
And
you have a Wi-Fi network up too now, by the way.
Oh.
I will not divulge my password on the air, though. I'll text it to
you. And it's really a shame that there are some American companies here, but it just seems like in Eureka Park, or actually down in the Venetian, or what we're calling Sands, just feels a little thin for American companies. But I guess that's just the way things go. So
yeah.
By the way, that first company was on the schedule. Yeah. So
Yeah, they were really cool. That was some interesting technology. I gave him my information, was like, I would love to have you on my show.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. That's not my forte.
Yeah. Now, there was a company that we interviewed yesterday in Eureka Park, Digisound, that, man, they have an app that is out where it turns anything into 3D immersive audio. They were in the Samsung C Lab downstairs.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Did you demo it?
Yeah.
It was phenomenal.
Was it the one where they changed the voice, where you spoke into the microphone?
No, this was it was interesting because they had one file that you would listen to that was like a fire crackling for the demo file, and you would hear it in left and right, and then they would enable it, and you would hear it move around you.
Oh, I didn't hear
360 degrees.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
And then they played a song from Lizzo, and it was like you were in a surround sound concert. It was incredible. I was like, if you could put this into a plug-in,
and
I'm going to get you with some plug-in designers, because
that was with explain how they.
It was basically an app that you listen to your music through. So you go to your Spotify playlist, whatever you start playing, you turn on the app, and then it recognizes the audio that's coming out and changes it.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty intense, man. It was really, really cool.
All right. Well, we're sitting here kind of ad-libbing, as you guys can see. And we had a... Okay, let's see if this works. I'm not having any luck with browsers. It's best to have a laptop. There's just certain things you just can't do with a tablet, and they force you. It really drives me crazy. They force you into a mobile mode, and there's just no way of getting away from it.
Yeah. It can be really hard to get the same things done as rapidly.
Yeah, it's impossible. I am sitting here trying. It's like it's you would think that you could use Chrome to get to the studio feature in YouTube, and you can't. You can't get there. You can't get there through a tablet. It
through
says
their own platform.
It says m.youtube.com. This says, that you just click the thing down in the right-hand corner to go desktop mode, and it doesn't exist anymore. So it drives me nuts. Someone in the audience can say, all you got to do is this. So if you have a suggestion and you're watching, let me know how to cheat the system here. Or they want me to load the app. I don't want to load the app.
Yeah, that's just it. They want you to use the mobile app.
Yeah.
They don't want you to do it through your browser.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a lesson learned. Follow on years. I'll always have my laptop here because it's. You think you could do stuff with it. Everything you're supposed to do everything in the. On the tablet as you are in the But they just give you a different. At least on YouTube. So they run you down that rabbit hole.
Absolutely.
So let me look at the schedule here and see what we've got coming up. And I'm kind of talked out from yesterday. So I kind of apologize, everyone. It's just like when you can only ad lib so long and they're not being here on time.
Who, me?
No, who can I dog on for not being here on time? So I think one of these companies came yesterday. Alvis.ai came yesterday.
Yes, they did.
So Texion, T-E-I-X-O-N, is supposed to be, they were supposed to be here 14 minutes ago. So we'll see if YBrush shows up in 4 minutes. You can send these companies dozens of emails. I used to send up to 5. It would be like 3 days out, 2 days out, 1 day out, 6 hours out, and they still don't respond and don't make it. So today's kind of feeling like a Monday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's looking like the beginning of a week.
Yeah, it's feeling like a beginning of a week.
Yeah. So we've got let's do this. We've got a question that came in the Twitch chat room.
Okay.
Asking if you got to see the Sony car.
No.
No.
Don't even know where it was.
It looks like it was in Sony's booth. They look like they had two or three of them in Sony's booth.
Oh, we did go. I did go through. Oh, I might have this on my phone.
Oh.
Did I film it? I may have filmed it on the GoPro. I know I took pictures of it somewhere. I did see the Sony car. So let me see if I've got anything here.
So does it look in person as smiley and happy as it looked?
I don't know if I would call it smiley. Kirk, you stood there and saw the Sony car. What'd you think of the Sony car? Yeah, Kirk said it looked pretty cool. So I'm backing through my pictures here to see if I can actually find it, because I did walk around it. Is that it? Yeah, there was no stairs in the Sony booth this year, so Kirk was safe and not
That's good.
falling on his face. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kirk. That life just went out live.
Yeah, it's Kirk is how should we say, we have to keep an ambulance on standby because he's had a couple of accidents here at CES. I saw a matter of fact, it's in the 24 Live blog. I saw a picture of a you can wear now. They've got an airbag, Scott, for when you walk around.
Yeah, we interviewed them a couple of years ago.
So there was actually I don't have it on the phone. It must have been on the GoPro. So I don't know why I didn't publish it yesterday. Maybe the video was so short that I didn't publish it on the live blog. But yeah, so I saw it. I guess I think what the takeaway I had from it was the inside screens look pretty cool.
Okay.
If anything, car's a car to me. I'm not a big style guy, so, but everyone thinks it looks like it's smiling.
That was our takeaway, was that I was trying to pull up. I've only got one screen in here, so you're gonna see my StreamYard for a second.
Yeah.
But so I don't know if you're able to see that, but
I don't see on my screen what you're trying to show.
No.
Okay.
Well, for the audience who might be able to see this, we see like this little cut here in the front and the eyes, and everything about this looks either like it's smiling in its hood, or like it's really angry in the piece down at the grill piece at the bottom. We've been back and forth on how we feel about this.
Oh, I know why I'm seeing a tape delay on my screen. So if you show it, if you showed it, it's a minute or two behind on my side.
Sorry, my man, you're watching a feed.
Yeah. Okay, now I see it. That shows you how far behind it is. At least a minute.
At least a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
But yeah, that either the hood looks like it's smiling a little bit,
like an
anime smile, or
it is.
Or the grill at the bottom looks like it's about to bite.
So what is the story? Are they actually going to build a car, or is this just Sony's going to build a car?
Yep.
They've got an airplane.
Well, it just seems weird that Sony's going to build a car, but everyone else is building cars now, so I guess why not, right? You don't have to have a gas motor in them no more.
True.
So, if you're an electronics company, I guess it makes sense.
Right.
But, if you make a TV, you can make a car, maybe. I don't know. It just seems a little bit of a stretch for me. But, how many of these new car manufacturers are going to survive? The folks at West, there were some car manufacturers that had probably $1 million booth, But I guess if you're building cars, what's $1 million, right?
True.
It's probably not that big of a deal. So
yeah, we did an interview CES 2019, 2018. We did an interview with Faraday Future. That was the year that they smoked the Porsche 911.
Yeah.
And until like the last 2 or 3 months, they've been pretty quiet. They got into a partnership recently, and it looks like their car is actually going to hit the market finally, because that one is a cool looking car. But I see people handing you things, which suggests to me that you might have a guest.
I do. And you know, what's one thing I will say is one of those car manufacturers actually got in trouble with the SEC recently. And I don't know if it was a truck manufacturer, basically overstating claims and capabilities.
It was Nikola.
Yeah, I don't know, it was a pretty big fine.
Because the marketing video that they used for all of their investment showed the truck in motion, but it was not running. It was just going down a hill, and they tilted the video to make it look like it wasn't going down a hill.
Oh,
and then they were issuing DMCA takedown notices on YouTube for people who were commenting on what was up.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was a mess, but I'll give it back to you, Todd.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Man knows how to dish.
All right. So I'm going to apologize if I pronounce the company wrong. If you've got her up on mic, that would be good. We're good. I'm going to invite Mina from TXon. How do you pronounce the company's name?
It's Tayson.
Tayson.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the show, and tell me what you guys are doing here at CES this year.
So thank you for having me and our company in here. So we are Tayson from South Korea. So our product is Tayson on site, which is task field management in the field where drone operate. So basically, you can share and manage all the information such as video and flight data and task breakdown in the field where drone operate. It's drone operate site. So you also can share all the video and all the information through your smartphone as well in real time, like a live streaming.
So this is, as your brochure says, it's smart field management solutions for drone and IoT.
Yeah.
So this is basically for a fleet of drones, I'm going to assume, if you have multiple drones in a company doing maybe deliveries or something to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes, but we are more like a task management in the field. So we can compete with the drone. Not drone, but also can compete with the IoT if they have a location-based system like a GPS or have a like video cam, these things such as like body cam or like mobility.
Okay.
So that we can track all the like route on the map.
I see. So you can share real-time video where people are at. You can do monitoring of temperatures. It looks like that type of information, right?
Yeah, weather and geography information is also in there.
So it says in your brochure, surveillance, searches, natural disasters, pest control, construction, industry. So you guys are then aggregating this data for teams. Is that correct? So basically the management system, you can share to multiple people, right?
Yeah. So basically, this is like for the area which is big. So actually, to be honest, like at the first time we made because of the fire forest, because usually fire forest need to catch all the information very quickly, to catch the golden time.
Right.
So that's why we made this system to see all the information together on the map at a glance.
Okay.
So we consist of 2 app and 1 web. So this is like you can choose what you want, like depends on your occupation. So this is first one is for the drone operator.
Sure.
So while they are filming the drone video, they can see like what's going on the situation, such as like drone route and the other drone route as well, so that they can not crush it on each other.
Sure.
And then also they can see the other field personnel like moving around those things. And also this goes to the viewers as well for the like field personnel, and they also can share all the live streaming through the from the drone video. Yeah. So this live streaming goes to the VOD as soon as it's done, and it's gonna be saved to the cloud directly.
So who do you find that your clients are so far? Is it government? Is it?
We are currently working with the Korean Forestry Promotion Institute on the like forest in Korea Forest Institute. So basically, they are using this system for forest system such as fire disaster or like landslide, those things. Yeah, and another one is for we are working with the Korean firefighters office. Yeah, so for the emergency situation.
So this gives them really this ability to have a big view, not necessarily just what the drone is looking at, but a big view plus video and interactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. So about the IoT, then what type of IoT devices are you monitoring? Are you monitoring sensors or what type of IoT devices?
So as soon as is available, if it's able to move, like such as a bicycle, or like more automobility, right? Automobile, those things, and also if I if I have a video on that, such as a body cam, or like similar. Like mobile phone also available.
Sure.
Yeah, those kind of things also that can competitive.
Do you think then this would be used by potentially police departments for the officers' body cams as well?
Yes, for the surveillance, it's possible, and then like for the security, so they can check and they can just attach the body cam in here and just moving around.
Yeah.
So that like the other like supervisor or the administrator can able to control and monitor.
So this could actually be used in shopping malls where security's looking for theft prevention, that type of stuff. And so it not only do they have the cameras from they also have the security guards walking around in interaction with someone that they're talking to. That's good. The supervisors can monitor from a central location.
Yes, so easy to monitor. They can only use the phone and easy to handle.
Yeah. So you think so is the goal then for here the show to bring this to the United States, or what are you looking for? What's the goal for CES?
Oh yeah. So currently we are working more like domestic in Korea, but like from this moment we wanna just expand like to the globally.
Sure.
Yeah. So it'll be. I hope this is a good opportunity for us to catch like a lot of business like proposal and partnership.
So is your software now all ready to go in English as well, or is it strictly only in Korean currently?
We are doing Korean and English as well. So also we are we have two versions, and one is a cloud version and the other one is installation version.
Okay.
So you can choose wherever you want.
What is the typical price application? Is it by contract or user seats, or how do you normally do your pricing for this platform?
So if you want to buy and know about the cost, just come to www.com.
Go to the website.
Yeah.
So, folks, you can go to it's TEIXON.com, TEIXON.com. And we want to thank Limina for coming and sharing with us about the product service you're having here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Absolutely appreciate it.
I'm so appreciative.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nice to talk with you.
Nice to talk to you too.
Thank you.
So here we go. We have a company from South Korea. They're here to expand globally, talking to different customers about their smart field management solution. So it's a very definite, tight niche end user product, but with the number of drones being used today and also IoT devices and surveillance and everything that's going on, it's interesting here. They are even talking about using this for monitoring pest control. So constructions, progress history, it's almost like the Big Brother type of thing where the supervisor can sit in the desk and see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and I applaud her, English being a second language, and she did very, very well for, presenting the product that they have. So, yeah, very, very good. Okay. Well, they were a little late, but they got here nonetheless, which is good.
Yeah. One you cannot fun on.
No, not at all. Even though I had started to, so let me see here. All right. I got a question that came into me that can be asked off the air or answered off the air. All right, let me go and look at and for the folks that are on the Twitch stream, I guess, sorry, we don't have more detailed info on the Sony car. But, it's sometimes you go into a booth and you're like, is that their car? Or maybe you see a Mercedes sitting there and you're like, okay, what are you doing with the Mercedes?
Yeah.
And oftentimes what they're doing is they've got their installations of their own company equipment inside the vehicle. So, all right.
We had the opportunity last night to see a car over at the Wynn that was had a lithium-ion battery that went 750 miles.
Oh,
which just beats out Tesla's new supposed 715.
That's a range.
That is like a full-on family road trip range right there.
Yeah,
and I think that's been part of the problem with that is the full range that you can get. They're great for commuting, everything else within the city, that kind of stuff. But the availability of charging stations and that kind of stuff, I think, has been an interesting hurdle to get over. And I've been curious how all these companies like GM and everything else are saying full electric by 2030. And it's like, wow, we got a lot of infrastructure to put in to be fully electric by 2030.
Yeah. The chat room isn't Apple supposed to be building a car? And well, maybe the Apple car, I guess, at some point. So we'll see. You never know what Apple's going to come out with.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that it sure feels like a Monday.
It does. It does. It feels like a last day.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But if I look down on the floor, let's do a look. So that's the telltale sign. Yeah, if I'm a vendor here, I'm not happy. It's very, very, okay, in just eyesight, I can see 30 or 40 people walking around down on, just what I can see in this little area right here. So that would usually be hundreds, even on a last day of a show.
Yeah.
But oh, that was nice. That was the back of my head. Don't get to see the back of my head very often. I'm looking at it on the live stream.
Go technology.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess going back to walking through everywhere we went yesterday, I'm just trying to, here's the thing. We're doing a walkthrough, and I really was trying to look to see if I could stop somewhere. But, we went into the Samsung. Actually, surprisingly, we've had a history with Samsung, and it hasn't always been positive going to their booth. And I told Kirk, okay, here we go. We're going into Samsung. And there was this big queue of people because they were getting people to. So we kind of walked by, and I was kind of like, oh, man, if I got to stand in a queue to get into a booth, I'm just going to move on. And the lady said, oh, media. She said, open a little side gate. And in we went. I was like, okay. We kind of did we kind of almost went like touchdown. And then I'm like, I'm waiting for the next shoe to fall, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Because where's the handler? No handler. And we kind of walked around freely and, was able to get a look at things. And their internal booth was probably operating about as normal as any other booth it would be at a normal show. There was a lot of people in there that was making the rounds. And of course, everyone's looking at the TVs that none of us will be able ever to afford because they had their, the $25,000 flat screens up there.
Yeah, exactly.
But
the $15,000 roll-up screens.
Right.
All that stuff.
So, so that, I guess from that perspective, they were definitely showing off their Galaxy 2 watch. And I've had an Apple Watch for a long time, and I'm trying to play with the watch, And the guy walks up and says, "Are you having trouble?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pushing a button." He's, "Oh, it's in demo mode." And I'm like, I said, "Is there a watch here that's not in demo mode that I can just look around a little bit? I want to touch, feel it, swipe, see what it." He says, "No, they're all running in demo mode, but you can look at each station at the different demos running." And for someone that is a touchy-feely guy, it really was not. And I understand why they have to potentially do that.
Yep.
But it sucked, from being able to check out the watch.
And that's what I was saying about things last year being totally virtual. That's the experience that you miss, because I'm a touchy-feely guy too.
Right.
Like I have a hard time buying used equipment on eBay because I can't turn the knobs. And if I can turn the knobs, I can feel if they're gritty.
Yeah.
Whether I turn the machine on or not.
Right. And I think too, what really kind of surprised me is I did not realize Garmin was into the smartwatch stuff. Is their 3/4 of their booth was smartwatches.
Yeah.
I'm looking for stuff that I traditionally associate with Garmin. And
GPS devices, things like that.
And there wasn't too much of that. So, here's one of our longtime.
Fantastic.
We know Steve real well. He's bringing one of his companies. So
fantastic.
We haven't seen this year. Hang on.
Yeah, sorry.
We've not seen PR companies.
Yeah.
Very, very few.
Yeah. Like I said, the folks downstairs were ravenously hungry for a microphone.
So, and maybe what this really boils down to is because for a while, we love Steve. He brings us great guests, great companies. Almost equivocally, we book his companies because we don't have an issue. But I've run into some PR folks that they're so controlling now. We can hardly get a business card out of a company, and is actually what had been an issue in years past, but not this year. It's a whole different. It's like someone hit reset. So, all right. So our next guest is here, and the Atomo Pfizer. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your product. Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Corey McPhee. I work with Atma Pfizer, and we are doing air purification using acoustic agglomeration.
Acoustic agglomeration. Now, you're going to have, that's a new term for me, so you're going to have to bust that down for me.
No problem. It's a new term for most. It was a new term for me 8 months ago, too. So what we're doing is something very unique. We have a patented technology that uses sound waves to take nanoparticles, the smallest particles that are in the air, and jam them together into larger particles. Same way you take snowflakes and put them into like a snowball.
Right.
So then they're much easier to deal with.
That's interesting. So, during COVID, my office already had, because I have a studio, already had like multiple HEPA quality air filters, pull the dirt out and dust. They weren't COVID certified by any means. They made no claims. It made me feel better running them, right? But air quality, a whole, in especially offices now, they've been locked up or people are staying in their houses more. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
So this particular device, then, is this designed for a room, for a bedroom? What is the typical application for this?
Yeah, sure. So just want to make it clear that our focus isn't on this device. Like we are a true technology company. So this technology is scalable up and down. So we did design this device for small personal spaces.
Sure.
So this would ideally sit on your desk at the workplace, maybe beside your bed while you're sleeping.
Yep.
So it would have a local area of influence.
Sure.
Maybe about, ideally, probably 10 feet, up to 500 square feet. But the best impact is going to be the closer that you are to this unit.
But because you're a technology provider, you're looking to, I'm assuming here at the show, you're looking to scale this up and license. Is that the goal of the show?
Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of like the Intel inside. So we would work with HVAC companies, other air purifiers. Our technology works well on its own, but it also enhances the efficiency and efficacy of other technologies in a really wonderful way.
So what are, you're talking about this combining particles. what do you do with it once you get them together?
Okay, yeah. So here's what's going to happen. With no filter at all, what's going to happen is these larger particles are, instead of me staying in the air for hours or even days on end, they're naturally going to settle. Gravity is going to pull them down. So that's awesome, because really ideally we're just trying to prevent particles from entering into the body, entering into the lungs, and causing disease and infection.
Sure.
So the other thing that can happen is now we're able to grab these particles with looser knit filters a lot easier. So we might not need as tight of a filter, or adding a pre-filter before HEPA. Now we're able to take the load off of that HEPA filter, allow it to run a lot more efficiently, a lot longer, and use a lot less energy.
Yeah.
And also, the other thing that's really cool is increasing the target size. We also have UV light on the inside that's able to do a lot better job at targeting these ultrafine particles.
Interesting. I've the HEPA filter thing, they're expensive. And, I have to change those out twice a year. That's probably, with the units I have, probably a $200 or $300 bill to do that twice a year. That's not. So with a smaller medium filter, potentially get away with washing it, or maybe a simple replacement, but more inexpensive.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different possibilities now, right? So it's going to require further testing.
Yeah.
And it really depends on the spec of the filter that you have downstream.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities out there to really lower your cost on filter changes and lower your costs on energy usage.
So the question everyone's going to ask, because we're all used to the ionizing ones and all that, what is the actual elimination? What's the elimination rate, or is that part of your spec at all?
Yeah, so if right now we have independent lab testing that is showing on, particularly on viruses and bacteria, that we're getting well over 99% reduction rate after about 15 to 30 minutes. Depending on the virus or bacteria that we tested. So that's all published on our website. You can check that out. And we'll be publishing some new white papers very soon that are going to show the specifics of the particle shift from smaller size to larger size. And you'll be able to get that white paper on our website.
Awesome. I think that a lot of these companies, especially now, people are doing a lot more research to make sure what they're buying does what it says it does. And that independent lab testing is important in those specifications down to either, I don't know, what does it get down to, a micron size, or what's the actual size of particles typically? Do you know?
Yeah, so we're dealing with full spectrum down as low as 1 nanometer. So we're going after the hardest particles that that we're struggling with in our world today. Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. So any other cool certifications or claims of fame, or do we have to wait until maybe an FDA review or something to that effect?
Yeah, so right now we have UL verified on our data. So UL independently sits in, they monitor the lab that did our testing, the independent lab. So we're one of the first ones to have that. We've had that for over 6 months now.
Wow.
So we're proud of that. So we're taking our time, we're doing it right, we're getting real good data so that the consumers can have confidence that what they're buying is the real deal.
So I know that this is not a primary business, that you guys are looking to expand and work with HVAC and different companies to incorporate this in a more larger scale. Is this going to be available for retail?
It is, yeah. So we are working with distributors right now. So USA Rapid Test here in America is doing a great job at, I think I have it backwards there for the camera, but at helping make workplaces a lot safer. So this is definitely a part of their strategy. So this is available right off their website right now.
Do you know what the retail on that is?
I believe it's around a little under $1,000.
A little under $1,000. So, that's an interesting, I'm going to have to read your spec sheets on that. Because if you're getting down to the nano, that does it. That gets everything, essentially, that that we have to worry about today. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're proud of that. And if you think about it, right now the attention has been for the last 2 years on COVID.
Yeah.
That's definitely a big problem. But if you start to do your research on ultrafine particles, these are the particles that are causing us the biggest health problems. These are the ones that the body doesn't deal with very well. We don't capture them in our primary filter, which starts in the nose. The mucus doesn't grab it. It actually infiltrates into the lungs, gets into the bloodstream. That's where it starts doing the damage. That's where it starts attacking the organs, goes to the brain, heart. So there's a lot of independent studies now linking ultrafine particles to lung disease, to Alzheimer's, cardiovascular disease. So it's definitely a huge problem.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming out and sharing this with us, Frank. Definitely appreciate it. Of course, you're the marketing manager of am I saying it right? Atomizer?
Atmopfizer, you got
Atmopfizer, all right. Is it atmopfizer.com?
You got it. ATMOFIZER.com.
Perfect. Outstanding. So here you go. More health tech. I was actually a little surprised on the price, but considering what it does, and I know what the filter I have in my studio does, this blows that thing away.
And then add to that the price of every filter that you have to buy.
Right.
That's HEPA certified.
But still, the HEPA doesn't get down to this.
Nano.
No. It doesn't get to that
You're
level.
You're talking 5 micron.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, we don't want to be stuck on COVID too much, but what is a flu virus size? Do you know?
Well, I mean, to be able to put these in hospitals, doctors' offices, anything like that, an additional use would be pretty incredible.
2 or 3 of these in a waiting room.
Yeah.
One of these in each of the examination rooms.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate the
invite. Yeah, absolutely. Steve, how you doing? Nice to see you. Great to see you too. All right.
Nice. My, that was easy.
Yeah, it was easy.
Yeah, that is some really cool technology, man. To know that it gets down to nanoparticles. And
when he said nano, I was kind of like, what?
Well, and when he's talking about like the accretion conglomeration, like basically charging them so that they attract each other and become larger so that they're heavier than air and fall. That's pretty incredible. That's really wild.
Yeah, it is wild. All right. Steve, how are you? How you been?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Yep. All things considered.
I'm kind of just off the top. What's your take on the show?
Yeah. Do you want to do you want to save that for the interview? Is that what you want to talk about?
Oh, well,
or just ask me off.
I just asked you off the cuff.
Well, I'm gonna use this number, 40%. Everything is 40% plus or minus.
Yeah, I think you're about right. People-wise, we're definitely way lower than 40%, but vendor-wise, 40%. I think that's about right.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is, with all the news of the big companies that have pulled out, the smaller ones can't afford to pull out.
That's right.
They invest so much time and money in this.
I was just saying, there's more foreign companies here than there are American companies.
Are there really?
Well, at least downstairs.
Yeah.
So it kind of blew me away on that part. But anyway, we can talk about that more later.
Yeah.
So what are you here to talk about today?
Well, I thought we would talk about doing PR in a COVID environment.
Sure.
Like what we've been. This is our 20th year here, so I've seen it all.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe we would, talk about just what you asked me. What are the differences?
Yeah.
Is it still effective? Is it still good for people to be here?
Here's the thing, and him and I were just talking about this before you came on the mic. We've known you for years.
Right.
And we love working with your guests, and you bring them up. You always bring us quality product. But for a period of time, the PR folks almost acted like we were doing them a favor. And it wasn't this good, cohesive relationship. It didn't feel good. It felt like we were giving more than we were getting.
Right.
And this year, it's almost like there's been a reset.
Oh, interesting.
It feels like it's a reset because the PR people are... And not that PR, there's, your job is to protect your client, get your client exposure, keep them moving, right? My job is to get as much information as I can and maybe build a relationship with them down the road.
Right.
And for this year, though, I don't think there's a lot of PR reps here. Maybe I'm wrong, but what is, your industry, what do you feel? Do you feel that there's lower numbers of PR people here?
Oh, there's definitely lower numbers. A lot more of the publicists are doing this virtually. But, when you walk around PepCom, CES Unveiled, and the Showstoppers, they've all got somebody out there. All the exhibitors have somebody out there hawking their wares and trying to drag the journalists into their booth.
Sure.
We're no different.
Sure.
But yeah, the numbers are what they are. They're really way down. And the same holds true for publicists.
Yeah. I'm glad that the CEA did continue to hold the show. I don't think they could have afforded not to, number one. And I know that the press has been busting on them a bit, but this could have went away. This could have been canceled.
Yeah, well, I think, and we were chatting about this before we came on the air. I think, it's a matter of a lot of the smaller companies, and I don't just mean the startups. I mean the mid-range companies can't afford not to be here.
I know.
Look, if Hisense, Sony, Toyota, if they want to make an announcement, they can do it.
That's right.
Without CES.
That's right. They have their own PR machine. They got, yes.
But also, they have to take into account more than other firms the optics of them being here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they doing the right thing by their people, their customers?
Right.
The smaller companies, invest a lot of money, not just in their booth and the booth infrastructure, but what they expect to get out of this. So, again, they can't afford not to be here. So for them, it's important to, stick.
The story I always say is the first year I came to CES and had a camera, I walked into the very new company called GoPro. Wasn't a big booth. This is at the very early beginnings of them. Walked in, did an interview. They weren't necessarily maxing their credit card out, but they were new to the show. They didn't get a lot of exposure their first year. And I made a lifetime relationship with the GoPro team just by doing that interview. In the same token, walking down aisles, and there's a guy there with a 10x10. He's maxed out his credit card. He's brought prototypes to the show. He's trying to get a sale. And those companies now have grown into 100 by 100 booths. But they started out in 10x10s, and like here in Vegas, they rolled the dice to be here and make connections. So for me, it's exciting to see the small booths and see those folks that are here with their brand new product. They're trying to get on the market. I think that's what really CES to me is all about. It's fun to go in and see Samsung and Sony and all those folks, but you're herded like cats to those booths.
Yes.
And you're handled. And in the small booths, in the small vendors, it may not be a 10x10, maybe they're a 20x20. They've spent a butt ton of money to be here.
Oh yeah. And the exhibitors that you're talking about as the startups, usually they begin in Eureka Park,
right,
where they have to pay $1,000 for their booth, $2,600 if they want power.
Yeah,
and that's a great startup opportunity for them. As a publicist, and especially as a publicist that manages some of these companies, it's really rewarding, as you say, to see these companies go from a Eureka Park startup to a 10x20, a 20x30 company.
Right.
I'm talking about the booth size,
sure.
Of course.
Yeah. And we always love, I call it grazing, going to Eureka Park and just walk by each booth and see that product is like, wow, what have you got? Let me talk to you. But I tell you where a lot of these companies fail. Signage.
Right.
Signage. If you're a publicist, please work with these companies on signage, because if I don't know in 3 seconds what they're doing or what they have, I may miss them,
Right.
Because we're walking by and someone grabbed me and they said, can you look? I'm like, well, what do you guys do? And once they explain, oh, that's cool, but I would have never, because you're looking at literally 1,000 vendors. Yeah. And if they can't catch you, so make sure you tell your companies signage, even if it's just like, we do this.
Yeah.
I don't care about the company name. We do this. Then, that's what I want to, because Chris, you and I were talking about it too, right? Same thing.
Yeah. It's like, it's kind of that concept of, sure, McDonald's is a brand, but you know what the sign means.
And that's,
you know what the symbol means.
Yeah. And that's kind of the same advice we give to our corporate clients. Speak in sound bites. A reporter is not going to listen to a 20-minute conversation about the engineering of their product. They want to know real quickly, what is it and what does it do?
That's right.
Same thing with signage. There are companies here. You're 100% right. There are companies here. You'll walk by. I'm looking at Lumi down there, and I don't know what they do.
No idea.
Yeah.
Right.
But if there's a 2 or 3 word, a 5-word kicker or a theme line, you might stop and look at it, where otherwise you're going to walk
and
around.
Just keep on walking. It's something at least to tell me this is, because I look in the booth, I'm like, oh, okay, keep going. I don't have time to stop.
Yeah, and that's just it. You're walking down an aisle of like 200 booths, so you got to know before you get to it.
No,
you got to be able to see ahead of time what it's about.
I call it the half step. I walk booths in a half step, and I do this, and you can see that, they see the media badge, they want to grab you and pull you in, but they don't want to, but it's, so, so what's it been like operating with, I know that your business died for a whole year at least, right?
Yeah. We were fortunate that we were able to bring in a few clients to work CES virtually last year. And, it was certainly a challenge, but we also learned a ton. And what we learned is what the rest of the industry learned, is that you can operate in something of a hybrid capacity. Now, for a trade show, is it ideal? Absolutely not. Is it nice to have that extra element that you can bank on and work with? Yes, that's good. But CES won't be as efficient as it should be until we get back to fully normal.
Yeah, I made a PR person mad. They sent me an email and I said, I'm only interviewing people in person. I said, if I'm going to be here, you can be here. And didn't really go over so good, but
yeah, don't like the optics of that one.
No, but for me, it's the virtual. I've done virtual as an actual company on my regular business,
right?
And it was very, very tough. It's very, very tough to get good traction, get good people to talk to you, especially when you're doing B2C. Not necessarily B2B, maybe easier, but B2C, it was really, really tough.
But there is one benefit to doing things virtually that is different from the live event, and that is the opportunity to have that one-on-one conversation. When you go into a networking room, you might meet a few folks here and there, and, be able to interact. But when you are able to schedule a meeting, even if it's a 10-minute meeting, you've got that one-on-one time with that individual.
Yeah.
As a journalist, we love that.
Yeah.
And as a publicist, it's really, it's really a positive.
Yeah, and it's and another thing too is for any publicists that are listening to this, going off site is challenging. So we're over at the Wynn, we're in suite such and such, and I'm like, okay, send me a car, pick me up in front of the Venetian, take me to the Wynn, have the car wait, I'll run up and do the interview, and then have the car bring me back to the Venetian. And they're like, oh, no, we're not going to do that. I'm like, I don't have 2 hours to get an Uber, get over there, try to find the suite, So, yeah, if you're going to be doing suites, make sure you have a plan to get people in and out.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Todd, because, and it's going to sound like I'm tooting my own horn as a PR guy, which I am. We do that.
That's smart.
But what we do is my business partner, Kenny, we rent a van. And if somebody from the Las Vegas Convention Center is doing your show, we're picking them up right outside the convention center, driving them here. Somebody's going to meet that person right down there, run them right up, do the interview, and we take them back.
So that way they're not out of the booth for 3 hours.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So it works 2 ways.
Yeah. And that's the thing we've learned over the years.
Yeah.
That's just how it flies.
Yep. Like I said, with that hospitality suite last night, we walked and one hotel sent us to the other hotel, who sent us back to the other hotel, who sent us back. And finally, the security guy was like, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't let you up there. You don't have a key. And I'm like, but I'm with media. I'm here to go to a hospitality suite. Yeah, but I can't let you up there. It's like, what? I spent an hour and a half walking around trying to get this thing.
This is so resonating.
Sorry, Scott.
Last trade show I was at, I thought I was going to a meeting in the suite at the Encore. Guess what? It was in the Wynn.
Yeah, so that makes it tough.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Scott, anything else before you bounce out here with us?
Oh, I'm sorry for me. No, I think this is great. I really appreciate it. I always love chatting with you.
Yeah.
I know you talk to a lot of the.
I'm sorry, I called you Scott.
That's
Steve.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, I was looking around. Is Scott here?
Yeah, who's Scott?
No, I think that I love chatting with you because I think it gives you a little bit of a break about talking about the different companies and their products. This is a different perspective. Todd, I love CES. As I said, I've been coming here for 2 decades. I really enjoy the energy, and it's great building relationships. With guys like you and Kirk and Chris and Scott Ertz, and that's what it's all about.
So why don't you give there's companies that watch us too. So why don't you give a plug here for your company?
Sure. Brotman Winter Fried Communications. We're a sports entertainment marketing, fun-oriented technology PR firm. We have a specific website for our tech clients. It's BWF, Brotman Winter Fried, BWF, CESPR.com. And we do all sorts of publicity and promotion, not just at trade shows, but all year round.
Outstanding.
Thank you for the opportunity for the plug.
Thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Always great to
hang
with you.
Yep.
Thanks so much.
Take care. So it's always good to get the perspective.
Yeah.
And it's honestly, it's a love-hate relationship with the PR folks.
It can be. It can be because they can. I mean, they can. It can be on one hand extraordinarily amazing, and on the other hand, it can be very cumbersome.
It can be very frustrating.
Yes. They have everything have to go
when I ask for a CEO's card and I get the PR person's card, it's like,
yep,
I didn't want your card.
Yeah,
I understand you have to protect the client, but I want his or her card.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let me take a shot of water here. Looks like our guests are starting to pop in, which is good.
That's great.
Okay, I think we're ready. And have you got her unmuted? Okay, Celine, welcome to our CES coverage, and you're with CubeTail.
Yes, it's Cuptail.
A Cuptail, okay. Yes. And tell us a little bit about the company and what you've got here.
Hi, thanks for the time.
Sure.
My name is Celine. I'm the co-founder. We're building smart baby trackers for newborn parents to keep track of the care activities. Typically, when a baby is born, we're asked to keep track of diaper changes, sleep durations, bottle intake, how much milk they're having, and all these things. And it's really hard to do that with a pen and paper.
Yep.
I've had 2 kids myself.
I've got 4 that I raised, so yeah, I understand.
And I used like pen and paper on the first one, and my data turned out to be a mess. And then the next time I started using mobile apps, which was even more difficult because I had to like pull up the app and you're holding the baby, unlock the phone. It's a long process.
Right.
You don't want to keep a phone next to the baby and everything. So, I thought there has to be a better way to do this. And so that's where the idea came from. These are logger devices that can be placed to where the activities happen. So we've got, for example, a medicine and vitamin cub. We call them the cubs. And they're Wi-Fi connected. And it's a one press. You place it next to the medicine cabinet. And with one press, you can basically log the activity. This one here, I think that one doesn't have the battery installed.
So this one here has it says medicine and vitamin.
Yeah.
So you click on one side to you've administered vitamins, on the other side you click on administering medicine.
Yeah.
So how it doesn't do a counter, but how can you tell? You just have to learn which the colors mean. So what?
Yeah.
Every time you press it, it does an increment.
Yes.
In the app?
You get notifications on the app as you log the data. That way, for those parents that are away from the house, they can get notified when things happen and when they don't happen. You can also set reminders from the app so that you can see when something doesn't happen, and you can remember to perform whatever needs to be performed. And we've got 3 different types of things that can be done in terms of the logging mechanism. So this one's, like you said, it's just the one press for the vitamin and the medicine, and it goes in. This one would be for a bottle, which has the amount tracking.
Okay.
So you can adjust the amount of milk.
So you can tell the number of ounces or something that the baby's intake. Awesome.
Yeah. And then we also have for duration tracking with a play and pause. That would let you keep track of
nursing time.
Nursing time.
Okay. So at what age? So probably this is for what, the first 3 to 6 months? What do you think the usage on this is going to be?
Well, so I have a 3-year-old right now, and I've placed a sleep cub in the nursery.
So you've
in
grown.
The preschool.
Okay.
Because she goes to school, and then every time it was like, did she have a nap? And how long was it? Because that really matters when I come back home.
That's
I need
right.
to know what time to put her back to sleep, depending on her nap time.
That's right. If she's had a short nap, you can say, someone's going to be cranky, or they've had a long nap, and maybe you can stay awake a little longer.
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. How's the reaction been from the care provider using this then? That's the question. Are they compliant, or they forget, or?
Yeah, because, the buttons are placed to where the activity happens, it's very easy for them to do. And that's why we designed it so it's very simple. There's a button press. You don't have to interact with it. It's like intuitive. And nannies, caregivers, grandparents who are taking care of these newborn babies, they're pressing it and they're loving it.
That's awesome.
Partners are doing it. In the past, we also have a mobile app that people can use for just if they just want to use with a mobile app. That's also available. However, this really simplifies it when you've got multiple caregivers in the house. Anyone can do it, and it's right there.
So then you take this data when you go to your pediatrician appointment and say, here's what we're looking at.
Yeah, so exactly. What we've done is we took all of that information and we translated it into views that are friendly for pediatricians, because the way they want to see the data is really different than how we look at the data. And so there's a PDF report that is generated from the mobile app that basically shows the pediatrician all of the activity, the routine care activities, how they were performed, averages, durations, everything that they would be asking at the appointment they would be seeing. The app also provides you the ability to log vaccinations, milestones. We've integrated with World Health Organization data so that you can actually see percentiles as well and watch your baby grow and compare it to other children.
And it's also a good digital tracker too. Oh, did they get that shot? Yeah, I think they did. It's in your medical record, but maybe you don't have access to that directly.
Yeah.
So that's very, very cool. What is the price point? Is it a subscription model? What's the business model behind this?
Yeah. So right now we have a bundle of 3 and a bundle of 5 that's coming up this month for pre-orders. The bundle of 3 is for $169 and the bundle of 5 is $239. We for the app users, right now the app is free, and for any device user that will continue to be free. At some point there may kick in a subscription fee for non-device users. We're still working on that.
So was the goal of the show here to find people to distribute and have this available retail, or is it available on Amazon where people are going to be able to find this?
Yes, it's going to be available on our website, cuptail.com. And yeah, we're here at the show to build partnerships, to figure out where we can, what would make sense, where to place it in. And I think it will come into other channels as well pretty soon.
Outstanding. Well, congratulations. Great idea. Much success to you in getting the product. Is it available now? Is it today available already? Or
so you can wait list now.
Okay.
After the show, we'll open pre-orders, which are shipping very soon. So we've got everything. So and we know newborn parents want to have the products available when the baby is born.
That's
so
right.
There won't be any delayed shipments.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for demonstrating to us Cubtail.
Yes.
All right. Cubtail.com?
Yes, cubtail.com.
Perfect. All right. You go from adult care, air purification, tracking what babies are doing, you name it, it runs the gambit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Cubtail, interesting idea. I don't even remember tracking anything.
I remember us tracking quite a few things, at least for the first 6 months, especially sleep, stuff like that.
The only question the pediatrician ever asked me is, the baby sleeping well?
Yeah.
All night? Nope. 3 hours a night.
Oh, you getting any rest?
Yeah, that was the question. Matter of fact, it was more worried about us sleeping than them.
At least you got questions.
Put the baby on the scale, and yep, the weight.
My wife's doctor looked straight through me at her.
Well, same thing too. I didn't get asked any questions either, so you know how it is. That's a figurative term.
Absolutely,
not her.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. They don't ask the dads questions like that.
That's it. I was sleeping great. I don't know. I don't know what her problem is. I sleep like a rock.
Oh, we better be careful here. We're going to get hate via the interwebs. So, yeah, it's
the health tracking with stuff like that is really awesome.
Price point's a little high, but yeah.
Well, if you're looking at a kid that has any kind of special needs,
yeah, that's true
stuff
too.
like that. You know, if you're looking at a kid that was in NICU,
right,
something like that,
yeah,
absolutely essential and worth every penny.
yeah, yeah.
Kind of like the product that we saw yesterday that detected whether or not the baby's face was covered while they were asleep.
Right.
Just really, really interesting technology.
All right, our next guest is here, and I want to welcome the Leighton Group. Is that who you're with?
Yeah, exactly. Leighton Group. My name is Antoine. I'm the managing director of Leighton Sweden. You probably know Leighton because we're the world leader regarding R&D tax relief and all kind of grant subsidies that can help companies to basically develop and invest in R&D.
All right. So tell me about what you guys are doing here at the show and what the goals are, and I guess how things are going.
Things are going very well. We are here because we made a competition for startup all over Europe to bring like 3 different startups, mainly startups that work with sustainability, because Leighton is, really care about sustainability. And we are also here to release one of our last service, which is a platform called Rev that will help companies from all sides to manage their R&D tax relief claim securely and also in an automatic way, because we also have a huge IT team that work and developed this platform to allow the company to stay focused on their core business while we take care of this R&D tax relief that's allow them to once more finance their R&D.
Are you mostly based with companies out of Europe then, or do you operate globally?
Oh, everywhere.
Everywhere.
We're more than 12 countries. Of course, in US, Boston, San Francisco, but also in Canada. But I'm also coming from, like I say, from Sweden.
Sure.
The headquarters is in France. We have like huge subsidiaries in Spain, in UK, Germany.
And all those countries, the tax laws are all different.
Yes, of course. But there's like a lot of similarities because we mainly all have the same definition of what is R&D, and when it comes to tax R&D tax relief, it's mainly a technical issue, not a tax issue, because you have to prove that what you're doing is R&D for a tax purpose. And so that's why we have we're more than 2,000 employees, and most of them are technical person because they have like a PhD or they are engineer, in order to understand and to make sure that our clients can claim securely the tax reliefs.
So, this is something I don't think I have much background on.
Yeah.
But how much is being spent, and then just as an example, on R&D alone that's getting tax relief here? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, it's really depending on the state. US and also in Europe, depending, but it can go from, I would say, from 15% relief up to 30%.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite
it's big.
very, yeah,
and it's all, and I understand why there's a need for you guys, because it can be very subjective. The tax person may not know.
Exactly. So that's why also the platform that we just released, Rev, will help company to like I say, claim securely. So that's why also our consultant, when they draft the technical report, they have to show to the tax administration that it's R&D, but they have to explain it in a simple way to be sure that the auditor will be able to understand that it's R&D. So
right.
It's the aim is to find the good balance between technical and also to be simple, just to be sure that the auditor will understand everything.
Yeah, I have a tech company that I own.
Yeah.
That has a full line of developers, and we have a real hard time determining. Okay, we know this is the development we're going to do. This is what we're going to build, but oftentimes we'll say, okay, we have an idea.
Yeah.
And do that research, but it ends up being development too. So, where is the dividing line when it comes to to getting that type of tax relief? That's a good question, right?
Yes, that's a very good question indeed. So that's why when we work with the company, we first do an assessment of your research and development just to be sure that you comply to the law and to the, I will say, the R&D tax definition. And then we tell you if what you're doing is R&D, because that's true, especially when it comes to software or IT. Everything is development.
Yeah,
so
everything.
So what is development, basically? So that's why we usually speak of experimental development. So that means we need to show that there is a link with some kind of research. That doesn't mean that it should be your research, but at least you should show that there is a link of research. So that's why the aim is basically to show to the tax administration that any competent professional will face exactly the same issues if they want to develop.
Right.
If it's the case, then it's probably R&D.
I think that's for a company like mine that's pretty small. We're only 23, but still the amount of money I spend on development every year is a big line item. And if I could get a portion of that reduced that was actually R&D, that could be very advantageous. That's a difference between a big or a small tax bill sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. And like we like to say at Layton, we don't care about the size. We only care about the R&D.
Right.
So you can be small and spending a lot of money
with
R&D, but you can also be big and spending no money on R&D.
That's true.
But what is important is we know that usually when it's the crisis, when it's difficult, the first thing that we cut is R&D. Why? Because R&D, if it's real R&D, it doesn't bring money before at least 6 months or 1 or 2 years. So that's why we want to help company to take securely benefit of this kind of relief or all kind of grant subsidies that you can have to finance your R&D, because we also know that most of the company today are working with R&D to be more sustainable, to make like a better world.
Yep.
And so that's what we want also to help them. So no matter what size are the companies, we're here to help.
Sometimes I feel like you throw a spitball up on the wall, and if it sticks and it turns into something and it makes you money, you've done good. But sometimes the spitball falls off the wall and you throw it away. So, that sometimes is more business risk than actually research and development. So there's probably, again, a fine line there as well, too, right?
Yeah, that's right. What's more, it's why we're here.
Yeah,
to help you to draw the line.
To draw that line and say, okay, this is actually R&D. This was business development that didn't work.
Exactly.
And you can't deduct this, but you can deduct that.
But basically, what you're saying, you have to make the difference between what is research and development and what is innovation, because innovation is usually an innovation of regarding the market. When we talk about R&D, it's basically acquiring knowledge. Mm-hmm. So it's related to the state of art, and depending on the states, on the countries, it can be a bit different.
Yeah. Can research be considered as abstract as just customer studies to determine?
No, a customer study is not research.
It's
research, but it's not research and development.
So it has to be both. Has to have both
What's
components.
More, if you have to keep in mind something is that when it's research and development is acquiring a knowledge. It can be, once more, depending on the states, it can be acquiring a knowledge for the company, but it can be acquiring knowledge for the state of art. So you are going beyond the available state of art.
Got you. Very interesting. Where can folks find out more information about Layton?
You can go on our website, of course, www.layton.com. If you're in US/US, of course. And of course, we have a booth. You can just come by and say hello, and we'll be happy to introduce you to one of our team.
Most of our folks that are watching today are off-site, so they'll definitely be checking out your website and seeing what you guys are doing. Here's a topic, Chris, that I didn't even know there was a company out there to help you navigate R&D.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. That is a huge hurdle for anybody with ideas wanting to do stuff, because like he's saying, you literally have to invest that time and being able to find somebody who wants to finance.
Well, you're also spending real money to do that. And if you can get a tax break, some money, it's huge. Hey, thank you so much for being on. We appreciate you coming over.
My pleasure.
All right, outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you just never know.
Yeah.
Again, I come to CES and it's like, okay.
Well,
cool.
yeah. I mean, especially whenever you're talking about 20%. 20% is a massive amount to be able to. I mean, think about if you were able to roll 20% of your business money back into your business.
Right. If I can take, well, not only
just your profit.
So it's not
just your profit.
Sometimes it's not necessarily money that's coming back to business. It's money that you've saved.
Exactly. Yeah.
That you're right. Then ultimately can get spent other places.
Sure.
So, yeah. I tell you, the range of stuff today is off the chart. It really, really is. So, I'm looking here where we're at. Okay. I want to welcome
Sylvain.
What's your first name?
Sylvain.
Sylvain to the show, and you're from Fitting Box?
Absolutely.
So tell us about Fitting Box and what you're doing here at the show.
So Fitting Box has been the leader in virtual try-on solutions for the eyewear industry for 15 years. And it's actually, I'm very excited. It's our first time at the show at CES this year, because we've been doing augmented reality for 15 years. But this time we're actually showing a new feature that's diminished reality for the first time. And so we're very excited about it.
Diminished reality. What is diminished reality?
So diminished reality is going to be for people like you who are actually wearing glasses. And a lot of them, like 600 million, cannot see themselves. If they remove glasses, then I cannot see myself. How can I choose a new frame?
Right.
And so we provide a solution for that. Virtually, we're going to remove the physical frame and add on top of it other frames so that I can try them on. And I can show that to you if you want, because I just recorded a small video before.
It might, I don't know how well it'll translate on the app, but I'd love to check it out.
All right.
So, oftentimes when you get to a optometrist, go ahead.
So I don't know if it shows.
I don't know if we can you, go ahead. Oh, wow. So it's transforming.
Yes, it's removing the physical frame.
Oh, and changing out to different frames.
Yes.
Oftentimes when I go to the optometrist to pick new glasses, they may have, 50 different glass types, and you're kind of like stuck trying to find the right glass.
Exactly.
So are you guys then also tied into the e-commerce side where I can actually order that as well?
Absolutely. That's actually made for that mainly. We also work with regular opticians and optometrists, but mainly for e-commerce websites.
Yeah.
And we double the sales.
So for those who are watching, what he had was on the screen was the ability to change. Could you see it on the screen? Okay, so that was good. So it actually showed the physical changing out. We're seeing a lot more of this. We're seeing now where people are changing clothes, where you can have different outfits. They're actually size proportionate, so you can actually see what something's going to look like to fit on you. So that's a very interesting term that you used earlier on diminished reality. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so that I can see without still seeing. Then are you guys are the integrators, or do you actually run the websites, or do you just work with partners? What's your...
So we sell B2B mostly, and then through partners as well. We develop the technologies. It's proprietary technologies that are developed in France, and we're also based in the US. I represent the US office. And we work with the big names like Dior on Dior.com, or the Louis Vuitton. If you go on their website, their frames, you can try it with our technology. So we provide the technology to the website, to the brands, to the manufacturers, also the lenses manufacturers, transitions.com on their website.
So are you able then, like I wear transition glasses, so the big challenge with transition is to get the eyeball area right for knowing which lens, where that line is. So is your software able actually to see that line as well?
So what we do with transitions is to actually show how the lenses look, because they have several different tints now. It's actually pretty cool. How they look if you're in a dark or light environment.
Okay.
So, and then in terms of sizing, we actually provide an accurate sizing, so you can tell trying them on virtually if it's going to fit or be too small
That's
or
right.
too large.
Yeah, that's always a big challenge. You know, I'm a big Oakley fan. These are Oakley frames, and never want to go to contacts. So I think some people will, and I'm not a LASIK candidate, so I'll be in glasses forever. So I think that being able to have some choices,
it's pretty cool.
Is cool. Especially, I live in a place in rural America where it's not the design capital of the world. It's, you know, you have basic frames, and if you want to have something a little more fancy, you have to drive. And if you can do this virtually now, go online, get a look, then you can order frames and lenses.
Yes,
so,
I think it really helps you find the frame you want.
Yeah,
that's actually going to fit you. And now we want to explore other verticals. We've been doing this in the eyewear industry for 15 years. And we're looking at other verticals like maybe jewelry or headsets, actually. That's one of the verticals that we look at as well. So
yeah, for me, it's pants. I never can get pants that fit right. They're either too short, too long, baggy. Because, you know, I have, you know, I'm a big guy, got a big gut, but I have no waist. I have no butt. So sometimes the pants don't fit. So if you can get into doing the virtual pants where I can.
You know what? Actually, I had the same issues. That could be pretty cool.
So I think we're getting to the point where we're going to be able, and especially with online ordering now, it really makes sense to have the ability, because it's going to lower returns. Because what happens? You get something, you try it on, or you put it, when you order glasses, it's too late.
Yes.
It's too late. You're stuck with them, or you have to go buy new frames again. So, yeah, very cool. So, fittingbox.com?
Fittingbox.com has all the information. Yes, we are, as I was saying, European and American company. And we're looking, I mean, it's pretty exciting to provide this type of solutions. I'm pretty sure we're going to be on mywayGym.com also. I don't know if you know the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Pretty cool from the US. We're excited about the future.
All right. Thank you so much for coming and sharing, and good luck with the additional rollout here in the United States and growth.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. You too.
Bye-bye.
You know, the virtual reality fitting stuff. We started to see that a couple of years ago. And remember, though, they had a full screen mirror that you would stand in front of. And it was for the ladies. They didn't have it for the guys. Mm-hmm. Different dresses or skirts and outfits. And they could pop up and do an overlay.
Yeah. And you know, Zinni has kind of a similar thing where you take a picture of your face and it puts them on there, but it's not like that.
Right. You can actually
move. Yeah. That was really, really cool. And I could see a lot of different ways to leverage that.
Was he with that group? Okay. Let me be honest with you. I got to take my mask off. It's killing me.
Do it. I can fully understand you.
My ear is burning because the headset pulls right on the tab. It's like I'm going to have a big red raw spot on the back of my. All right. Well, that's good. So it looks like the only person that didn't make it was Whitebrush. Looks like everyone else has been here this morning. So that's good.
Cool.
So we're running a little ahead on schedule here. Let me go see if what folks are saying in the chat room.
Yeah, I'll check the Twitch chat real quick. The audience certainly enjoyed Steve as well as Cubtail.
Well, awesome.
Thank you for the comments, Joe Mini 4 and Enigmatic Wolf.
Okay. Yeah, nothing on Facebook right now that has come up, or I should actually look on Twitter as well, because we're streaming on Twitter. We're all over the place. We're streaming every place you can possibly stream today. Our primary stream point, of course, is Twitch, and that's what's on all of our websites for those of you that are participating today, watching live. And just looking on Twitter here, we have a lot of people hearting the live stream over there. Let me see if we can get a body count on how many actual people have tuned in to the stream today on Twitter. Let's see if I can see that. Oh, not bad. We're about 400 views, but people on Twitter usually come and go. They don't stay too long.
Yeah.
So, but the CES walkthroughs yesterday have gotten a lot of traction as well. So I was really happy with the response on those videos. Sometimes just the ad hoc content from this show is fun, to go through and do.
Oh, absolutely.
So we are about 2 hours into our 4 hours worth of coverage here, and I thought, oh my God, we still have 2 hours to go. So did you see the announcement from CES saying if you want a second COVID-19 test, you can pick those up?
Oh, fantastic. I was going to ask them about that.
Yeah,
because we do have that dead day in between. So it would be nice to be able to have that negative report before heading home.
So they do have additional tests available.
Right.
First come, first serve. Probably what it is. They probably ordered more than they had attendees.
Well, I mean, you order what you expect people to show up, and you kind of have to order that before registration is done.
That's right.
Especially with the delays in shipping and availability. Like right now, quite literally, you cannot find a pretest in Austin.
Right.
You can't find them anywhere.
Yep. Let's see here. What else? I'm looking at social a little bit here, see what we can find, what other folks are saying about the show. And let me go ahead and search the hashtag. And of course, BMW has a color-changing car. That seems to have gotten a little bit of traction. That's pretty amazing that they actually changed the, you order a white car and it can be a gray one. That's pretty cool. What else do we have here? Well, that was not in English. Have to sort through the PR stuff because there's a lot of people that put PR stuff up that's not actual attendee responses. And of course, there was a Hopper Hopper ad right in the middle of my Twitter stream. Let's see here, what else? So I didn't get to see this. It's called the Minnow Pickup Pod. It's an intelligent choice for managing food deliveries. How does this thing actually work? Does it actually drive to you, or do you have to drive to it and pick it up? Oh, it's like you go up to a store and the container lights up on your particular section on where your food may be. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's not for deliveries, it's for pickup. Let me look at what else is going on through here, too. So people are talking about Snapdragon was in the automotive section as well, and it was all automotive. It's just not cell phone chips. They were hardcore talking about their car technology as well. BMW again getting a lot of action on their changing car, the car that changes color. Samsung's freestyle projector was all over the city. I don't know. Did you guys see that? I was on the Strip last night, and Samsung had people all the way through the Strip showing their freestyle projector was basically a little cube, and they were shooting it on a board right on the street. It was kind of cool. So that has gotten a lot of attention. The HyperX headset for you gamers out there, that seems to have gotten some action as well. It's a 300-hour worth of charge. So those of you that are gamers and you're spending, 12, 15, 18 hours in front of your computers on gaming runs. But so that's kind of cool. That was a good. The Asus ZenBook 17, people raving about that on Twitter. NFTs, man, it seems like NFTs are the rage. But someone made a comment on Twitter. They said most brands still don't fully understand the power of wearable digital fashion and the full range of features that NFTs can provide. Okay.
NFT is an interesting concept.
We got to get you mic'd up. Yeah. Why don't we talk about NFTs a little bit? Yeah, because I don't profess to be an expert at all, but
now I'm part of a music label that has started selling stuff as NFTs. So I've started doing a little bit of research into it. It's one of those I just recently started mining Ethereum because I did not understand the overarching concept. I understood blockchain,
right,
but I didn't understand the overarching concept of mining crypto and how I was contributing to the blockchain by doing that. Once I understood that, I felt comfy.
So NFTs are not mined; NFTs are just made.
Well, they're specifically a form of intellectual property,
right?
And what you're doing is putting your attachment to that intellectual property, and as it gets moved around, whatever percentage you agree upon on that sale, be it 20% royalty, whatever, you will get that in perpetuity as it moves around the market.
As people trade or sell the NFTs.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what the long-term effect was. I thought once you sold it was gone, you didn't make any more money, but that's not the case.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the fact of like, okay, that's my photograph. I put it into this bank. Somebody bought it.
Yep.
Now they've sold it again. I'm still going to get 20% of that sale.
Gotcha.
So on that right, really, really interesting. I'm still trying to figure out the fact of like, do I still hold right to publish my music anywhere I want I sell it as an NFT?
I think you do.
I would hope that I would hold 100% royalty on that still and usage rights and things like that. But that's what I still have to figure out and, come to terms with to understand it.
One of the things I always find interesting is that the USPS, United States Postal Service, has a booth here at CES. They've had it for years. And of course, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make sure the companies that are here understand that USPS is a viable shipping solution for them, but outside of FedEx and UPS. But their booth this year is basically outlining their 10-year roadmap to achieve financial sustainability. So the USPS has been trying to talk about financial stability since I was a kid. So it's kind of ironic to me that they would that's the actual
and I mean, hey, thank God for Amazon Sunday delivery because they almost went out before they made that deal.
So I have to comment. Our next guest is wearing, it appears, a flight suit.
I like that.
Now, when I was in the U.S. Navy, our flight suits looked a little different, but all flight suits are just about the same. So, what Maca, future in the air? So, is it Thierry? How do you pronounce your name?
Thierry.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
good morning.
Good morning. So, tell us about Maca.
Well, I'm the president and co-founder of Maca. Maca is a young company created end of 2020 with an idea which appeared in Airbus company in 2018. We decided to create a flying car using hydrogen as energy vector. So we spent 3 years developing this idea inside the company. And in end of 2020, we decided to remove the project from Airbus and to continue as an independent company, as a startup. So the idea is to use this aircraft in the racing environment to get less constrained regulation. When you fly in a racing environment, of course you have less regulations, and you can go faster when you develop the technology, just like Formula One, which is a good way to pull the technology and to use this technology on future cars. So we intend to do the same. Develop the technology of hydrogen and put it later on future flying taxis. And what also is interesting in the concept is that you can accelerate the social acceptance of people of future flying taxis, because 120 years ago, everything started with a race. The cars started with a race.
Right.
Aviation, the same. All those races started in France. This is why we want to do the same for flying taxis. And we really believe that it will accelerate this social acceptance. So we are currently, we flew a third scale model in 2019 to validate the architecture, to be sure that everything is okay. And we are currently developing, manufacturing the scale one, which will fly end of this year. But basic scale one, meaning that we're going to use batteries at the beginning. We won't put a pilot on board. It will be remote this year. And then we need money, of course. We are here at the CES to find investors, also not only visibility, but also investors to go forward, meaning that after this demonstrator, we need to integrate the pilot on board, to certify the vehicle, to put the hydrogen, to certify the vehicle. So there are some challenges, but of course we are ready to do that, because we have a team of around 10 engineers with us, specialized in all the different domains of flying cars. And we believe that in 1 year we will be ready to go to this second step, and to make the first racing by 2024, first event and first racing. In this project, we have two different projects inside one project. The vehicle itself and the racing concept, because there is nothing existing today for vehicle.
Right.
So we have to create this ecosystem around the vehicle. So this ecosystem, we're working with former Formula One organizers. So those people are very passionate by the idea, and we are working with them to define the rules of race, how to promote this race, and how to create this new vital racing. So this is exciting to build the future, and to see that the future is in the air.
If you think about air racing or airplane racing, that still exists today. It's still
Red Bull air races are huge.
It's a very viable sport. So is this going to be? This is going to be more like manned drone racing, right? Or is that you're trying to define it as a car, an air car, but what is your idea? Is this initially be a one-seater, and then it'll expand so that it'll actually replicate an actual air taxi, or what's the kind of the concept behind that?
Yeah, behind that. It's quite different from air race existing today, because air race existing today, airplanes take off from a base. They make the show at 50, 100 meters from the ground, so it's quite high. They go back on the base. Our philosophy is different. We want to create a new race, because we can take off behind the public.
Sure.
We can make the race, but very low, because we don't want to fly high, just like an airplane or an helicopter.
Sure. Right.
The idea is really to be close to the spectators, close to people.
Yeah.
So we intend to fly low and to make the show, and then to come back in front of the people, and everybody can see the pilot, can see the aircraft. This is a new philosophy. It's not an airplane which is going through the air, and you don't see the pilot.
That's right.
So it's something new. This is why we had to invent the rules. We had to invent the different philosophy of this race, and it will be quite different from what is existing today.
Yeah, well, it sounds fun.
It sounds really cool, and I've been hugely into watching the drone racing league for the last couple of years. And just one curiosity: with hydrogen fuel cells in cars, things like that, one of the big issues has, of course, been refueling, distance, all that kind of stuff. What kind of thrust ratio are you talking about with this? What kind of speeds are you able to get, even with your modeling right now? And what's the hope distance? Because, of course, some races like Indy races, things like that can be the equivalent of hundreds of miles, Formula One, all that kind of good stuff.
Well, in terms of speed, we made a calculation with our during our studies.
Mm-hmm.
We expect 250 kilometers per hour,
Wow.
meaning that 150 mph.
Right.
I think
Close,
something
close
like
to that.
So,
yeah.
This is the race expected race speed. Sorry. The hydrogen, of course, it's a challenge to integrate hydrogen in this kind of aircraft, of course. We are discussing with regulation, air regulation, to see how to do that and how to certify this kind of aircraft. And anyway, if we use batteries, the endurance is 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And we cannot go further regarding the technology of batteries today. Perhaps tomorrow we could improve.
Right.
Today
it's still not getting incrementally bigger.
Exactly.
Right.
But for hydrogen, it's different. We can expect 15 minutes of 15-20 minutes of endurance with hydrogen. So at the same weight. Huh? So this is why it's clearly possible to make a race. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. When you see the drone racing, it's a few minutes.
Exactly.
But here it's clearly not a drone racing. It's a pilot on board, and it's really a Formula One flying Formula One.
Right.
So it's another philosophy. And what we want to do also is to mix with this kind of vehicle. It's possible to mix the reality and augmented reality, and this could be very fun to imagine a new spectacle. Not just
you could be in the seat with them.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Instead of turning around, a race track, you can imagine something different with augmented reality and some gates. Just like
the same way they do in NASCAR with the driver camera and everything else. Absolutely.
But also, it's not necessarily left the entire time or turning right. It is
it's an actual course that you go through, and you have goals to hit and things that you might miss along the way.
Exactly. And this is what we are defining today. The rules for this new race with a specialist of Formula One, because it's not our business.
Sure.
Events. So we rely on people who know how to do that.
Well, it's very, very exciting. So where can people go to find more information? Is it maca.com or what's the website?
macaflight.com.
macaflight.com.
Exactly.
To go check it out. So you're looking for investors, you're looking for folks to participate and be enthusiasts in the technology.
Exactly. So this is why we are here. We are looking for investors. We met lots of partners here.
Awesome.
Lots of people are ready to help us. In France, in US, we decided to create a subsidiary in US few months ago. So we have subs here with the CEO, which is Irina in France, in the US. She's invited in lots of events, automotive events, UAM events, lots of forums, discussions, and so on. So this is very interesting for us to have a footprint in USA, because we have to spread our idea, to communicate, to promote our concept in your country, because here we perfectly know that you like those kind of show. And, this is exciting anyway.
But Formula One is growing here. It's getting more popular.
We have a track in Austin.
That's right.
I live just 2-3 miles away from a Formula One.
So anything is related is good.
Absolutely. And the technology that goes into that is immense.
And it comes out into the normal world too. So, well, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your welcome. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Good luck. And we look forward to see what you bring next year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Outstanding.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. So
that is a really, really cool leveraging of hydrogen technology.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, to see it in cars, stuff like that is one thing. But to see it being used for stuff like that.
We're getting a lot of feedback from the headset. There we go. That's better. Oh,
it's the green button there, Maurice. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I know what this is.
Yeah.
I walked by this booth. I couldn't get in there. So I want to welcome Oliver.
Yes.
To our show, and he is from Keepser Group. Is that correct? I pronounced that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I'm thinking what you're going to be talking about here is some sort of Bitcoin or coin type of vault.
We call it a cold wallet.
Yeah.
That's the name of a product, Keepser Cold Wallet. And in there, you can store, obviously, cryptocurrency keys and all information you need to do the transactions, but also your passcode, your credit card, your access code, and so that not only you can do things for the cryptocurrency domain, but you can also do things like e-commerce or connecting to your website, consulting your accounts and so on.
So tell us about the tech and what is actually involved in syncing stuff and so forth.
Yeah. So the product has two pieces. One piece is that store the data, and this piece has no battery, no microprocessor, no software, and it's storing things for 30 years. It's not detectable, and you pair that through the contactless process with an application that you can download. And that's your private data that are fully encrypted that you, through a coupling here, like I'm showing that, not sure I'm showing that the right way, but basically you can see that I have entered website, credit card number, crypto assets information, and then it's defined how you can use it, under which criteria of security, and you can define for each of them different level of security. It's fully programmable by the user or by the administrator if you are a company. And so that this product is, you can define, for example, geofencing, meaning that you can define that I can use this card only here within few meters, or only in Las Vegas, or something like that.
Yeah.
I can define that I can use it only if I connect to a given network. Or obviously, can put passwords or this kind of thing. And many other security criteria, like scanning a barcode on my Coca-Cola can in my fridge. That could be my password, my way of accessing that. So anyway, we have built that up. This product has won itself the product award for the CES innovation this year. But before that, I mean, with our partner, a technology partner that is called Freemitronic, that is doing some of the IP that we have embedded in the product. They have won also the security award and the championship for 2021.
I think the question I always ask is, okay, let's say I put my crypto passwords, passcodes, all that on there, and I lose that.
Okay, so that's a good question, obviously. We sell with this product another product that we call a companion, that we call a safe clone, where you can instantaneously either clone or back up your card. So you carry this card with you all day.
Yeah.
And you put the other backup card, safe clone, somewhere safe,
somewhere
at
safe,
home or something
safety
like
deposit box or wherever it
exactly.
may be.
And so when you do cryptocurrency business, you have to register your what we call the seed phrase,
right?
Which are complex code to recover your cryptos.
Yep.
And usually we ask you to put that on paper or something like that. Here you don't have to have that. You can store it on the backup card, and then you have it safe. And you can have instant recovery through the application.
So that's interesting. So
Yeah.
you're not actually storing the passcode, your recovery passcode in the device. You still have to keep that as a physical written down, all those sequence of numbers or whatever it may be.
No.
No?
You store it in, and the way you can store it is that you generate, for example, a QR code with your seed phrase. You just scan it with your phone, and it's stored in your card.
Interesting.
The
Really
thing that is
cool.
important is the data stay in the card, never stored on the phone, never stored in the cloud. We have obviously full encryption there, and all the communication, the links are fully secured and encrypted. And by the way, it's a patented techniques that we use.
So if I have crypto stored on the card and I have the backup card and I sell some crypto or transfer back into an exchange or wherever it may be, what happens then with the other card? Do you have to sync that?
So if you change things, and you have like a hard disk drive backup, you have to sync up from time to time. But it's very easy. You can do it either selectively one by one if you wish, but usually you just have a clone function. So you just replicate and so on. So.
Gotcha. Available now, or what did you have? You have questions, Chris?
I was going to say the function that I loved was it's kind of like the passcode USB thumb drives, where you can store all kinds of pass stuff encrypted. But what I love is the function where it can be recognized by your location. So you could literally use this in a business capacity, that kind of stuff, where you can only access that stuff once you come onto the job site.
That's right. Or
this function is very useful for the enterprise. So in this card and the way we manage it, there is an administrator domain and a user domain. The administrator can hide things from the user if necessary. So if you are an enterprise as an administrator, you can give that to your employee so they can connect to the sensitive data through VPN, for example, for the enterprise. And at home, you can define this card will only work in your home location, and you connect to the VPN of the enterprise or the sensitive servers, and the user does not even know the password, the ID, and so on. They just scan the card through their phone, and then it's automatically connects through on their laptop and so on.
So this is it's basically a geo-locked NFC device almost. Yeah,
really cool. And I mean, can you set it up where whenever you go to use a password that it sends you double authentication or anything like that?
Oh, well, I mean, we can use all the function on the phone in terms of security and so on, and we leverage. So you can leverage fingerprint, facial recognition, all this kind of thing, and you can program it. So today we have implemented different ingredients in terms of technology. We are just starting touching the surface of the various use cases. We have a lot of people asking us, like you say, oh, what about doing this or that? And yes, we can. Obviously, that requires some software development. But the beauty of this is that as we make things evolve in terms of use case, contrarily to solution where this is, for example, a USB dongle where you load the software on the USB. When you do that, as you increase the services and so on, mechanically your security
goes down,
is dropping, and you have to compensate for that. Here, the data, there is no software, there is no battery, there is nothing.
You've got pins inside of a USB that can get frazzled, all kinds of things.
That's a constant security. And we make the software evolve. So we are future-proof because of that.
Is this available today?
It is available today. So we have announced the product, and so people, you can order it on the website today. And we will do a worldwide launch around March timeframe, where we are finishing all the paperwork and everything for export control and so on.
Yeah, that export control on encrypted devices is painful. I know.
Well, actually, the encryption is done through the phone.
Oh, so that helps.
So this is a storage device that is controlled, and where we have patented way of managing the communication between the two. But there is no real. If I send that to you, it's empty. You are in control of putting things, keys, and so on. But this is not an encryption engine.
What is the price point going to be on that? Any idea?
So we have different model, different of capacity, and different features. Whether you use a crypto or just as a passcode management. So it's everything between a little bit more than 200 euro to 600 with a bundle with a backup card. And so depending on the model that you want, you pay more or less. But it's a one-time fee.
Okay.
There is no subscription. Again, nothing on the phone, nothing on the cloud.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the app is free. You just download it.
So I always ask this question, and it's always a sensitive topic. I have the card.
Yeah.
You go out of business.
So yeah, that's a good question. And actually, so the app itself, you have it, so you can use it and so on. The only thing, if we go out of business, which hopefully it's unlikely,
right?
We will not make the new features. But the app is there. It will be on the
so you
Play
could
Store
so you could get the
iPhone.
data off if you have to transfer it to another device.
That's correct.
And I don't, I asked that question because it's something you got to think about in today's world, no matter what.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hopefully you're going to be in business for a long time.
We
But
don't
it's,
to.
that's something you have to ask. Well, thank you so much. This is fantastic.
That is really, really cool.
I know your activity at your booth was busy because I walked by.
We were quite busy demonstrating things, and it works great.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for your time.
Let
Andy.
everybody know where they can go to pre-order, find out more.
Okay, so pre-order is on keepsir.com website, www.keepsir.com. And you have a button for ordering, and that's it. And it's an e-commerce website. And down the road, we'll link to distributors as we grow and spread the things around.
So everyone, it's Keepsir, KEEPSER.com is the website. So definitely check it out. Sir, thank you so much for coming on.
Really cool.
Really cool. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's the hottest thing going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It really is.
And there's only two, him and one other company that I saw that was here. The other one has the same type of a card, but it's got it's like e-paper display on it.
Oh.
And that was pretty interesting as well. Yeah.
I mean, the price point on it was not that bad either. Whenever you start
when you're dealing,
thumb drives, things like that,
it's
those get up there quick. And like I said, you're dealing with physical things connecting to physical things. You can get dirt in that thumb drive. It won't work.
And
all kinds of things.
And the way some people have done crypto, that's a very small expense to have a secure place to put your crypto.
Yes, exactly.
Because don't be like me that had 8 Bitcoins on a hard drive from the original days when Bitcoin was like $4, and I had to spend thousands of dollars to recover a hard drive to get Bitcoin back out. Yeah, that was not cool.
I know a couple people with that situation.
So anyway, we're going to welcome Sebastian from Perfect Memory. Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So what's happening with your company and what are you doing at CES? Give us the pitch.
Yeah, so we are Perfect Memory. We are a tech provider. We are developing a semantic technology that allows user to find the right information in the right context. Because the major pain in companies is that you have a lot of information, but when you are looking for something, you can find anything. So what we do basically is that we gather in a common referential system all the data formats, all the data sources, and we extract the information from the content itself, running like speech to text, facial recognition, image analysis, and then we feed a knowledge graph that represents the knowledge inside the organization, and we give it back to users to find the information through a very easy to use UI.
So you're basically taking, if I'm searching for a topic, you actually, when you go do a Google search, you can get 5,000 pages. And of course, it's been up to Google to decide what is relevant and what's not. And and maybe it isn't, maybe it is. So you guys take a lot of that data and other sources and then actually pull out what is what is actually relevant, what's, I guess for a better word, more valid or more trustworthy, or
yeah. In fact, this is like an internal Google, but the main difference between Google is that Google is running probabilistic AI. That means that it will calculate a score to determine if the content is relevant for the user. What we do is that we start with workshop with the company, and then we will define with them what is their business language, what are their business rules, and what use case they want to achieve. And starting from this, we create what we call an ontology. This is really the description of the concept inside the organization and the relationships between those concepts. And then we will feed the knowledge graphs with the information we have, and the machine will deduce things like we do as a human. If I say that the brother of your father is your uncle, it's easy for a kid of 2 years, but the machine cannot handle it. So we will give this map representation of the knowledge of the organization so that the machine can deduce things. We call it inferences. That means that it deduces relationships between concepts into the documents, into the different data of the company.
So is this mostly a B2B or B2B product?
Yeah, for now we are mainly a B2B company. We are working with big companies, mainly in Western Europe, broadcasters in the media industry, OTT like Salto, but the equivalent in France. We are working in the telco company. We have some clients in the healthcare industry. I think every company is concerned because every day we have the same problem. Yep. We know that the information is here, but we can't find it, and so our system really empower users to find, to retrieve their own knowledge.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you mentioned media companies, the first thing that I thought of was my experience in broadcast and spending hours trying to find B-roll that I knew I took that somebody else archived.
Yeah.
And it was like, I know I took this. I know it happened. And yeah, sometimes it would be a half a day search through archives trying to find it. So be able to put in what I'm looking for, the object, the company, whatever, and have it just search through archives.
Yeah, and
that's terabytes of data.
Yeah, exactly. And the power of the system is that you are able to cross information. So if I am looking, we are working for the PSG, the biggest football club, soccer club in France. And if you are looking for Neymar scoring a goal, and just at the time where the Visa logo was displayed on the LED panel, you can search that. And you will be able to give to your partner Visa the ability to search every goal where their logo is displayed during it. So that's powerful, and that's also a new business model for them.
Yeah.
Even for the on-air broadcaster who's trying to look up statistics real quick to find out the last time they were 3 points ahead against Manchester United.
There was, many times when companies do a sponsorship on a sporting event, they have people they hire that sits there with a stopwatch and just every time they see the logo, they just run the clock up to see how many minutes exposure. So this would be able to say, okay, here's the clips, here's how long you were able to.
Yeah. Think about this. Think about this in terms of our industry and podcasting and IAB statistics.
Yeah. Trying to find data too,
and trying to verify that data.
Yeah, that's
is
very
huge.
Cool stuff.
Yeah.
So, where can people find out more information about Perfect Memory?
We had a pre-Series A 2 years ago of 5 million euros, and this year we are looking for a real Series A between 20 and 30 million euros. This is part of our presence on the CES, and we are developing in Europe currently, but our objective is to open an office here in the US next year. So it's a really great experience to be here today and this week, because we see that there is a lot of needs, and we have a lot of visitors asking for our technology. And when we explain what we do, they are, wow, is that possible? Just like you said.
Yeah.
And we are really happy of the week.
Where's the website where people can find information?
So you can find more information on perfect memory.com.
Okay.
And you will see some use cases, business cases, and you can see also more information on how the technology works and what it's all.
All right, outstanding. So everyone check it out. Sebastian, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Best of luck to you in getting your next round of funding, and good luck with your company.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yep, absolutely.
Enjoy the rest of CES 2020.
Thank you.
You know, the database stuff is, and I don't want to reference what he's saying to being database, but man, oh man, it's true. Sometimes trying to find.
Yeah.
I remember my own data backup of what I have in, 20 terabyte drives.
Yep.
And like, when did I do that? And you're digging through years and events.
Even just going
and
through a search on your computer
Yeah.
for something and scrolling through the pages of that.
Yeah.
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 Like I said, live statistics in sports, that is a game-changing technology. So really interesting to see how people are leveraging the use of AI platforms and all that kind of stuff.
All right, we want to welcome John from Verisight. Welcome to the show.
Hey, nice to be
how
here.
are you?
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit about Verisight and what you guys are doing here at
Veritize.
Veritize.
Misspelled on there.
Oh, it is misspelled. Veritize.
Veritize, right.
Now it makes more sense because it says a verify identity. And okay, so Veritize. Tell us about the company.
Sure. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
So basically what we're doing is we're using the blockchain as a security and verification system. So if people do know about the blockchain, which still a lot of people don't, they associate it with financial transactions, 100%. So what we're doing is we're using it for product authentication. And one way to do that is to fight against counterfeiting. So a retailer can use our system to basically say, this is a real product.
Yeah.
And we're also doing that for digital documents. We're doing that on the supply chain front and the warehousing front. So every transaction would be tracked on the blockchain, and it would be there for everyone to see. And as everyone knows, with the blockchain, that's pretty immutable evidence that cannot be disputed. And so we are using our technology with the power of the blockchain as a verification tool.
So, oftentimes, especially today, when it comes to designer handbags, clothes, anything that is really have a significant value.
Yeah.
If you go to a Louis Vuitton store and you buy a Louis Vuitton bag, you're getting a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah,
but if you buy a Louis Vuitton bag outside of retail, I don't know.
Yeah,
exactly.
So will you be able? Not only you're helping the manufacturer and the retail, but what happens after? Am I able to verify a product that I'm buying, maybe let's say on secondhand or something to that effect?
Threadless, something
so
like that.
Our product is a subscription-based product.
So it's a B2B.
Exactly. One aspect of it would be B2B. So if that particular retailer or the manufacturer of the product subscribe to our service, their products would be already shipped with our QR code technology. And then in the retail environment, the QR code would be placed next to the item. So as a consumer, even though it might not be an official Gucci store, they can still be a legitimate Gucci retailer.
Right.
Yes.
You could walk into that retail space, use any QR reader. You don't even have to use our app. If you use our app, you'll get more detailed information, but you would just scan the QR code, and it would basically show you, the user interface would basically show you this is authenticated Gucci from the factory. And if you were using the app, you could click on the trace button, and you would actually see every block in the chain showing it was manufactured in this city in Italy. It was then shipped to this distributor, and this distributor sent it to this retail environment.
Wow.
And all that information would be on the chain. And so that would be immutable evidence that even though you're not in a Gucci store, this retailer did everything the right way and purchased directly from Gucci.
I'm assuming then that the QR code has the corresponding serial number of the device, if there is such a thing, on the.
Yeah. Sure. So we use a 2-key system. There's what we call a public key, a public QR code, which is just specific to the information. But then say you purchased the Gucci bag, there would be a tamper-proof private key inside the product that no one can copy or forge. And then you would take that product home, take the private key out of the package, scan it with your phone, and then you become the owner of that unique QR code. And then your information goes on the blockchain to say, I am the rightful owner of this product.
So that's where, if I decide later on to sell that bag,
exactly,
and I still have that QR code, the person that's going to buy that could then see the blockchain history of where this bag came from, and didn't come from China, it's from some fake shop.
And through our app, you can transfer ownership of that bag to someone else.
This is beautiful.
So you would open the Veritize app,
Yeah.
and all you would need is that person's email address. They don't even have to be a Veritize user. They would click a link that would be sent in an email, and that would have the transfer of ownership details. They would press accept or complete.
Cool.
And then that information goes on the blockchain as the second owner.
This needs to be in everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
the first thing that crossed into my mind was pharmaceuticals.
The applications are really unlimited.
Anything involving the necessity of a true chain of custody.
Right.
Right. So at this point, everyone associates blockchain with financial and cryptocurrency.
Right, right.
And our owner had the foresight to say, well, wait a minute. If we could do blockchain technology for verifying financial transactions, why can't we do it for any transaction or any document? The blockchain doesn't need to be money only.
That's right.
And so that's our patented technology is using the blockchain for those purposes.
Because, when a person's buying a fake, they know usually if they go looking for a fake, they're going to get a fake.
Yeah.
But when a person's trying to buy something authentic, they want authentic. And, the fakes out there are so good now.
Yep.
Right.
You know, that you don't really know if you're getting an authentic product completely. There's always that nagging thing in the back of your head. Am I going to go through customs someday? And the guy says, oh, that's a fake bag. We're going to confiscate it. So I think the key there is this is perfect use of the blockchain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like I said, platforms like Threadless, things like that, where you're swapping clothes, or
Yeah.
purchasing used clothes, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very cool. All right. Well, John, Veritize.com?
Correct. It's as simple as that.
All right. So now B2B, but there is the consumer component for validation. But again, companies that want to get involved in making sure that we're buying your authentic products should talk to you guys.
Exactly. Or for supply chain or warehousing uses, we would use that technology to track their product for them to be more efficient in moving it around.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be a bag. It could be whatever.
It could be law enforcement. It could be vaccines moving through a hospital.
It could be cell phone
whatever.
covers. It could be anything.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, John.
Wow.
Hey,
Really incredible.
yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
John.
Thanks, guys.
Very
Enjoy the rest
cool.
of CES.
And the explanation he just gave us, everybody can understand that.
Yes.
It's not this very difficult thing to understand. It's very straightforward, no sweat.
Well, and especially with a lot of the platforms hopping up, it really does help block the counterfeit issue. Because I mean, even Amazon deals with that.
So there's two people, the CEOs here,
with
the guys doing a demo. He's got a full vest on. So
okay.
He wants to come on along with him.
Okay, so the guy that is doing the demo, maybe we put him there, and then have the CEO sit in the chair.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So we've only got. Okay, this will be interesting. All right, we're doing a little coordination. We have a 2-person coming up, and all right, yeah, and then we'll put the CEO. Oh, actually, you want the guy in the vest standing or sitting down? Oh, okay. All right, sure. Are we going to be able to see him on camera?
Yes. If you can step over here, please.
Yeah. There.
Yes.
Yeah, you can sit there. That's fine. All right, everyone. So this is one of our first demos we've had, believe it or not, here at the show. So I want to welcome Hassan from Archie Tech. He's the CEO of the company. Go ahead, Hassan, and tell us a little bit about the company and what we're going to see here. Oh, we got to get him mic'd up. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it is architect.
Architect.
So the first word is from architecture.
Okay.
And the last word is technology, and it's combined to the architecture. So what we are actually doing is we are making a chip. It's a small LSI, and it goes to power like intelligent AI applications running on battery.
Okay.
And handheld devices. So just think of your cell phone or a mobile phone, which is intelligent enough to identify objects.
Right.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a demo, and I think that's the easiest way to see what we are offering.
Yep. Go ahead and talk about what we're going to see here.
Yeah. So can you see this demo?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's the CEO of Architect.
Okay.
And he has this small camera over here.
Yep.
And this has the chip, the brains inside.
Okay.
So it's a very small piece of equipment.
Yep.
And this is being powered by a battery pack.
Sure.
And it is actually running an AI application which can actually detect people or objects.
Okay.
If you maybe want to put your water bottle in front, it will show your water bottle on this monitor.
Yes, it does.
We can bring up our PTZ cam over there. We should be able to zoom into that and see what it looks like up on screen, because that's pretty nifty. Now, what are the applications for this technology? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so many other people are actually doing something similar, but they are mostly doing it in the cloud, using servers, very powerful servers. So we have a handheld solution which uses very little power. So this can be used for like many different applications. One application that comes to mind is drones, where it's running on battery, and it doesn't have too much battery because it has to fly.
Sure.
So it doesn't have much to actually detect objects. So it can bump into anything.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if you are having a self-flying drone, you want it not to bump into things. So this is one way you can avoid obstacles like that.
Sure.
So does it actually do the identification? Does it tell you that's a water bottle, that's a person, or just does the detection only of the object?
Well, detection is the most difficult thing because it's a camera and it doesn't really know what the person is or a car is.
Sure.
So detection is the most difficult part. It requires a lot of computation power. So that's what we do. Later on, how to avoid that. That can be done using another application. It's just software related.
Sure.
It's not such a big thing.
But it's the actual detection within the camera being able to focus in. Like what we see here, folks, is as the camera is showing the water bottle, we can see it's circled up on it, and basically then you would take that information in a different application, and then the different application would say, okay, that's a water bottle.
Yeah.
So in other words, what we've been here, and you could probably within this software as well, you could take a snap at this point of that particular object and put it in, if you had running an additional software application.
Yeah.
You could do the snap and say, okay, we've captured that. Let's identify it later. That's very interesting. So what are I guess for a better word, what are the limitations of the object detection?
Of course, one of the limitations is it goes for any AI application, but you have to train the AI engine. So someone has trained actually to detect approximately 90 different objects. So if you have more than that, and in the world you have so many objects,
right?
So you have to train for that, and you have to build the model, and that requires a lot of effort.
Yeah.
So depending upon the customer, of course, we can try to build that model, but we normally leave that to the customers. We don't go into that area. What we focus on is if we have the model, then we can infer from that.
I got you.
And tell him the results.
I see.
Yeah.
So if the model is basically, I need to see people, I need to see bags, I need to see whatever the list is, then you train the system to see those particular objects.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
Because you think about, you could almost train this to see a knife, see a handgun, see
facial recognition,
see different types of things that you're looking for
Yeah.
that you want to catch, or maybe it's you have to actually physically see it. So wow, there's a whole host of things that's very, very cool. And the best part is it's just running on a chip that again, while you're wearing a vest, this could go in a very small application on a camera pointing at a hallway or something.
Exactly. So, like, you may get an idea. It could be used for the police force.
Yep.
Something, they wear something similar.
Sure.
So, and they can, as you said, they can detect guns or, dangerous items.
Yeah.
So then they don't have to keep on looking. The camera is looking for them.
Yeah.
It relieves their burden on that point.
I was just about to say, specifically the Secret Service and people like that who come in and patrol the same place every day, and they're looking for suspicious objects that weren't there the day before.
What's the size limit then? What's the detection limit from a size standpoint?
So that I think goes again into the area of the camera's capacity.
Yep.
So we have provided a very economical solution. So we have not used a very high quality camera,
Right.
but even then you can see it detects a lot of objects at this range.
Sure.
So if you have a better camera, if you have a camera which can detect more, distance.
Right.
That's a different thing. We are actually concentrating on the processing power, not on the camera.
Yes, so that it's just like anything else. If you have a telescope, you can see the moon better with your eyes. So it all depends on the optics that you're attaching to the processor.
Yeah.
Very, very, very cool. So Architect, ARCHITEK.com?
.ai.
And you guys are looking for B2B partners, integration. What's the goal?
Well, B2B, because we make the chip and it's a device.
Sure.
So it doesn't run by itself. We of course provide the software to run it.
Yeah.
So, but it has to be put into products. It could be put into security cameras, as I said, or it could be even put on drones. It could even be used for automotive autonomous vehicles.
Sure.
We actually can even run application which can take your car and tell it where it is at every moment and make a map around it.
Where's the company based out of?
We are based in Japan, actually.
Japan. Oh.
Yes. So we are here from Japan.
Okay. Fantastic. Awesome. All right, everyone. Architect, and we've got Hassan here, and of course the CEO is doing the Suji Takada. So, Domo arigato. Thank you much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah.
Really cool. Right. Object detection and avoidance technology is some of the wildest stuff out there.
Yeah.
The applications for it go so far.
So Hassan didn't look like it was from Japan. So I was trying to, and the other guy did. I was trying to figure out, okay, where's the company located? So, oh, very, 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 very cool. Yeah, you know, it's an interesting world we're starting to live in.
Yeah.
And obviously, a surveillance state type of technology, it could be a whole, it doesn't have to be surveillance. It could be a whole bunch of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting. So anyway, I am going to look and see what we've got in the chat room. If we've had anybody pop in and make comments. I got to reach down and get my other water bottle here because I'm just about out. So there for a little while, people are coming in on a pretty consistent basis. So yeah, that was good. That helps us. That makes the time go fast, ladies and gentlemen.
It does. It makes it breeze by. As a matter of fact, we only have about an hour left of coverage from the tower here in Vegas.
Yeah. So and then we get to do what? Tear it down.
Tear it all down. Take it to a car and go interview other people on our feet.
What took a day and a half to put up will take about an hour to break down.
That's right. Nothing like striking out.
That's right. And the question is, are they going to let us pull those bags out during the middle of the show? That's the question. Guess what we're going to do? We're not going to ask permission.
No,
we're just going to roll.
You just go. That's just it.
All right, so let me look at the time here. So did we already have Verisight come in?
Yes, we did.
We did, and we've had...
That was the amazing QR
technology. That's right.
That we just saw, QR blockchain.
And I think Waverly Labs is still on the list. Circular, the 8K Association, Everkey. But this is, don't get us wrong. We're going all the way to, I think, 5 o'clock today on the East Coast.
East Coast coverage, everything else, all of the virtual.
Yeah.
All that
5
good
o'clock
stuff.
Pacific we're going to. Actually, no, we're going until 2:30 Pacific is the end of today. So that would be, wow, that's still 5:30 Eastern.
Yes.
So.
Yes, it is.
All right, good. Okay, so let me go ahead and go back to social and see what people are talking about during the show and get us some topics to riff on here.
Keepster was a really interesting concept. I liked that. What I loved was it was passive.
Yeah.
Just a card you carry in your pocket that is like a passive RFID chip.
So
really, really neat.
Here's something from Tech Hunt. They said it happened. Elon Musk finally reveals new Tesla e-bike.
Oh.
So there's a YouTube video out on that.
How about that?
And so just what we need is more bikes. But I guess if it's a Tesla, people are going to buy it. What else here? A lot of French posts have a hard time. I don't have a see your hype trend. Geekspin has got a article about it's $8,000, but to be fair, the human touch Certus will make you forget about the money you just spent on it in like 10 seconds. These are the massage chairs.
Yeah.
Oh, my sister's got a real nice one.
$10,000.
That's some money. That thing.
Like, I spend some time in a seat, but I don't know if I spend $10,000.
It's $8.
Worth of time.
Still $8. It's not quite 10.
Don't
8,
forget
but still
tax,
right.
shipping.
But that's still a lot of money for a massage chair.
Yeah, it is. It is. Wow.
Yeah, $8,000. Have to buy one used on eBay.
It's something. Now, what's some of the other stuff that you're looking forward to before we wrap this stuff?
For the rest of the show?
Yeah. Whenever you go out walking around, what kind of stuff are you normally looking for?
I'm always looking for something that's cool, innovative, and this year it's been, I'll be honest with you, been a little hard. I think, I don't know. I just haven't found a lot of stuff that just grab my attention. Some years are kind of like this. And I don't think we established the price point either of
there wasn't a true arc of a price point.
No.
There were a few things that came around at that $29 range, that kind of stuff.
That stuff we're seeing dime a dozen, and a lot of that stuff is definitely coming straight out of China. A lot of that stuff.
Sure.
So yeah, it's an interesting time in the space, and I think true innovation, was like that guy that brought us that induction / microwave oven.
Yes.
Now that was that was a wow.
Like I said, that is a game-changing product if you work in rapid food service, not necessarily fast food, but
or for something for my house or for my office.
Exactly.
Is all going to be good.
Exactly. Something like that, precisely in your office where you're trying to encourage people to eat better, maybe not so much fast foods.
I tell you what I am looking forward to is getting out of this mask. This Las Vegas mandate mask is, whoo.
It's tough.
I've got a stack of dirty ones that big right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I bring one of these for each day.
All right, so our next guest is here, we're going to
hello, guys. Hello.
We're welcome Sergio De Rio from Waverly Labs. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so tell us about what you're demonstrating at CES and what Waverly Labs is all about.
All right, so we do voice translation solutions. We've been in the market for 5 years now, and we have, really specialized into trying to nail down the problem of translation, right? So we have 3 solutions. The first one is this one, Ambassador. So what it does is this little earpiece that you place in your ear, everything I'm saying is being recorded, and then in the other earpieces, you will hear the translation directly in your ears, right? So it's going to whisper the translation.
Right.
We've focused a lot on the accuracy and the speed. So it has to be very fast in order for it to be like a fluent conversation, as if you knew the language, right? So yeah, you can connect up to 4 of those devices. You can also give a lecture or a conference using one of those. So you plug like the audio system on your phone, and then you can translate for 1,000 people, 2,000 people. And also you can do the reverse. You can sit down in an audience and hear everything that's being said in another language. So the idea is to break the language barriers. Include a lot of people that maybe it's not participating in the market, and also bring a little bit more of empathy and compassion and everything.
Oh gosh, this is just a topic that is so close to the heart to me.
Same.
As an example, for years, traveling in Japan was always, it's difficult because of the language barrier. And, some people speak English. My Japanese is very minor. But now that I'm visiting like Latin America and, I don't speak Spanish. So, the Spanish translation stuff, I'm on my phone using translator. It's awkward. I know this is more of a person-to-person thing, but still, if I can be someplace and I'm having a challenge and hand someone a headset and they put it on there and I can talk and it speaks Spanish to them, and vice versa.
And the other thing, now that you're saying Latin America, we don't only have languages. We don't translate, let's say, Spanish to English. We translate dialects. So Colombian Spanish to British English or American English or whatever. So that increases the accuracy of the translation a lot. Because we all have slang, we all have expressions. And
That's
stuff.
right.
We want to keep it as close.
And it's now in a headset form. I've seen stuff in the past where it was like a little, almost the same size of a cell phone type of a deal. How many languages?
It has 20 languages and 43 dialects. So and those are like the main languages on world. You're rarely gonna need something different. We did wanted to focus on quality, rather than incorporating like 58 languages or whatever. So those are the 20 languages that we really can deliver. And
so is Portuguese on the list?
Portuguese. We have Brazilian and Portuguese from Portugal.
Yeah. Wow.
And also, well, this is our first solution.
Yep.
We also are presenting now at the booth a solution we call subtitles. It's pretty much like having subtitles in the real world. Like if you're watching a Korean movie with English subtitles, like that. So it's a COVID screen, so it protects you from COVID infections. And also, what I'm saying, let's say I speak in Spanish, you'll read the translation in English right there on real time. So it's very fast. Reading is faster than listening.
Yeah.
So you can even just like skim through it and have more like a nearly real-time conversation.
Sure.
It's great for like, customer service, hotels, restaurants, ticket selling and stuff like that. plus the protection of COVID, right?
Right.
And he has like 0 installation time. You just like present yourself into the window, select your language, start talking. So
interesting.
That one has been getting a lot of good reviews, good reception. People like it, because it's kind of like a Netflix movie, but in real life.
Yeah. The thing that drives me crazy about using my cell phone, it can be ornery.
Yeah.
Like you hit you speak English, and of course it's trying to catch up. And if you've downloaded the language set, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets stuck or the audio stops, and it's just.
Well, and that all depends on connectivity too, which I was just about to ask. Do you have to use an app, an interface with this, or anything like that? Is this proprietary within itself? Self-contained?
Correct. No, you do need to download the app.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that we do all the translation in our cloud because the quality of translation is way better. If you try to do it in a device, it's very limited, the processing power that we have in a phone.
Sure.
It actually starts heating up a lot. And burning your battery. We don't want to do that.
Sure.
But in the cloud, you get like really accurate translation.
Okay.
Also very accurate speech recognition. That's like the secret sauce of our
So
product.
you have to have connectivity.
Correct. Yeah. But if you have 3G, it's enough. Obviously 4G, 5G, then it flies. Wi-Fi, that's incredible.
Right.
But 3G, it's more than
and
enough.
on a hardline connection, even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. In my industry, I work in the live events industry, and frequently we are setting up 4 or 5 translation booths in the back of the room where somebody is real time.
Right.
And each one of those is on a different transmitter.
Right.
You got to pass them out before people come in.
Yeah.
But to be able to have this in the back of the room,
right,
just a couple hundred units, whatever, and have the app plugged in to a computer on a hardline internet connection, that is an entire cost saver.
It's a big cost saver.
Like that.
And actually, now that you're saying about the events, let me introduce you to the third solution that we have. It's called Audience.
Oh.
So it's actually replacing everything that you were just talking about right now. Replacing the little boxes, the receptors, the headphones, the booth in the back, etc.
Right.
With this, I can plug a microphone directly.
Yep.
I can be speaking. I create, let's say, a new conference. I put the title of the conference, my language, the language of the audience, the gender, and then people can join with a QR code or just typing in, right?
Cool.
So you can translate, let's say.
You can put that up on the projector and they can just shoot it and they're in there now.
People download the app quickly on their phone because it's a 5 megabyte app, so it's really fast. And they get the translation directly on their phones, even if they're like in a different country,
Wow.
So they could be doing that live session. So we want to save all those costs for the event organizers, because it's already a lot of logistics when you organize an event like that.
Yeah.
And actually, right now the app is free. We're gonna, we want to demo it, get more like insights and everything in the event. But the machine translation is very, very accurate. We have actually compared it with human translation, and sometimes it's better because machines have no limit in memory. So like the computers know all the words. They have all the dictionaries, right?
Yeah.
So they don't have those limitations.
Yeah.
So 2 devices, 1 phone. You connect to those via Bluetooth, I'm assuming, so that when are both devices sync to the same phone? I'm assuming.
Correct. You can in the ambassador solution, because for audience you don't need these devices.
Right.
You can do, but for ambassador you can connect up to 4, and all of them are bidirectional, meaning that you record and then you receive audio at the same time.
So you have those in your pocket. If you're in a bar, or if you're in an emergency room, or wherever you are, you can plug somebody in and just have the conversation.
Correct. Yeah. And actually, at the end of the conversation, you can download the transcript if you want. So let's say you had a business meeting or you had like an organization meeting for whatever event. Then you can review the details. What time were we going to meet up at that? 3 p.m. or whatever. Because then you can download it in PDF and send it with everybody in email or whatever.
And especially for meetings, that kind of stuff, to be able to have minutes.
Correct.
I'm thinking about this. Obviously, you're thinking about the business application. I'm thinking about the social application.
Oh,
sure. And really that ability to have a conversation with somebody and not be sitting there.
Even to put our podcast through that.
Right.
And be able to tell people.
That's right.
Download the app. You can listen to it in any language you want.
Yeah.
That'll be very cool to try. Yeah, that is incredible.
Yeah. What's the pricing then? What are we looking at?
For ambassadors is $179, and that's it. You don't pay annual fees, you don't pay membership, you don't pay nothing.
Okay.
Audience, as I was saying, is free. And the screen we think is going to be about $550. The subtitles screen. It's a big screen and two front screens. Yep.
Awesome.
That is outstandingly affordable.
Yeah.
Correct. Way more affordable than like a language class.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's pretty amazing. I'm just curious about the full language set, so I'm gonna have to go on the website and review that. But is it waverlylabs.com or is that the website?
Correct. waverlylabs.com. Yeah.
waverlylabs.com. And I'm assuming based on the packaging that most of this is available except for the screen. The screen is new.
Yeah, the screen is new. I think we're gonna launch it by the mid of this year. We're finalizing the components because, as you know, this is very hard now with like the supply chain issues.
Yeah.
So we just want to get the casting really well done.
Right.
But yeah. We're aiming maybe for July or something. Get the product out of the market.
How's the response been so far to this?
Well, actually, it's very good for the subtitles. It's been way better than we thought.
Wow.
I think it works very well for video and podcast and stuff like that. Like for YouTubers, they all go crazy because you record in one side, whatever, and then turn around. And then you see the translation and you see how fast the interactions become. You know, like yesterday I was having a conversation, Spanish Arabic. Of course, I had no idea what he was saying in Arabic.
Right.
But, it became like a fun conversation and he was joking and stuff like that. So it was like, wow, this is and for video, everything that's YouTube and stuff, they get crazy about it. And customers really like Ambassador. They're like, they see the benefit right there in their ears.
Yeah.
They see the speed. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very. Now, see, we're talking about cool things we found at the show. Right here, this is number 2.
This was on my 3.5-page list of booths to find to interview because when I saw this and went to their website and started researching it, it was like, this is groundbreaking technology.
Yeah, this is cool. How long have you guys been in business?
We've been in business for 5 years now.
Yeah.
Developing, improving. Every month we try to release new updates and improve the product constantly. So if you buy it now, 6 months down the road, it's going to be a way better product still. Yeah.
Awesome.
We're pretty passionate about this problem.
You're leveraging some fantastic AI to do that.
Yeah.
All right. WaverlyLabs.com. Sergio, thanks for coming on. This is exciting. Good luck with you in the show and further expansion.
It's a pleasure to be here, guys. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
If you have a card, please do feel free to leave it. I would love to have you on a private episode of my show to talk about this.
Perfect.
All right.
It's all about the AV industry. So
awesome.
Yeah, very cool.
Like I said, that is a game changer when it comes to live events, man. I hate to say that a bunch of interpreters are about to be put to work, but if that's the actual capability in real time, that's insane.
And it all depends too. For me, is how diverse is the language base? He said, so it sounds like he's got the majors
One
covered.
language is 40 dialects.
Yeah.
So,
and I would be surprised if Japanese was on that list. Most have a very hard time doing Japanese.
Yeah.
But maybe, who knows,
Well, it's, once again, a great leveraging of AI technology.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal to know that is happening in real time. That's something that is straight out of Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's really, really cool because I can think of, even in the community I'm living in now, we have a lot of Spanish speakers that don't speak any English come into my sister's business. And there's really no way to fully communicate. But if we could put
$500 for that screen.
Right.
$500 is the cost of a decent television.
Yeah.
But
I want it on a tablet where you can see it on a tablet.
I'm sure it would be available very soon because you're looking at a screen and a camera, and a screen and a camera and a microphone. You got it all right there. So I can't imagine it couldn't be put into an app version once they get there.
And there's a number of these types of solutions out there, and some of them are better than others. So the key is to test and see how well it works, and then provide as much feedback as you can. To them. So, very, very cool. All right. Well, that was Waverly, and let's see here. Where are we at in the schedule?
Should be just past the noon o'clock hour.
We are at 12:10. So we've got about 30 minutes left here before we're going to be wrapped up. So, okay. Our next guest is here. They're prepping them.
Mad shout outs to Kirk because he has been keeping the schedule down and bringing guests in left and right. Without him over there doing all of that, and without Maurice over there pushing buttons, I wouldn't be up here.
Yep.
Oh no.
Ooh. Okay, so we've got Chris Chinook. Is that the correct way to pronounce it?
Chinook, yeah, that's how I pronounce it. Yeah.
All right, and you're with the 8K Association.
I am.
So it wasn't too many years ago where it was just everything was 4K, but now everything is 8K.
That's so last century, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is we live stream, and I was laughing at one of the guys earlier today because I normally stream in 720. He was streaming in 1080, and just because the internet 8K or 4K depends on bandwidth limitations. You know, it doesn't work out so well. But in TV, it's a whole different game. It's a whole different play.
Yeah.
So what's happening with the 8K Association?
Well, it's certainly early in the 8K transition, but we've seen a number of transitions in the TV market and displays in general. You know, we've gone from standard definition to high definition to full HD to 4K. We've added HDR as part of that transition.
Yep.
So 8K is just kind of the next natural step, right?
Yeah. And I've heard some actors are already scared of 8K because they can really see the lines on their faces and stuff.
You know, when 4K first came out, I remember just as a video engineer, everybody asking for 4K at their wedding and things like that. And I would have to kindly explain, like, we have to hope that you don't have any loose threads. We need to make sure that you have an actual makeup person for 4K.
Yeah.
So that you don't have a hard line of makeup down your chin and all your wedding video.
Exactly. All the sets had to be redesigned.
Totally redone.
Yep.
Yeah. So is that the same thing people are facing with 8K just because we're really doubling again, right?
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. There are some accommodations that you're going to have to make. But certainly content creators understand the benefits. If you capture at higher and higher resolution, there's just more you can do with that image. You can always create something softer.
That's right.
You can always do something lower resolution.
Yeah.
But if you start with a higher resolution master, it's going to be a better product no matter what resolution
That's
you
right.
master at.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we've always said, even like here, it's like in audio. We can always fix low audio, but we can't fix overdriven audio.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with like the 8K analogy. You get a better initial product. You can always downsize if you need to, but that initial product is your master. You can master from that.
Right.
But there is a flip side to that, because you can a lot of the 8K TVs now do very sophisticated upscaling. You can take 4K content, you can take full HD content, and you create those pixels.
Yep.
And the algorithms that they use now are actually quite a bit different than we had in previous generations, right? That was more kind of scaling and nearest neighbor kinds of things. Now they're all AI based. So they're looking at textures, they're doing machine learning on databases and identifying objects and adding textures and details that is just not algorithmically based.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and there's I know Blackmagic and Aja both have a unit out. I think Blackmagic has a Teranex that'll do SD to 4K.
Yep.
Pixel for pixel, line for line
It'll do it to 8K now too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the recent update that I just saw come through on my blog posts.
Yep.
From their RSS feed was that they'd updated to 8K, and it's really interesting to see this move in my industry, because I work in the live events industry, and to see everything moving toward the direction of 4K, even in projection.
Yeah.
All of that has been amazing, and the things that can be done with those resolutions, as far as video blending, pixel for pixel video blending, are really, really remarkable.
And the higher resolution also makes visual effects work much easier too, right?
Mhm.
Cleaner edges, better plates,
Yeah.
more pixels for the definition.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It really, really is. Now, I'm going to ask a hypothetical question. Is 8K the limit?
We're certainly getting toward diminishing returns at this point. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see 16K come, but you may see maybe a de-emphasis on resolution kind of going forward. And the reason I say that is because there are other technologies that are coming down the pike For example, think of light field displays. You know what light field displays are, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you need tons and tons of pixels for that. I mean, orders of magnitude more.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, 8K and 16K is almost a starting point for those kinds of displays, right?
Yeah, precisely. When you're starting to get into live XR, that kind of resolution, those kind of things, you've got to start up at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, the early beginnings of those kinds of displays, and we're seeing some out on the show floor here, right?
Yeah.
There are 8K based 3D displays that are looking pretty good.
Yep.
And as you add more pixels, you'll be able to add more views, more directionality, more fidelity. And 3D is come and gone several times. We know this.
Yeah.
As did 4-chip.
Yep.
4-chip came. I was very excited to hear about the 4-chip revolution, and let's get a yellow color chip in there and add a whole another 2 million colors to our palette.
Yes.
But it, once again, like Todd asked, at what point do you go, okay, we're getting a little bit wild here?
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit crazy.
Yeah. Well, I think really it's kind of driven on two sides of the picture here, right? It's the device makers who are always looking to add new technology. They have to push the new frontier. They got to have something new to add to sell something new, right?
Yeah.
And then it's just not TV makers. It's electronics and processing and all that stuff. And then it's the creatives. You start to give them new tools, new color palettes, new higher dynamic range, new frame rates that they can do, variable frame rates.
Right.
And these become new tools, and they say, well, I want to create content in different ways. VR, I mean, right? So these are creatives will drive it on one end, and the device makers will drive it on the other end. The challenge is in the middle.
Yeah.
How do you move from one to the other?
Well, and how do you make it consumable?
Yeah.
It's great if you've got it in this limited market and it's going from the people making the movies to a movie screen. What about everybody at home? What about the post market?
Right. Exactly.
And with that in mind, I guess one of the questions I'd ask is for all those folks out there that are still living in 1080p world, perfectly fine.
Yep.
Your eyes process it just fine. How can they fix the issue of 4K and 8K brightness? Because a lot of people that I know are like, my God, everything's just so bright now. And I'm like, well, the issue is the studio at the news station is shooting on 4K cameras and pushing it out that way, and you're watching it on a lower resolution. That doesn't get rid of the gamut of that extra bandwidth of colors that comes through from 4K or 8K.
Right.
So how long will it be before they're going to be able to fix that?
Well, I mean, the TVs are getting pretty smart about how they identify the signals, right? It can be a standard dynamic range signal. It can be an HDR, a high dynamic range signal. So people who are still on 1080 displays are almost always looking at standard dynamic range content. So they don't really have to deal with the HDR problems. It's when you get, I think, HDR content on an HDR display that people go, whoa, this is bright, or I can see all those great details in the shadows and stuff. Some people love it. I think most people love it.
Quite a few do. We have the issue, though, where there are some 1080p video mixers where that color white just maxes out the chip. And eventually you deal with a black frame, and it comes back until that buffer is rebuilt. And if somebody's sitting on a white slide with a whole bunch of tiny black print, that could be flashing like every 15 seconds while they're on stage.
Oh, I see.
It's just because things have progressed that fast in the industry
Yep.
that, not everybody's out there using a 4K projector
True.
or a 4K mixer. But the computer that's projecting, even if we dumb it down to 1080, is still pushing all the colors of 4K, even out of a 1080 output.
Yeah.
So interesting things like that are starting to occur now in the live field because of that.
And it's a situation too, and I come from a different perspective. Where I live now is literally rural America, internet hell. I mean, there is not good bandwidth, and I'm waiting for Elon to get me a satellite above my head so I can, get Starlink. But the challenge I have is I got this beautiful 4K Sony TV, spent a lot of money for it, and unless I'm plugging some sort of external media into it, I'm not getting the 4K even any of the 4K just because I don't have the bandwidth resolution to pull it in, and I'm not subscribed any longer to a satellite or cable TV.
Yep.
So
and fixed media, I mean, that's dying, right?
Yeah.
Right. So for me, and for a subset of people that live in the United States where they don't have a good internet connection, there can be all kinds of great 4K content out there and just not capable.
Yeah.
They dumb it down. They take it to 1080 or if it's even starting to buffering, they'll even go lower with the delivery rate like Netflix and so forth. And not everything in Netflix is obviously 4K, but so we got to get the broadband issue fixed for some of us to be able to support the higher transfer rates that are needed for those higher resolutions.
Build Back Better is supposed to put some money in this area, right?
Knock on wood. We'll see.
Well,
Yeah.
and granted, there are a few aftermarket solutions for that. The decimator that I showed you the other day.
But John C. Consumer is not going to buy a decimator.
No. They don't even know that a decimator.
What is a decimator?
See, he's in the 8K Association. A decimator is an upscale, downscale, or HDMI to SDI conversion.
Okay.
So right now I have a lower quality 1080p screen that only does 29.97. My output is doing 59.94, and the decimator is kicking it out what the monitor needs to see and kicking it out what the record needs to see.
But you're the pro AV guy, so.
But for a few $100, you can get a 1080p to 4K.
I know, but for J consumer though,
tough.
and if they're on a good
That's the
bandwidth
cost
connection,
it's the cost of a television.
yeah, or if they have a cable connection, they're starting to get access to some of this higher resolution content.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of time, and it's just like now, how many 8K sets are out? That's another thing too, right?
Yeah, it's still early days.
It's still early days. But, within 5, 6, 7 years, I'm sure we're all going to have an 8K in our home.
Well, I mean, it happened with 1080p
Same thing.
and 4K, right?
Same thing.
It took over rapidly.
Did you know there's actually a pretty a clear cycle between standard def and 720, and then 720 to 1080 and 1080 to 4K? 7 years.
7 years.
From introduction to 50% of sales.
Yeah.
See, I said 5 to 6 years, and he just confirmed it. 7 years.
Yep.
Close to it.
Now it's going to stretch out with 8K because we kind of had for two things. We kind of had when 4K started, you might think, well, that starts a 7-year cycle, right? Well, it did sort of, but kind of halfway or partway through that, we had the introduction of 4K HDR. Which was a much more significant introduction. So that almost restarted the cycle, I think, when we started there. And then the pandemic.
And then also, too, is you've had production houses invest millions of dollars in 4K cameras.
Yes.
So now you're asking them relatively in a short period of time, let's go bump to 8K.
Sure.
So, you're looking at a complete recapitalization of gear. So what they're going to do is they're still running 1080 and 4K recording gear. And as that stuff starts to retire,
they're already talking about 12K.
Yeah.
Like there's
Blackmagic's got one.
Blackmagic has 12K capability already.
Yep.
So
I remember the first Red.
Yeah. And that was not that long ago. When
No,
AV
not that long.
equipment wise, that was like a decade ago.
Yeah.
That was baby.
Saw that Red 4K camera, 4K.
Exactly.
So
what will it take for this adoption to come about? Because of course, like you were saying,
I think time, right?
But
well, it's time for sure. But and that's part of the mission of the 8K Association is trying to figure out how we can kind of move this time frame a little bit faster, right?
Well, and yes, the example I always give people when it comes to products, especially in the AV market, is my beloved mini disc. I love mini disc. It was a great format for creators. You could record, you could mix things around. I could put 5 or 6 different mix downs of a song and go, I like that one, but I want it to be track 3, and I could do it in my car. It was wicked cool. The problem was not everybody even had a CD player yet.
Yeah.
We hadn't even made CDs mandatory in computers yet. And Sony was already trying to say, here's the best new format.
Yeah.
And it crashed the entire mini disc market. which was really looking to be something very revolutionary. Of course, quickly
it sounds like you're living in the VHS days.
Hey man, I just got a rack mount analog 4-track to bring all my stuff down to digital. All right, but the thing is, once again, like I said, yes, you want to push that timeline forward, but are you afraid of scaring the consumer? Like the same way where it's like, hey, I haven't even made a 4K TV jump yet.
Yeah,
you're talking about 8K.
Well, maybe. I don't know about scaring the consumer. I think it's just going to be, the way the 4K TVs got out there, right? They were expensive. They were big screen sizes. They moved down in screen size and in price.
Same thing.
It's just going to happen again. And, in 5 years, you're going to go to the store and you can't, you'll get a 4K, but, it'll be 34 inches.
That's right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And just by default, you go in the store and there's going to be a whole wall of 8Ks.
Right.
Just by default. Now there's one or two, but later on, there's going to be 30 of them that you're going to be able to pick from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's pretty amazing. And I'm thinking about all the cameras I have. I haven't made the jump even to 4K because I don't need it because you do online stuff. I don't need to do it.
I've got a 2.5. I've got a 2.5.
So, at some point I'll have to make the gulp and say, okay, you got to go ahead again, recapitalize and go to 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what kind of technologies are going to be necessary to leverage this in consumer products like television, stuff like that? Because, of course, OLED, plasma, that kind of stuff is what made 4K possible.
Yeah. Well, all those technologies support 8K as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just higher densities, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just higher pixel density.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, if you look at some of I remember being here at CES maybe, I don't know how many years ago when we saw the first OLED displays. And when I saw those displays, and it was shocking to me how brilliant and how much almost more real than life those images look. And to think where we were maybe that was 10 years ago. I don't even remember the timeline, but to see now, like when I walked through a couple of the major manufacturer booths with some 8K TVs, I'm like, oh, I had the same reaction.
Yeah.
So
stunning.
Once people see, now that's obviously in a demo reel, it's in perfect conditions, lighting, but once people see that, they're going to go, oh, the consumer's going to make the jump.
Yeah.
The consumers, once they see it, and they're like, oh my God, I have to have that. I need a 70-inch in my living room or an 80.
Yeah.
And
there's a new display technology that just debuted at CES this week. It's called QD display.
Oh, yep.
I was one of only 5 media who saw it at this show.
Wow. Really? So what was your reaction?
I loved it. So it's
so they had it hid. They didn't have it out for public.
No, it was in a private suite.
Explain it a little bit if you can.
Sure. So an OLED TV has organic layers, right? What LG does is they create basically a white OLED emitter. So it's white light, and then they put red, green, and blue color filters, and actually a clear, so it's a white subpixel as well on top of that. So it has great contrast, great colors, etc. You've seen what OLEDs look like.
Yeah.
The challenge, or perhaps the minor deficiency of that, is it can't get super bright in those colors. If you want a very bright red, green, or blue image, or a yellow image, it just can't do it.
Because it's layered.
And you just can't push the materials that hard, right? So that's why they have that white subpixel. You add a little bit of white, and it makes it brighter.
Sure.
But you desaturate the color by doing that.
Yeah.
So and the way of measuring that's called color volume. Okay, how bright can the colors get over a luminance range? Okay. So what the QD display does is it starts with an OLED blue only layer. It has a kind of a clear subpixel again, so that's the same blue that's coming through in a traditional OLED layer. But now for red and green, they use quantum dots. So the blue converts those quantum dot materials to red and green with very narrow bandwidth. So it's direct emitting blue OLED and red and green quantum dots.
it's amazing how you can trick the eyeball, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the advantage, now it has all the advantages of wide color gambit, but now it's bigger color volume.
Yep.
So you can get brighter whites, brighter reds, brighter greens.
Deeper contrast.
Deeper contrast. Okay.
Huh. Did you have a moment?
Well, maybe I'm a little too jaded. I don't know. I do this all day long. You know?
Yeah. I think we all know it when we see it. When we go, wow! I think we all know it.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it's going to ultimately. I think, Chris, on the 8K side, for the consumer, when they see it and they say, "Wow," that will be the changing point.
Yeah.
And again, smaller, less cost, get it down there where 4Ks are now.
Sure.
And then it's
which took a hot minute to do.
Right.
But now you can go out and buy 4K monitors
Yeah.
and things like that are less than a half-inch thick for a couple $100.
I know. So it's crazy. Well, sir, we've kept you long. We thank you for coming out.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on.
Is 8kassociation.com?
.com. Yep.
.com.
You betcha. Yeah, we're trying to educate the whole ecosystem from content creation, distribution, consumers. So, yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff there to help people understand what's going on and how they can get engaged.
Incredible.
And tell the actors out there, make sure you keep your plastic surgery current because you're going to need it when 8K comes.
You're gonna need your own special makeup person.
There you go. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of CES.
So, yeah, they complain about 4K. Wait till they're on screen with 8K.
I belong to a lot of independent videographer groups and stuff like that. There's always the argument going on of like, oh, everybody wants 4K content, and I can't upload 4K. everywhere.
Right.
How do I do this? And
yeah,
it'll be great. Thank
you.
It'll be fantastic to see when that comes about.
When I read this next company's name, my brain automatically run to alcohol. And it's and those of you that are watching, maybe you'll make the correlation, but I want to welcome Chris Wentz, the CEO of Every Key. Do you know what I was thinking about from the alcohol side, right?
No, I don't get the reference. But thanks for having me.
I was thinking about Everclear.
Everclear.
But anyway, you're with Every Key.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We're in Ohio, and Everclear is actually not. It's like illegal in Ohio, I guess. Because it's like such a high alcohol percentage.
So we've got a Buckeye in the house. You got a Spartan right here. So it's all good. We're all good. We're all friends. So tell us about Every Key.
Yeah, so at Every Key, we are solving the age-old problem of passwords and keys being very insecure and inconvenient. I have this big, bulky key ring that I have to take with me everywhere I go. Hope that didn't hit somebody back there. I also have a lot of different passwords, right? So many different passwords that I've had to write them all on this piece of paper in order to remember all these dang passwords. And at Every Key, we want to get rid of all of this broken and outdated access control technology and replace it with something better. Introducing the world's first universal smart key, Every Key. When Every Key is close to your phone, your laptop, your tablet, the door to your house, your car door, your bike lock, or anything else that requires a key or password to unlock, Every Key unlocks it for you. And then also logs you into all of your different website accounts and app accounts that you use throughout the day, anything from a social media account to an email account, a bank account, anything that would require a username and password to log in with. And then it locks everything back down when you walk away as well. So you don't have to worry about somebody else using your different key and password enabled devices when you're not around.
Interesting.
Now this guy knows how to do a demo.
That's it.
Thank you.
That's right there.
I found that's a good way to get people's attention. Set something on fire. You'll wake people up.
Always. Now, is this just a standard thumb drive? How does this operate?
It operates over Bluetooth, so you can actually just get close to one of your devices. I use a keyring accessory. I'd show you, but I just threw my keys behind me. We offer a wristband accessory, a keyring accessory. You just have your Every Key on you. You're close to one of your devices, and you can just unlock it seamlessly as if there was no password at all. You can also add a second factor of authentication, so you could use this with a fingerprint or a face scan for really good, really secure two-factor authentication as well.
Great. Now, is that something that I assume the fact that being Bluetooth, that Todd's phone would be able to see my device, correct?
So it only works with devices that you've set it up with. So you set up your EveryKey with your devices. If you were to lose your EveryKey, you could also freeze it. You just go into our app or call our customer service to kind of remotely deactivate it as well. So it's nice and safe and secure, and really allows you to have a different password for everything without having to remember what those passwords are.
Yeah. Now I'll let Todd ask his typical question on things that have membership.
Well, so I guess the question is then, it's maybe a little earlier in the conversation, but what differentiates this from other products out there in the market?
Sure. So there's other smart keys out there like YubiKey, Google Titan Key, and such. Great products. Most of them you have to actually plug into your different devices. EveryKey is fully wireless. We actually have a patent on one-to-many Bluetooth communications being used in a secure fashion for authentication. So we're actually the only smart key that's fully wireless, connects to all your devices.
So I can replace my AWS authentication, Microsoft authentication with this.
Absolutely, yeah. It's both a hardware security key and a password manager all in one solution. That's another way that we differentiate ourselves from the other smart keys out there, is that we also offer those password management solutions all in the smart key form factor, right? Typically with like a product like YubiKey, you would have to pair that with a password manager. So we're giving you an all-in-one solution, which really just provides a better user experience, something that the user is going to love a lot more, and they're sorry, my mouth is getting in my mouth.
Everybody.
And something that the user is going to pay less for ultimately as well, because you're buying one product instead of multiple.
So I can use that with my phone and my computer?
Yeah. If your phone and your computer, your tablet, all of your different website accounts on those devices, that's what it works with today. And then, holistically tomorrow, in the near future here, we'll be releasing car integrations and house door lock integrations and bike lock integrations and all kinds of other cool stuff.
So I drop that on the street. Someone picks it up.
Yep.
They see me drop it. They know Todd's car's over there, or I come out of this door. How does that stay until I deactivate it? What's the security ramifications of that?
Sure. So anything that you want to add that extra layer of security on top of, you can enable EveryKey two-factor authentication. And that's where you just have the EveryKey. That's one of the factors, just having the EveryKey on you. Easiest first factor around, right? Because you just have it in your pocket. And then the second factor would be a fingerprint, a face scan, or you can even just use a PIN or a password, whatever you want to use as that second factor. So you've got a really easy to use two-factor authentication. Typically with two-factor, it's a big pain in the butt. You get you log in with your username and password, which we might already forget, and then you get a code sent to your phone or your email. Now you got to find that code, enter it back into the website. Big pain, multi-minute transaction. In a lot of cases, we've brought that down to less than a second. Just present your fingerprint.
It literally took me 5 minutes to do all of that on 2 devices earlier to get up and rolling.
Yeah,
literally.
So cost?
Yeah, so we charge $49 for the product, and that includes 1 month of subscription. Then it's $5 per month after the first month.
All right. So what happens if you go out of business? And I always ask that question because I got a device, and all of a sudden you say, oh, we're out.
Yeah, well, we're doing really well right now.
I know, but it's
been able to raise
but it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I can entertain that. So we would of course provide some kind of password export tool so that you could export your passwords, import them into a different service.
Sure.
We already offer a password import tool as it stands today, and I guess there is a password export tool already within our app. It's just you have to type in a specific command to access it. Yeah, exactly. Cool. But we would make it a little bit more prominent in that case.
So it's $5 a month after the first month. Yep.
Still incredibly affordable for that kind of ease of security.
Yeah,
it's right in line with all the other password managers. You're really paying about the same price that you pay for LastPass or Dashlane. But you're getting so much more features.
The size format is what I love, because I'm a big micro drive user, stuff like that.
I see it?
Like carrying big bulky drives anymore. That's pretty awesome.
So is this a prototype or is this on the market?
This is on the market. You can buy this right now from everykey.com.
Wow.
So here's the thing. I'm going to lose this. So do you have an adapter for it to put it on a key?
It's down there.
Yeah. I threw it behind my back, so it's somewhere behind us. I'll go and retrieve it after we're done here.
All right.
But we do have those.
So it does, but does it lock? Because it looks like to me that's the standard USB connection. So how do you keep that from separating from the keychain? or is it in a little
It's
holder?
just a small little holder.
It's in a holder.
Yeah, rubbery.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So it's not getting loose from the connection on the holder.
Yeah,
All right.
Right.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
Is this your guys' first show?
No, we've been to CES a few times
Okay.
now. Yeah, we've been very fortunate. I'm actually here with my first mentor, Bob Sopko.
I know Bob.
Yeah. Bob is amazing. He runs the LaunchNet at Case Western Reserve
That's right.
University.
Yep.
Every key was, believe it or not, actually an idea in an entrepreneurship class originally at Case Western.
Okay.
While I was finishing my computer science degree, and I was fortunate enough to meet Bob and get introduced to the entrepreneurial community of Cleveland, and they've taken us to CES a few times. We've been able to be in the Case booth a few times. Which is
Well, make sure you say hello to Bob for me.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right. Well, is it everykey.com?
Yep. Yeah, everykey.com, EVERYKEY.com. And you can use discount code DISCOUNT20 to get 20% off.
Nice. All right. Awesome. First time we've ever had someone do a flame here in the studio. So
that was a proper stage pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, there's Bob right there.
Yeah, Bob's here.
And look,
thank you.
You can
yeah.
There's
a keyring
the way
accessory.
that it actively locks in like that.
Perfect.
I like that.
Yeah.
And you can still access
You still
it while
access
it's on your ring.
Yeah, and we offer a wristband accessory very similar to that as well.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good luck with
Really,
everything.
really
and
exciting technology.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, that is great. I the Case Western hallway down there, the aisle that they have is one of my favorites.
I can find it this year. Did you find it?
I did, because I actually had an interview that I had to redo from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
With the guy from Case Western that makes 3D printed violins.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right.
That was really, really exciting stuff to see.
Hi, how you
Hello.
doing? I love your outfit.
Completely different.
Yeah, I love your outfit. Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. Let's bring her up on.
There we go.
Okay, so are you with Langeles?
No, I'm with Higher Orbit.
Higher Orbit.
I'm the person Marlo, strong armed you guys into having a conversation with.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no strong arming whatsoever. So why don't you give us the elevator pitch? Introduce yourself and everything.
Sure. So my name is Michelle Lucas, and I am the founder and CEO of Higher Orbits. We are a 501c3 that uses spaceflight to engage students in STEM while building teamwork, leadership, and communication skills. Marlo and I met when a different company I have, we started National Astronaut Day a handful of years ago.
Okay.
And we're geeks together. I'm a space geek. He's the guru of geek. And so here I am. And you guys, obviously, the geek theme continues.
And if you have a direct connection to Elon, tell him I'm waiting for my Starlink antenna.
I do not, but I'll add that to the list of people who have requests, including Tesla, Starlink, flights on, Dragon, all the things, right?
Right. So it's exciting. So you guys are actually building 2-orbit packages so tell us about that.
So what we do is we have this program called Go for Launch, where high school students get the opportunity to work with an astronaut for the entire event, 2 or 3 days, not a 40-minute talk, 12 questions and out the door. The astronaut serves as a mentor along with other individuals in the aerospace and tech world to talk about STEM. The students have to come up with an idea that fits in what we call a 1U cube. It's a 10-centimeter cube. Think about the size of a Kleenex box.
Sure.
And they compete to have that experiment flown to space. And the winning team's experiments actually fly to space. We've sent 12 to the space station, 1 suborbitally on a Blue Origin rocket. We'll send our next one, our 13th, to the space station next month on an Antares rocket. And these are ideas that come from students. These are not ideas that I come up with or professional scientists, principal investigators come up with. These are student ideas. These are the next generation of STEMists and explorers. And honestly, some of it is empowered by the tech that it exists and gets debuted here at CES. And I suspect we'll see some of our students at CES one day with their brilliant ideas.
So they envision and build?
So they define, define, and design. They don't build it unless it's going to actually fly to space. So every team comes up with a concept. And then once it's time for it to be built, we work with our integration partner, Space Tango, out of Lexington, Kentucky. And they work with the students to further refine the concept and build it, get it safety approved and all those things, and get on a rocket to launch to space.
Get it flight ready.
Yeah.
Really cool.
So do you go on, you often see the launch partners now doing, they'll launch 50 different projects. So are you going on one of those type of launch missions where some of that stuff is just getting pushed out at a certain orbit, or like you said, some stuff's going to the International Space Station too, right?
And so there's a variety of ways that people do things. We don't do CubeSats. Those are the things that get kicked off and orbit the Earth and all that good stuff, which is amazing. That's not our bailiwick.
Gotcha.
We're doing science on board the space station. So the astronauts take it out of the vehicle that it comes up on. Right now, it's either in a Cygnus or a Dragon capsule. Eventually, Sierra Space's Dream Chaser. Install it, and they get 30 days of data. And I don't know about you. I mean, we spend a lot of time on our computers, and there's some cool stuff on our computers. But for a teenager to be able to go to their computer and pull up data that is coming to their computer about their experiment from the space station, that's pretty cool. That's pretty game changing, right?
That's big.
It is.
So you're 501c3. So where do you guys find your funding? Just industry?
I am a scrappy gal from the south side of Chicago, so I have joked that I will beg for donuts, pencils, and everything in between, including my own personal rocket and flight to space. It comes through corporate sponsorships, some grants. We've been very fortunate to have some wonderful companies support us in a variety of ways, individual donors, and some of it is registration based. So our programs run like camps. I'll be honest, my grand goal is for every event to be for students to pay what they can. And whether that is $20 or $200 or whatever, that's my goal right now. We're working to get there, and so we are a big believer in every dollar counts. And so whether it's somebody who has $5 because they believe that every kid deserves access to project-based learning, or it's a company who wants to write a check with a whole lot of zeros, we're grateful to have it all.
Because it takes a whole lot of zeros. Even if something only weighs a pound, to get to orbit.
Yes. It is not inexpensive. Spaceflight costs have come down tremendously over the last decade, 20 years, but it's still not inexpensive,
That's right.
I mean, and you can see that in an analogy of air travel, right? So if we talk about humans, which, I mean, what a cool thing with tech right now that we have more normal people flying to space, and you can parse that of what it really means in the scheme of things. But it used to be that only, career astronauts got to go, and now you can buy a ticket.
That's right.
People are like, oh, it costs so much. Well, yeah, so did the first airplane ticket back when airplanes started flying. And now we all see we're in Vegas, right? There's the $79 fares to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And so costs are coming down, but it is still not inexpensive.
Yes. So do you then have to, once you get a project approved, then what is that process to get NASA to say it can go on the International Space Station?
So it's really cool because the International Space Station, half of it is a national lab. So the ISS National Lab allows for commercial partners, educational partners to fly their research to the space station. They have what's called a Space Act agreement. And so we work with our integrator, Space Tango, to go through that whole process. Basically, they want to make sure that your science is sound, that you're not going to do anything that harms the crew or the vehicle. And we've been very fortunate that they are a wonderful partner to us with that. It is game changing. It used to take 5-6 years to get your experiment to space. Now we can do it in about a year.
And every once in a while, you would hear, every couple of years, you'd hear about a college student with something going up, or an elementary school with an ant farm going up. But what kind of experiments are you all putting up there right now? What has been? Are they mostly agricultural? What does it skew one direction?
So, Chris, that's a great question, and I will tell you that the ideas are all over the board. So we have flown bees to space. To look at the proprioceptors and how they fly and how they feed. We have flown a bacteria experiment. There's a fungus experiment. Did you know there's fungus that I say eats radiation to grow? That's not the technical way to put it, as the students put it to me. And I said, but that makes sense in my brain because that's not my, not my world. Self-healing concrete.
Wow.
We have flown. We have lactobacillus, which is an antibiotic and whatnot. So plant growth, nitrogen fixation in plants. So as you can see, there is a very, very widespread we like the students to have free reign on a lot of things. They can't have an animal with a backbone. They all like want to fly, a little mouse, or I'm like, no, that's not what we're doing. And they're not allowed to explode anything or no fire. Those things are generally bad in space.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's up to them. And the sky is actually not the limit on that.
So is it typically K9, K12, or
so grade 8 through 12
8
is
through
typical.
12.
Now we have done some younger subsets, but we do grade 8 through 12. And then that is actually very targeted for us from
Sure.
a perspective of there's a lot of amazing programs out there, especially for elementary and middle school. When you get to high school, the programs, they kind of fall off, but they're also targeted in such a way. The ones that exist are for students who are already really geeked out. Now, I was the kid that was really geeked out. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
We have tried to craft our programs such that the kid who loves STEM can come and excel, but the kid who's like, meh, STEM sucks, but an astronaut's cool. I want to come hang out with an astronaut.
Right.
And we can show them that maybe science, technology, engineering, and math aren't exactly what they expected because they have sometimes a very closed off view
That's
of
right.
what that means.
That's right.
And so we work very hard to show them it's a lot broader than you probably realize.
Yeah.
And so trying to change hearts and minds of teenagers with STEM sometimes.
Yeah.
Sure. Now, is this a program that is grade required? Anything like that as far as academic performance?
No, we want all students who are interested.
Awesome.
And I'll tell you what, the kid that maybe is failing all of his or her classes might be exactly the kid that really needs this.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we're in communities all across the country. But one of the things that we are in, and I say all across the country, we are a small organization. So it's not like we're in every city, but we have been in a whole lot of different states. We actually will be here in Las Vegas in October in conjunction with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics.
Awesome.
But we are just now announcing something we call Your Future Flies With Us. And you can submit for your community to bring Go for Launch to your students at no cost.
Wow.
And so that is something we are really excited to be able to announce that reach even more kiddos.
That is great.
Well, I tell you what, why don't you tell the listening audience where, how,
Sure.
all that information.
So visit us online at www.higherorbits.org. And I always remind people it's S like the aerospace term, not Z like the travel website. Anywhere that says contact us, you'll get me. The other person in the office has 4 legs and fur and barks at FedEx. So you will get me. And you can check our webpage to find out where we're going to be at. And we always welcome students. We also welcome STEM and tech geeks who want to come talk to students. And donations. And right now we're also accepting donations for United Miles. If anybody has any bonus ones from those as you got here. So just FYI.
Higherorbits with an S.com.
.org.
.org. Bravo to you.
Thank
and
you.
what you guys are doing.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Such a great
absolutely.
program.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, that is really cool.
What a way to almost.
belong to a
I
couple
don't know if we're.
programs,
What? Alice, where did you find her? Oh my goodness. Bravo. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you so much.
absolutely. Oh, stickers.
I have a
All about stickers
I
on
have a
my
st-
Pelicans.
There we go. Okay.
Awesome.
Very, very cool. Yeah.
And I will definitely be in touch.
All right. So do we
that's great.
do we have one more guest? Okay. So thank you.
Really, really
Awesome.
cool concept.
All right. So we're not going to delay any whatsoever. We've got Prabal Lal. How do you pronounce your name?
Pro ball, like professional football, and Lola.
Okay. And you're with Fluent AI.
I am.
Yeah. Tell us about your project or your product.
Well, let me start with the company where,
Sure.
where you look at Google and Amazon doing voice recognition in the cloud, and you have to do speech to text, text
Yeah.
to cloud, and all of that
Drives
stuff.
me crazy.
Well, what we do is we go directly from acoustic to action. So we provide voice in very, very small devices. And the reason for that, I mean, privacy issues, latency issues. So it's very quick. It's intuitive. We just actually announced a product partnership with Knowles to actually voice embed their true wireless stereo earbuds. And what's interesting about that is previously, because of the small memory footprint that goes into a TWS earbud, you could at max do 10 commands and you'd have to remember them. It's really annoying, right? We can, in the same memory footprint, do 30 commands, but in 1,000 different ways. So you can actually say those 30 commands intuitively, no cognitive load. And so it makes life a lot easier, no tap, no app. We're also in smart home appliance goods, as well as in with Bosch or BSH in voice enabling their factories. So that is our company in sort of a nutshell.
That is really, really cool technology.
It is. And how are you guys working with partners here to get this implemented, or what's your goal of the show?
The goal of the show really is where most folks will actually go on the show floor to sell to consumers. We actually partner with large OEMs. So all of the traditional suspects that do earbuds are our potential clients. Jointly with Knowles, we meet privately in private suites to sort of take the conversations to the next level. And essentially, at the show, we wanted to do the reveal of the TWS earbuds.
So how's the reaction been to that?
It has been absolutely fabulous. The media pickup has been just absolutely crazy. So VentureBeat picks us up, VoiceBot.ai. In actual fact, Market Insider did a piece on us along with Knowles. So there's been some very, very keen excitement in terms of returning the true wireless stereo system on its head in terms of the person-machine interface side.
Very, very cool. So I think then if folks want to find more information out, they go to fluent.ai?
They go to www.fluent.ai.
And are you guys, you're not the reseller of the headphones. You have your partner, right?
Yeah, we really are the software that goes into the various headphones.
Did you want to give them a plug so people can check those out?
So Knowles is actually a company. It's a $800 million a year company. And they actually put the first mic on the moon. So Neil Armstrong used a Knowles mic to actually speak. So we're really quite honored to partner with them, because without them, our brand does not know.
Right. Well, awesome. Well, thank you for coming on and sharing with us. And I know the show's getting close to the end, but good luck with future endeavors and business that you've derived from the event.
Super. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much. All right. Now I'm being told we may have an interview or two more. So let me find out what's going on here. So are we still going? All right. Then one more in person.
In person.
All right. So who is the two in persons?
Hey, Todd. I don't know if you can hear me.
Scott.
Yeah, I can hear you, Scott. Go ahead.
Excellent. So I think looking at the schedule, let me pull it back up real quick. So we have Fluent Pet next at 1:10, which I think is supposed to be a virtual interview. And then 1:20 Metaverse is an in-person, which I'm happy to conduct remotely. If you guys don't want to be there, I just need the studio to stay there to the end.
To be honest with you, Scott, I have to use the little boys' room. So it's been 4 hours straight. So if you want to stay here on, that'll work. But I think I think I'll bounce out and then let you guys take over the virtual stuff. But,
all right.
So just before I get off the air here, I just want to thank everyone and all the team. I thank Scott for coordinate our portion of the coverage here. And of course, Chris for hauling in all the gear and making it possible for us to do the live. Of course, yesterday we got to see the doubleheader where we were switching back between Marlo and us. I think you'll see more of that next year. You can check me out at geeknewscentral.com. Of course, make sure you go over to techpodcast.com. Check out all the great shows over there. But I think, Chris, I'll leave you here and let Scott do it. And yes, too much water. So I'll bounce out for a little bit. So yeah, it's great doing the show. So thanks everyone. And Scott, we'll talk soon.
All right, friend. It's been a great show. Thank you, Todd.
Yeah.
But definitely go.
Yes.
All right.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna make you go away for a little bit, Chris, because my guest is here. We'll start that in just a second. So I'm gonna send you off for this. We'll come back to you, and then you and I will do an official handoff after that. Sound like a plan?
Sure thing.
All right. I'll talk to you in just a minute. All right. So I think our team, Adam, is taking over behind the board from here on out, which I appreciate. I'm going to mute something real quick and say something. All right. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but I do see that that Leo's here. So our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. Doing well.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah. So I'm Leo Tracci. I'm founder and CEO of a company called Clever Pet, the makers of the Fluent Pet Exile system. So we make a system that helps people communicate with the animals in their lives. So you can, if you've got a dog or a cat, you can teach them to press buttons and maybe ask you to go outside or for some food or some water.
All right. Very interesting. So how does this work? What all is involved in this this process?
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're taking my background is in cognitive science. So I did an undergrad degree in it, and then I was in the PhD program in cognitive science at UCSD. And so what the really cool realization was that back in actually the fall of 2019, this one woman, Christina Hunger, showed that she could take the techniques of speech language pathology, in which she is teaching, say, young individuals that like children who have trouble communicating. She teaches them to communicate by pressing buttons that have on them word sounds, and so that they can ask for what they want. She found that you could take those same techniques and apply them to teaching them to a dog, and the dog would show a lot of the same markers of understanding and ability as the as she was seeing in infants. And so this actually sparked a huge wave of really of people who saw that what she was doing, and a lot of people who themselves were speech language pathologists or were early childhood educators, occupational therapists. So they already had experience with these devices, AAC devices, augmentative and assistive communication devices, and thousands of people saw what she was doing. Now, the issue was they were all using these improvised things that they were putting together from parts at Home Depot. Mm-hmm. So what we did was my background, cognitive science, but then prior to this, we had made a computer game console for dogs. And so we had some experience with making hardware for non-human animals. And so we took the everything that we'd learned and we said, hey, all these thousands of people, like, we can make something for you that will make your lives a lot easier. And then the first thing we came up with was these kind of hex tiles. This is a much loved hex tile, and this lets you organize those sound buttons in a way that is a lot easier for dogs to learn, and keeps it from taking over your floor. It means that you don't have to buy plywood at the hardware store.
Okay, I understand. So I think we've all seen the Facebook and Instagram videos of people who have basically reprogrammed Staples Easy buttons and things like that.
Yeah.
This has taken that concept and made it into a safe, configurable,
expandable.
Ecosystem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing so this does a bunch of things, right? So not only can you grow your board gradually by adding puzzle piece one puzzle piece after the other. The other thing that it really lets you do is organize words so that you can have particular word categories, like subjects. So if humans that are around, or maybe other dogs, that would be in the subjects hex tile, and then you could have their toys would be in the objects hex tile. Locations would be in its own hex tile.
Okay.
Greeting words like social words like hello, those would be all in their own hex tile. So that provides potentially a cue to learners, as we call them,
okay,
as to like what the word category is. And then it also, the other great thing that it does is it might help them remember where the words are.
Right, because one of the things that most animals are good at is geography. They can remember placements of things.
That's true. Yeah. Spatial memory.
Yeah.
That is usually quite good. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So, you start to associate this particular, geographical area in the house with locations or socializing and things like that. That makes sense to me.
Exactly. Now, what people will do is they'll bring all those buttons together into a single, into a large board. And we have Alexis has her dog Bunny, who's quite famous, over 7 million followers on TikTok. I think Alexis's dog Bunny has, I think, over 90, maybe even as many as 100 buttons that Bunny uses in very entertaining ways. The latest thing that Bunny's talking about is her like things that go into her belly, and she's using it in a way that seems to suggest that eating. So she had previously said, bird belly go, after looking at a bird and barking at the bird belly go, which was crazy in its own right.
Wow.
And then it was like around Christmas, I think they'd given her some turkey, and she also said something about bird belly, wanting more of it, which is insane. I mean, like that, the fact that the dog would recognize the taste of turkey. I mean, that's like,
right.
Really? Although maybe she was told that it was a bird. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah.
Wow. That is all really fascinating. Where are we in this? Is this product out in the wild now? Can I have one yesterday?
Yeah. So the Fluent Pet the Fluent Pet hex tile system, I should say, these things, there's a set of hex tiles, buttons. We also have a community of people that you can join to learn how to do this better and troubleshoot and develop your skills with. That is currently available. We've been on the market actually since June of 2020 with these things, and they're quite simple. I mean, these are just little sound buttons outside.
Okay.
Right. That you can. Oh, let's see if I can do this properly here. You can basically you just push them in. They just press fit, as they say.
Okay.
And we've sold many of them. We've got over 50,000 customers who have purchased these and are kind of joining us in this, discovering of what it is that dogs and cats can do. But the reason why I think we're talking is we're coming out with a connected device, which kind of lets you get a text message from your dog. And that's like the really cool thing. So, it's not just the sound that they're transmitting. You might also be able to get like a push notification that says, play outside.
Wow. That definitely takes it to a whole different level there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and we've taken the liberty of improving the sound quality. So
okay.
I don't know if this outside.
Wow.
Play. Yeah. Much better sound quality. And it's like, very durable plastic here. So it's not like the kind of foam pads that we had before. These buttons, they look, they're totally actually removable, but they're a lot harder. You have to actually, twist them. So they're not as easy for dogs to unintentionally remove.
So they're threaded in there in some way.
Exactly. And this accommodates up to like 6 of those buttons.
Okay.
And so each of these has like a Wi-Fi connection, but it also connects via Bluetooth to any other kind of expansion tiles. So, for Bunny, who has over like maybe 100 buttons, there are these expansion hex tiles. They have a Bluetooth connection, so they don't have a speaker. but you can add them, use them to add to your soundboard, and press buttons, and have hundreds of buttons without having to spend the price of a thing that has a Wi-Fi connection and have a dozen Wi-Fi connected devices in your house that you didn't have before. So
right.
Yeah, makes it more affordable. It just runs on AA batteries for months, we think.
Okay, that's really cool. So what kind of price point are we looking at on these guys?
So for the base, we call this a base hex tile, a base Fluent Pet Connect hex tile. These are running $79.95, and the expansion hex tiles on their own will be $49.95. You can get them in kits of 3, so you can get 3 of these expansion hex tiles for $119.95, and you can get a kit of 1 base plus 2 expansion hex tiles for $129.95. Currently, they're not. These will likely be shipping spring, summer this year. So right now, you can kind of place a reservation on our website, just fluent.pet/connect.
Very cool. I love this. It is a fascinating take on the, because seriously, all the ones that I saw were people reprogramming Staples easy buttons,
right?
Which is an interesting reuse of those things, but it requires a lot of knowledge on reprogramming and the internals of electronics and stuff.
Sure,
so
yeah.
This is a great way for not just myself, but my mother to be able to use something to do this without having to learn soldering and chipsets and things.
Yeah, I mean, these we think we've made it a lot easier to get started. I mean, we have really comprehensive guides that we've built. The way we really where this thing came from was I posted onto one of the forums. I said, hey, I'd like to make your lives easier by making some custom hardware for you. And so we started meeting with these groups of people who were really, really far advanced. In the span of a few months, they had gotten their learners, is what we call them, up to, often more than a dozen buttons that they were using on a semi-consistent basis. So what we did is we said to a few dozen people, we said, hey, what tips or tricks do you have for people who are just getting started? What worked for you? What didn't? What kind of practical know-how can you share with us? And what we did is we consolidated all of that. We put it into a website called theycantalk.org, and people could go there and they could see, how should they start? Which would be some good first words? Which would be some good subsequent words? What are some do's and don'ts? What are do's and don'ts for particular words? It's often quite hard for people to learn, to teach kind of more abstract concepts, water, food, outside. That's, fairly straightforward, but people are trying to teach things like love you. One of the first abstract concepts that is often taught is like all done, which means no more playtime. All of those kinds of, that kind of know-how, those kinds of tips, we consolidated them together, and that's really helped us grow the community and bring this to market a lot more quickly.
Very cool. Well, I'm truly fascinated. I cannot wait to see this new generation out on the market. You said it once, but for those who want more information, how can they get it?
Yeah, go to fluent.pet, like I'm fluent in Spanish, fluent.pet/connect.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming on and talking about this. I know for a fact the audience is going to flip for this stuff. It's the perfect combination of like home and maker. Like, it's right in that sweet spot. So
totally. It's been great chatting with you.
Right back at you.
Have a good one. Take care.
All right. Fascinating. I don't. Let's go back to Vegas. Chris, were you listening to that? I can't hear you. You've been quiet all day, but now you're almost entirely gone. Nope. Another mic was just unmuted, but not you.
Number 2. There we go.
Hey, I can hear Chris.
Hey, there
That's
we go.
That's the first time in hours I've been able to hear you properly.
Nice.
I think we've only been listening to you through Todd's microphone all afternoon.
Awesome.
Anyway, so did you see that?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, I didn't see it, but I was listening.
Sure.
We are down one computer over here today.
Yeah.
So we don't actively have the feed in front of us.
Wasn't that wild?
Yeah, that is really, really cool technology.
I've loved watching those videos. I've seen dozens of them of people just using Staples Easy buttons and reprogramming them for their dogs.
I have seen those as well. And as a modder, it's one of those like,
right.
I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I kind of want to go down the rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. And this is that perfect. This is that perfect middle ground.
Exactly. So,
well, I think your next guest is there.
Yes, he is. We have.
I'm gonna give it to you.
All righty.
And then we'll come back afterwards and do our official handoff.
Sounds great. Well, awesome stuff coming to us from our remote location in Florida. Back here in Vegas, we now have Alan Smithson from Metaverse with us.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Tell us a little bit about your technology and what you're all about.
Sure. My name's Alan Smithson. I'm a co-founder at Metaverse, and I know it's a hot topic right now. Metaverse, we spelled it METAVRSE, and it's a game engine on the web. So think of it like a creation platform for creating the future of the metaverse, whether it be virtual lands or experiences. We focused the last 5 years on building solutions for enterprise. So in doing that, we've built training simulators in 3D for medical device manufacturers.
Okay.
We've done sales and marketing training for a large consumer electronics manufacturer that's here. So it's been a wonderful experience doing all of these different things, and we're about to launch a virtual mall. So very similar like Decentraland or Sandbox, but it's a mall and in much nicer graphics. So instead of being blocky graphics, it looks like the product you're looking at. So
wild. Now, what kind of I don't want you to get into proprietary things, but that is some really advanced technology that you're leveraging. How do you go about doing that? And like you said, you're having a virtual mall. Is this something that's along the line of Second Life or something like that?
Exactly. So there it is.
Face it this
way. I can't show this just yet.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to show you and get your reaction here.
All right.
So I've got my avatar. I can walk around the store. When I go into a store, I go into first person. Now I can interact with the products. And so now it's good, right?
That is really cool. Yeah. And
it works on any device on the browser from anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So you don't have to download a proprietary app. You don't need any proprietary hardware like goggles, nothing like that.
It just works on your phone, your computer, your whatever you open it on. It's a browser.
Now, how have, because obviously this is, I guess, for business to customer use,
correct,
to be able to provide a virtual means by which even to do things like this.
Well, we're definitely going to have a CES floor. Obviously, it's got to be, and it's 24/7. It's global. So the world of CES, we're going to bring into the virtual mall for sure. We're going to have a floor for CES.
That is a really, really interesting leveraging of that. Now, how long have you guys been around working on this concept?
So that's a great question. We actually registered the company name Metaverse in 2016. We were working on it since 2015, and the technology itself has been being built for years now. And last year in 2020, during the pandemic in June, we launched the game engine out to the world, and with all its bugs and all its its fun stuff.
Sure.
And we landed all these big clients, and then when we started working with these clients, we realized that it wasn't enterprise grade enough to solve problems like I want to host it on premises.
Sure.
We have a company in Germany, and the data can't leave Germany. So these types of things. So in kind of learning all that from direct customer solutions, we ended up deciding to rebuild the entire infrastructure from the ground up. So we took the rendering technology out of the old one, put it in a new one, and we rebuilt everything from scratch. So 2.0 will be launching this year as well. In addition, and the mall is just our way of saying here's what you can do.
Sure. Yeah, just an initial offering of what can be done. Because, of course...
Because it's endless.
Yeah. And I work in the world of events, live events, all kinds of stuff. And one of the big moves over the last year has been to virtual events, not just Zoom events. That kind of stuff.
TouchCast is doing a huge thing from here this week, and they're focusing on making live event stages, so you can green screen in the speaker from anywhere in the world and look like they're on a multi-million-dollar stage.
Exactly.
And this is beautiful, and so this is the start of all of this. Virtual shopping. We figured we've been doing e-commerce and retail stuff for brands for so long. We're people just want to, they want to hang out. They don't want to shoot laser beams or things. They just maybe want to walk around and talk like Second Life was.
Sure. And I guess that was my next question is there a social aspect to this? Can you interact with other shoppers?
Of course. Not only can you interact with other shoppers, so you make your avatar, you can mint your avatar as your own NFT, and now anything you buy for your avatar, you can put bracelets, watches, clothing, whatever you buy for your avatar is now yours, and it's attached to the avatar's NFT. You can sell it on a secondary market, but it's yours. And then we're also selling the land. So there'll be 1,000 floors in the mall, and each brand can have a floor or a part of a floor, and they own it. And there's a distribution of the profits from the whole building to the NFT holders as well. So it's really exciting. And then when you make your avatar, you go into the mall, I can just send you a hyperlink instantly. You click it on your phone, and you're standing next to me with your avatar.
Interesting.
And we can walk around the mall. But imagine this: you're in a store, you're walking around with your avatar, and you just want to ask for some help. Click a little red button. Now the brand can have a real person as an avatar talk to you, help you, and we're bringing the personal shopping experience to the virtual world.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable. And all of this happens in real time.
Yeah, of course. It's all on device rendered.
Now, as I'm just going to play the business owner here, how do I get my items into that store?
Exactly.
Is it a digital render process? Like, you got to come by with we send you pictures of our product and you render them out digitally. How does that work?
It depends on the product, and it depends on what you want to get done. So for fashion, for example, we can do volumetric capture. So you have somebody act it out, or do a model. We volumetric capture, so you can drop that in. For a product like a car or a consumer product, we would have the CAD models. We would convert them to animated 3Ds, bring them in. But we have a studio, Metaverse Studio, that we take care of all of this for our customers. All you have to tell us is we want these 5 products in here, and this is what we want them to do. We take care of everything, all the decor, the building, everything. For the first 100 floors of the mall, we are going to do everything for our customers because the tool has not been out in the market long enough that there's enough experts on it yet.
Wow. Now, what is the entry point for this as far as a vendor and as far as a user?
Sure. From a dollar standpoint?
Well, both the dollar standpoint and technology-wise.
Okay. So from a technology standpoint, you just need a browser on any device. There's no technology required to do anything.
Just a website that you visit.
Exactly. And if you go to metaverse.com/get started, you can actually start building anything on our engine. We have a full hosting engine. You hit publish and it works instantly on any device. So there's the creation platform. So we make a no-code creation platform that you can build these virtual worlds. But because it's not, it's still getting taken off, and we're about to launch 2.0, we're doing everything hand-holding for our customers. They have everything at their fingertips.
Wow. And what is the price point for entry for a client?
So the entry for, let's say, a brand, we have 5,000, 10,000, and 50,000 square foot. 50,000 is a whole floor, and 5,000 is smaller.
Sure.
They start at $100,000 for the first year investment, so it's $70,000 up front, $100,000, and then it goes up to $500,000. It's fully built, so it's not like you're buying a piece of land and then you got to do something with it. You're buying it, and then we develop it for you.
Wow.
You can sell it afterwards if you want, but
sure,
I wouldn't if the brand.
Well, and if you're looking at any kind of physical marketplace, something like that is an absolutely reasonable ask.
Yeah.
Especially whenever you're considering the programming that goes into it, all the other services
4 billion
that are part of it.
compatible devices that can access it from anywhere in the world instantly. So your market, instead of because we modeled it after the pricing after a mall.
Exactly.
A mall says, okay, within a 3-hour drive of the mall, we have this catch basin. Well, our catch basin is the planet.
Yeah, precisely.
And
what are you looking for next for this? What's the next step?
Sure. The next step for this is making it work on all the head-worn devices. So down the road, so right now it was working on all mobile, all 2D screens. The next thing, people may want to go in VR and meet up with their friends, but it has to be interportable. So for example, if a brand is going to use 3D assets on their e-commerce site, for example, the assets have to be interportable with ours. So if you want to bring, your car into Roblox or into Decentraland or Sandbox, you can't. It's incompatible. So what we're trying to do right now, we just joined the Kronos group, and they're the global industry standards for 3D. And so we're just standardize everything so that our brands know that everything works. And from a consumer standpoint, you just get a QR link or a QR code or a URL, click a button, you land in the mall, you make your avatar.
Wow.
The avatar is free to make, but if you mint it, it's $25 to mint your avatar.
Not bad.
But we're giving away the first couple 100,000 for free. So
really cool. Wow. Well, tell everybody where they can go to take part in Metaverse, where they can go to start shopping right now in the new digital world.
So great. We actually have a demo on our main page. You can go try it right now. It's metaverse.com, METAVRSE.com.
Great. Well, Alan, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Really cool.
We'll give you one of those.
Absolutely.
CES 2022 has been magical.
It has been. It's
really
been great to be back in person. It's been great to see all the technology here,
so good.
As well as what's virtually available online.
So honestly, it feels like the start of something again. Remember, when CES 20 years ago was small, and and it feels like that energy is here again. So I'm really looking forward to CES in 23. It's going to be booming.
Same.
Awesome, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the
your time
opportunity
today during a relaunched CES 2022.
It's so great. Look how many people. It's
great.
amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
You bet.
Have a great day.
Really cool stuff. Scott, I do believe that we have a remote guest right now, or are we going in studio?
I have somebody checked in that is not virtual, so that suggests to me that Kirk has them there with you.
Yes. Hot diggity.
When we went and turned that hour the other day, when we said, all right, we're going to turn that one extra hour into in-person, there was a little in-person and a little virtual that got mixed in. So I don't know.
Gotcha.
But I think this one is your last one, because I think Steve Winter's remote stuff starts after you guys did like 9 interviews with his people earlier.
Yeah. It has been fun up here in the booth today.
Yeah, I gotta say,
great stuff.
The thing that you were just talking about, the metaverse. So this came to me from a PR rep who was repping somebody else who was on the show with you yesterday. I want to figure out how to do part of the show in 2023 there.
When COVID first started, I started working with some XR friends of mine, guys that work in Hollywood, that kind of stuff. And I actively bought a VR camera to trace myself and be able to trace my studio and start producing virtual events like that. So part of my thing was
you did the Connect Azure, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a cool camera. I've yet to figure out all the point mapping and all that kind of stuff.
There is a lot to it.
It's a whole lot to it.
Yeah. It looks like you've got a lot going on as well, though.
Yes, we've got a little bit going on here.
Because I see what appears to be a door handle in your frame. So this seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to give it over to you and we can talk after.
Sounds great. Well, we have here with us, is it Christine Lucero?
Christine Lucero.
Lucero with Securicam Systems, Inc. Tell us a little bit about your product and what brought it to life.
Sure. This is the Securicam EOS. It's a Wi-Fi direct fingerprint smart lock. You can unlock it and lock it with your fingerprint, also with your phone app, get the notifications, history of the door status. There's also an override key that you can use in case the battery were to go out. There's integration with Alexa and Google Home. So it's a brand new lock. We received the Mark of Excellence Award from CTA this year for this smart home lock. So we're really excited to have you learn about
Yeah, I
it.
was going to say that is a lot of options for your typical smart lock. Because I mean, typically, you know, maybe you've got a thumbprint, something like that, maybe some kind of remote access with your phone.
Yeah.
But let's start getting into the different ways that you can access the lock real quick.
Yeah, totally. So on top, you'll see that we've placed the fingerprint sensor kind of at an angle, so it's easier to use. You know, some of them have placed kind of in a awkward place, but we have it on top, so we can do fingerprint access. There's a touchpad on the front, so you can have a code. And behind this little plate here, like Christine was saying, if there is any you're away from home, you're on vacation, you know, you ignore the push notification we sent you that the battery's low.
Yeah.
You can use your key to get in. And we also have like two little nubs here. That's for a 9-volt jumper. So, you know, you don't have your keys, you know, carrying keys kind of defeats the purpose of this lock. So you can just temporarily power it with that. And of course you can use an app. We have our new app is SecureM Guard. And we're launching a suite of home security products that you can manage in one app.
Wow, that is really cool. Because of course, my first question was, what happens if the electricity is out at your house and you have no Wi-Fi?
All right. So
you know,
this does connect to your router. You know, Wi-Fi directly to the router. And if the Wi-Fi goes out or internet goes out, you can't control it remotely. But all your fingerprints and codes are stored on the lock itself. So it doesn't really need to be a connected lock.
Okay. Wow. Now, what was it that brought this idea to life for you?
So SecureM we're primarily a safe lock business, and we've kind of been quite innovative in that world. And we've had fingerprint, you know, biometrics locks for quite some time. And it just made sense for us to kind of move into this smart home and include biometrics.
Now, what kind of market are you looking at? Other markets other than just the home market for this?
Right now we're looking. Eventually, right, we're going to start with residential. We want to provide, home monitoring service, and then maybe expand to small and large corporation protection. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I've been looking at a lot of this kind of stuff for my home because I do a lot of travel, and I have a small kid. He doesn't necessarily know how to operate. I mean, he knows how to operate a key and deadbolt, things like that. But how many different people can you assign to the lock?
Sure. So this typical lock can have 9 users, and each user can have 2 fingerprints enrolled and a code.
Okay.
So like kids, you don't want to give them a key. You know, it's kind of responsibility if they lose it or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
How
It's
they
really
get
easy.
in the house?
Yeah, really easy
Obviously.
for the kid to just scan his fingerprint.
Great.
You know.
Great. And what kind of security is there on this lock for your biometrics, stuff like that?
Sure.
Does your stuff live in a cloud
It does
anywhere?
not.
I mean,
it's only
in the
local.
device.
Yeah, the thing that is really, I guess actually nothing is stored on the cloud in terms of access.
Oh, wow.
It's all local.
Wow.
So when you do, say, use our app to open the lock, you type in your code, and it goes through typical encryption, 128-bit, and each way we have another layer over it, so it's always different. You know how it is. And yeah, all the codes and fingerprints are stored on the lock itself.
Wow. Now, what are we talking about as far as heat durability, weather, things like that? What's the average lifespan that you're looking at?
So this lock, we haven't got the ratings yet, but it's around IP54. So, rain, no problem.
Heat.
Okay.
For heat or the operating temperature is around negative 14 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Up to 140. So if it's sitting in the sun all day, and this is a black lock, it's going to get hotter than usual.
Sure.
It'll be fine.
I was just about to ask, because the one thing, I live in Texas myself, and the heat and the sun are blistering in Austin.
Totally.
So what kind of protection do you need for the actual thumb pad from sunlight? Anything like that? Is it better in a shaded location?
It obviously it would be better if it's shaded, but if it is experiencing, those hot elements, it should be fine.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, what kind of price point are you looking at this for this item? Is it already available out on the market?
Yeah. So we launched it, I think maybe November.
Yeah, November 2021.
And we've been
Wow.
selling it just direct on our e-commerce website, and that's securemsys.com. And it's
Awesome.
also available on Amazon. The retail price for this lock is $269.
Wow,
but
that
it is on sale
affordable.
for $169, which
Ooh.
is
Is that a
$100 off.
CES special or any kind of code? Or?
It's nope. You can go on Amazon or our store right now, and it's on sale for $169. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, before we let you go,
Sure.
any upgrades you're looking at? Any new stuff on the horizon?
So I would say with the firmware of the lock, no, but our app is constantly receiving upgrades and improving the user experience. It does connect to a couple of integrations, but we're expanding our use within the app. So there'll be routines.
Okay.
We have a light switch that's coming out that has like a few buttons on it, and you can set up a routine. So I'm gonna go to bed and make sure all the lights are off. It's gonna check all my doors are locked, and if they're not, they'll lock the doors and it'll arm my system.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is really, really great smart home connectivity.
Yeah.
Tell everybody where they can go to get their Secure
RAM.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. So the Securem EOS is available on our web store, and that's securemsys.com, and it's also available on Amazon.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And Chris, I just want to introduce Michael Splena. He is our UX designer.
Yeah, that's
so
me.
Sorry.
This
No
is
problem.
our Securem Guard app designer here. So he is well experienced and very talented.
Awesome. Yeah, that is one incredible product. I really like the as somebody who plays with 9 volts all day. I love the 9-volt jumper on there. The
nice.
fact that you can just pop a 9-volt battery
Yes.
on
Yeah.
and power it to get back in the house real quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I've got 3 9-volt batteries sitting in my backpack right now.
Perfect.
I'd never leave home
That is
without 2 of them.
great.
So really, really great stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming on and taking the time today in a very busy relaunch CES
Yeah.
2022.
Glad to
Oh,
be
yeah.
back. Thank you for
so
having us.
much. Thank you.
Incredible stuff. Oh, sure. We can take a picture.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right.
Thank you guys once
Thank
again
you.
so
Thank you.
much.
Oh.
Wow. Really, really cool stuff. Are you there, Scott?
I am.
Hi,
Okay.
Giggity.
So obviously we know that I have a personal connection with a competitor.
Yes, yes.
That 9-volt jumper.
The
What?
9-volt jumper is pretty cool, man. Like I said, that's awesome.
I got locked in on that. As soon as you said that, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, yes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah,
there.
that's really cool. I like that option
For
So,
sure.
man.
Well, you're coming down.
That's it. That's it. We are all set here in Vegas. It was a great few days. Wish
Yep.
we had the 4th day, but hopefully we'll have it back next year.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll tell you, during that last interview, I was talking to that PR rep about Metaverse for next year. And
Oh, yeah.
She was stoked.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely want to have them on my show to talk about the options for virtual worlds,
Yeah.
because it really is a burgeoning place. There have been things in the past that like I said, Second Life. A few other sim type things, but I don't think that there has been anything quite on that level yet.
Agreed.
So really,
Yeah.
really neat stuff.
For sure. And the fact that it's just in a browser.
Yeah, exactly. No app, no proprietary software, no device needed.
Yeah,
That was
that is
really
all
cool.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, and you didn't get to see it on camera, but
Right.
the graphics were pretty on point.
Okay.
Like they were good.
As soon as I get off air, as soon as we come down on the East Coast, I'm going to the website.
They are as good as just about anything I've seen on any sim game that you've
Okay.
seen out there.
That's pretty
So,
good.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. So, yeah,
For
well,
sure.
we're going to go ahead and throw off to you, my friend. Enjoy the last few hours of CES. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in over the last few days for all the coverage. I am Chris Jordan with the Talking Sound Podcast, signing off for Tech Podcast Network and Geek News Central and Geek News GNC Week in Review from the Vegas Tower. So we'll talk to you soon, guys.
We're getting thank you, Tower Crew, for being so awesome. You guys were great. That's coming from the Twitch chat.
Thank you.
And then get home safe.
All right.
Thank you, Chris. And we will see you later.
See you soon. All righty.
All right. Well, as weird as it is to say, that's it for Vegas for CES 2022 for the Tech Podcast Network. I'm Scott Ertz, the host of F5 Live Refreshing Technology, which is a member of the Tech Podcast Network, as well as a co-host on GNC Week in Review, which is a Tech Podcast Network member, as well as a number of other shows, our special events feed, which is what this is all a part of. Plug Hits Live presents First Looks, The Pilch Point. We've got a lot of shows. Like he said, that was Christopher Jordan. He stepped in very last minute for us and was able to put together the Tower Studio, which I am currently watching in a very small preview screen starting to come down already, since it is the last day of the show, which is why we gave them a little extra time in the studio today. We're taking it from here so that they can break down the Vegas studio. If you want to learn more about any of the shows, if you are in either of the official feeds, either the YouTube or the Twitch chat, you can hit !CES team, and it'll give you links to all of the members, all of the shows that are part of our TPN broadcast this year. If you didn't join us yesterday, you really missed out. We did something we've never done before, and it has inspired what's going to happen over the next almost hour, because while we're technically right now in the remote virtual feed, we are actually going to be talking to 4 companies that are out on the show floor, which is pretty cool. So over at the Las Vegas Convention Center, which is kind of across town from where our broadcast tower is, we have a couple of companies. Just like last night, we had the pleasure of getting a booth tour with Jennifer from Monster Smart Illuminescence. Today, we're going to get to talk to a couple of companies that are out on the show floor as well, which is something we've never tried to do, but I think we're going to be doing more of going forward. And in fact, I would love to, this is news to probably everybody. I'd love to steal a stage at the Las Vegas Convention Center and the Venetian next year. We don't have to do 2 giant setups, but it would be kind of cool to have like what we did with Marlo yesterday for National Tech Day, which was really cool. I am watching our guest and making sure that they are ready. I haven't seen them say in the private chat that they're ready to go, but I do think that they're nodding at me, which is a pretty good sign. So with that, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm Jean-Christophe Agobert, the CEO of Bleu Jour, a French company. So we are showing our product line at the CES 2022.
All right. And so what does your company do?
So we are a PC manufacturer based
nice.
in France. So in Toulouse, yes, we are producing PC made in France using some Intel technology inside. So we are showing many of our products here. We are mainly focused on design and silent PC.
Okay. What is your target market? Are you looking to gamers? Are you looking for like medical installs? Who is your target demographic?
We do have different markets. So we started by business to business market, so for office use mainly. Okay. And now at CES, we are showing our first gaming PC and also our workstation for designers and CAD/CAM user, some people doing some marketing activities like Photoshop or something like this. So we are introducing our gaming PC and our workstation. So mainly for the business, for the B2B, this is our small mini PC.
What?
Yes, it's a 12 by 12 centimeter PC.
Okay, and what kind of power are we talking about in that little guy?
We are speaking about i3, i5, and i7 CPUs. It's like a notebook. We are using notebook CPUs inside.
Okay, gotcha. That's awesome. And
for
is,
let me show you.
Is that an existing product or is that something coming soon?
No, it's existing. We are shipping actually since now many years the
Okay.
Cube, and that one is one of the new products for the workstation. You see?
Oh,
it's a bit bigger. It's a bit bigger because we are using bigger CPUs and also graphic cards, normal graphic cards.
Okay. All right. So I got to tell you, the Twitch chat is loving this. It seems that Twitch is loving the design of this because that is such a cool. Those are such cool designs. They're totally different than your normal like. Oh my gosh!
This is the Cube. Okay, let me show you the product.
I love this.
And now we are going to show you the workstation.
Oh, that's so cool looking.
And let me show you the gaming PC now.
Yes, please.
This is the gaming PC.
What?
And you can take it and carry it. You see?
Okay. Okay, that's okay. So you put a full gaming PC essentially inside of a lunchbox.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page here.
No, we are speaking the same language.
Okay. So I'm seeing these are so beautiful. Holy wow. I need one of these. So you've got fans on Twitch already. Let's talk about what's inside of these.
So inside the gaming PC, for example, we can go up to i9 CPUs.
Nice.
And we can use RTX 3090 from NVIDIA inside this PC.
Wow.
So this is a full gaming PC, like the big tower, but you can carry it in a small size.
Okay, so I can get an i9 and a 3090 in that
one
lunchbox.
Yes,
sure. Okay. Yeah. How are you dealing with heat? Obviously, gaming PCs produce a lot of heat.
Yeah, we are just starting, so we will see the market. We are coming here to see the market and to show the product. So we are going to introduce our PC soon in USA.
Okay, but as far as like heat dissipation, like computers get hot.
We do have, in fact, as you can see here, everything is open to get some air in and air out.
Okay.
We also have some fans here. So everything is under control for the heat dissipation.
Nice. That's fantastic. What kind of price points are we looking at for something like this?
Depends on the graphic cards, but for example, for 309, we will be around $2,500.
Okay, that's a pretty mainline gaming PC price.
Yeah, it's the same target price on a big tower or something like this.
Okay, and yet it's something that I could, because obviously for what we do, our studios require some intense power, right?
Yeah, you need power. Yeah, for sure.
Right, but I can fit all of it in this little thing, and it's small enough that it could be a carry-on onto a plane. Uh-oh. I think we may have lost the feed, but that's so again. We were talking before the interview that this is an experiment. We are testing the ability to do stuff from the floor. I think we all know that the internet on the floor can be questionable at best. I am seeing motion from him again, though. So welcome back. All right.
So I was saying that some designer, for example, in France, they buy this one, they go from office to home, and they just plug the PC.
Oh, I love that. And I also love the idea that I could almost carry it. I might even be able to carry it onto a plane as a carry-on luggage to take it to Vegas for CES 2023.
Correct.
Okay. That's fantastic. Obviously, people are going to want more information about these things. How can they get more info?
They could get some information on our website, bluejour.com, and you will get all information about the product.
All right. And you said you're currently investigating the U.S. market?
Yes, we are coming on U.S. market this year. This is our main target because today we are shipping worldwide except U.S. So we are coming.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, based on what I'm seeing in the Twitch chat right now, there is a market for you.
I hope so.
because Twitch is very excited about this, and the Twitch chat is all gamers, so you've got gamers real excited about this.
Thank you.
You hit a nerve. I really appreciate you talking to me today and going through this experiment with us, because we haven't done a whole lot of floor stuff like this. So I definitely appreciate you experimenting with us and showing off the product.
Thank you.
And have a good couple more hours before the show floor is closed, though I think you're leaving sooner than that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. All right. I cannot believe the design of that computer. That is so cool. It literally does look like a lunchbox. It's physically so small that for doing the floor stuff that we're talking about trying to do next year, you could almost use this. I mean, we'd have to have a screen, which makes it a little more difficult. But if we were to have stages temporarily next year, you could take one of those with you from stage to stage with a monitor, a keyboard, and a mouse, set up your thing, and yeah, be off and running. And we're getting from the chat more floor interviews for sure. I am loving this setup. We absolutely have to do more of them because, wonderful. I just want to let everybody who's on the production team who is watching the fact that video is in motion. They're preparing for the next interview. But I believe our next one is with Human Touch, who I see is here. So our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm Vicki Ladotte from Human Touch, the director of marketing here, and wanted to show you a couple of the chairs that we have going on over here.
Okay, so Human Touch makes chairs?
Yes, we make massage chairs and we make other basically wellness products. So
fantastic.
So lots of stuff to keep you healthy and functioning.
Very cool. So yeah, let's definitely take a look. This is something that in the past we never could have featured on the live show. People who were watching live could have never seen, but thanks to our friend Steve, we're doing remote, so we can actually see your product out on the floor.
Awesome.
Let's see this.
Yeah, yay, Steve. So we have our great. So we have two chairs that we have on the floor. This CES. We have this chair right here. This ivory colored chair. This is called our Supernovo. This is our top of the line massage chair. And I'm actually the best way to show you this chair is to actually sit in it.
Absolutely.
So as you can see, as I sit in this chair, you are fully encompassed in this chair. You can see the speakers are right here. You just kind of sit back and you actually feel like you're in kind of a cocoon of wellness is what I like to call it. But what is great about this chair is that as we are here in CES, we actually debuted this chair about 2 years ago in the last live CES, which was 2020. Sure. And this chair is actually the first massage chair to be Alexa enabled. So you can actually use Alexa with this chair to move you, to start the massage. When I am fully in this chair, I have my arms in these, I like to call them hot dog buns. So you put your arms in both of these basically. And when you're in there, it's very hard to kind of grab a remote or to control the chair that way because you want to stay immersed, you want to stay relaxed, you want to be in the massage in the moment. So when this is Alexa enabled, you basically just say, Alexa, ask my Novo to give me a massage. You go back into zero gravity and your massage starts. So it's really cool for that. that, and we call it virtual therapist because it is like having a therapist. You basically tell them what to do, and they will do the massage for you. You can set a profile. So I can say, hi, virtual therapist, my name is Vicky. I'm 5'6", and I like medium intensity. I like 10-minute massages, and I prefer a shiatsu style. So that kind of stays in that memory bank. And next time I sit in the chair and I say, hello, hi, tell virtual therapist, this is Vicky, it will do the massages that I like as well. So some really great kind of functionality and technology built into that. This chair is also app enabled, so you can control it with your app if you prefer to use your phone as a remote. So you can do that as well. But so those are the great CES kind of technical things to this chair.
Sure.
Yeah.
Twitch chat. I've been watching Twitch chat because they're responding to you live. They are loving the design and love the idea that there are profile settings for different people.
Yeah, it's great. It really helps to, especially if you have multi-person households, each person can kind of have their own profile setting as they sit in the chair, and they can get into their massage very quickly. That's kind of the thing. We want to make it all convenient. So besides all that, this is just a great high-end massage chair. It's got the features that you would expect in a chair like this, including an S and L track. An S and L track, S meaning it is a curved track, so it actually follows very closely the curvature of your back, and L meaning it comes under your seat. So you actually get a glute massage in this chair as well when you're in it. It has air compression, as I showed you the hot dog arms, so you could get your arms to get a great compression massage. When you're leaning back here, your shoulders actually also get a massage. And another thing that this chair does that you'll find in a lot of the high-end massage chairs is an excellent stretch. So what happens is I will sit in this chair, these things will inflate, it'll hold my shoulders, it'll recline all the way to zero gravity, and if I can show this. So I also have these foot and calf massagers where my legs are in. This will actually hold my legs down, and if you can imagine that, will stretch me. So I can actually feel a stretch in my back. In my back, the robot will actually push my back upward. So you have a great stretch when that happens. It's almost like you can feel your vertebrae extending, and it feels like you're actually, you come out of it 2 inches taller. So it's a really great therapeutic stretch that kind of, in a lot of the massage program, it starts the program or ends the program. So it's a really great kind of way to bookend that program and get your massage, kind of give it kind of a finishing touch as you wrap up.
So we got a question. Are there things like temperature controls for arches and comfort?
Sure. There is only one temperature. There is a heat setting, so you only have the one temperature. But yes, we do recommend the heat with the massage because it does help loosen your muscles. So when you get the massage, it really does help to kind of do a more penetrating massage. But yes, there is only one level of heat.
Okay, but there is aches. I'm sorry, it says aches, not arches. They're laughing at me, but obviously you knew what I was saying.
Yes, so great for aches and pains. Perfect for aches and pains.
Perfect. So who is your target demo on this? Is this designed to be put in a place where people go to, or is this designed for me to have in my office or
anywhere.
the studio next year?
We anywhere that you can find room for it. That's our target audience. We sell direct to consumer. We also do some B2B business where we sell into nail salons or gyms, or we do hospitality too, where we're in certain hotels or things like that. But a bulk of our business is direct to consumer. So we sell in places like Costco or online on Amazon or Best Buy or Target or any of those places.
Wow. Okay. And what kind of price point are we looking at on this?
So the chair that I'm sitting in right now, which is our top of the line massage chair, this is our Supernovo. The Supernovo retails for $10,000. It is, like I said, it is very high-end massage chair. This chair right next to it is a little bit smaller of a chair, and this is called our Certus. This is the chair that we're actually debuting this year at CES. It came out in November. I also have one of them behind me in this very eye-catching yellow, if you can see that. The Certus is a little bit smaller chair. It's a little more intense. I like to say the Supernovo is kind of like your touring luxury sedan. The Certus is like a race car. So it's smaller, very intense. It comes in lots of great bright colors, like this yellow behind me, this blue. We have a great kind of cream color. and it really does lend itself to just be very just a chair that that people use a lot for recovery, for after exercise, for if they just want a more kind of intense massage.
Gotcha. Okay, that's great. I'm perfect chair for break time at CES. I would imagine that your booth is really popular.
Yes, we constantly have a line of people ready to get a massage. So I can't say have any complaints about that. So we've had a lot of happy people walk out of here.
I would imagine so. I also really love the logo that the H is a chair.
Oh, where is it? There we go. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's supposed to be kind of the chair and then meshed with the H. But yeah, I didn't come up with it, but yeah, I like it as well.
I'm a little picky on branding, and I really love your logo.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. That's high praise. I'll take it.
Chat is also saying yes, great branding. so
but yeah, if anyone out there is at CES, come on by. We have some chairs available for trying out.
Excellent. And for those who are not at CES, if they want more information about your products, how can they get it?
Yeah, definitely. Visit our website. It's humantouch.com. And also, we're on all social media, and our handle is HTFeelBetter.
Very cool. Thank you so much for showing this off. That is truly super cool. I always try to interact with the chairs when I'm there, from various companies, and this sounds like it is like the top of the line. So that's awesome.
If I could go around here without scaring anyone and show you everyone's faces as they're sitting in the chair, I would. But that's usually a good indicator.
For sure. Yeah, I would imagine people make some interesting faces.
Definitely. I have to wake a few people up.
Probably. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to show us the product today, and hopefully you'll have a good rest of CES. I know you've only got a couple hours left there.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up. But thank you very much. I appreciate being on the show.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right. The live chat is definitely excited about these floor interviews. There will for sure be more of these in the future. I am absolutely stoked about this because we could have, obviously, she couldn't have brought that to our studio. There's no way we could have introduced that product on our live show in previous years. So super exciting. That is a really, really cool set of products. But we have our next guest here already. Hello.
Hi, Scott. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Great. Thank you so much for asking.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. I'm Mirai, the co-founder and the CEO of Vivu. And today we are launching our new product, Vivu version 2.0.
All right. And tell me about Vivu.
So Vivu is a wellness app that guides users to a healthier lifestyle based on their body's needs. And it's a little bit like your Apple Watch, but instead of your arm or for your wrist, it's for your urine. So we have urine tests. Okay. Looks like this. Oops. What you do is urinate on this colorful area and take a picture with the Vivu app, and instantly you'll be getting your results, like your hydration, pH, ketones, calcium, magnesium, vitamin C, salt consumption, and goes on. You can also connect your variables and get personalized recommendations. We're giving free sticks to everybody who visits our booth, so you're welcome.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to take a guess at how this works. Each of the little diamonds is a different test, and the result changes the color different ways, and the photo is then being able to, with image processing, analyze what the result on the stick is.
Perfect guess. So each of these squares have chemical reagents that interacts with urine. Let's say based on your calcium level, it has different levels of color changes. And our machine learning enhanced image processing algorithm can capture the color changes as accurate as laboratory tests. So you can take this at home. This is a truly at-home test, not like the ones you have to collect your sample at home, send it to a lab and wait for a month. No, it's just 2 minutes.
Okay, that is super cool.
Thank you.
And And I like the idea of being able to do it through a photo as opposed to having to like do temporary pairing of the device every time, because there are other health devices, disposable wearables where you have to Bluetooth pair them all the time and stuff like that, and you definitely don't want to do that with something that is urine related.
Yeah. Like what we try to do is make it as simple as possible. I'm a user myself. I use all the products out there. I have my Oura Ring, I have my watch, I did all the tests. What we try to do is simplify the process and as easy to understand as possible, so consumers can get the best of the benefits of self-tracking. Yeah, we got a great visibility in CES, so we're so happy we launched our product in here.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like you're like super core, like the place where your booth is. There's a lot of activity happening in the back of your shop.
It's a cool booth. Yeah, my friends are pitching to people who are visiting. Obviously, it's like closing down slowly. By the way, we've been in market since 2020 with our version 1, but with this version we added like calcium, magnesium, vitamin C, variable integration, so we expanded the world of Vivu.
Very cool. So I'm looking in the Twitch chat, and I see, as a person with potassium issues, this would be pretty great to have.
Yeah, like enjoy it. You can visit us on vivu.io, or we also resell on Amazon as well in the United States, Canada, and UK. So you can get it today.
Okay, and what is the expected price? What would we expect to pay for these tests?
Yeah, affordability is a really important issue for us. Like we wanted our product to be affordable. So our previous version starts $2 a test, and this version starts $5 a test. So it's same price as a cup of coffee, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I just jumped on Amazon to look it up, and yeah, you've added a lot of tests in the second generation based entirely on how many little colors I'm seeing on the original strip.
Yeah, we added a lot. Let me show you actually. Wait. So this is the previous version, and this is a new version. So you can see like we added a lot of new metrics.
Yeah, for sure. That's fantastic. How did the company get started? Why was this something that you and your team wanted to tackle?
Great question. Oops, sorry for that. Somebody's creating a buzz. I'm a bioengineer and I'm a biohacker myself. I've been trying all the products out there. And what I was having trouble with, but like these wearables, they're great, they're simple, but the data is pretty narrow. Your step, heart rate, etc., sleep, that's it. And when you do at-home lab tests, you collect your sample, send it to a lab. They're so expensive and it takes so long to get the results. And once you get it, it's just some data points under references. It doesn't tell you how you can improve it, what you should be doing next, etc. So I worked with urine tests before in a hospital. The similar technology is actually practiced every day in all the laboratories for urinalysis. What they do is they dip this stick to urine and put it to optical reader. And by the time we started this company in 2017, cell phone cameras were getting super advanced. So we wanted to combine these two technologies and make it as English as possible so people can understand their results. Like rather than specific gravity, your hydration score, like rather than ascorbic acid, your vitamin C levels. And it comes with personalized recommendations so you can actually improve your metrics and you can see week to week changes.
Very cool. It's a fascinating product. And I'm making the assumption that these are one-time test strips.
Yes, they are. Yeah, you pee and you scan, then you throw it out. But like this is, for example, a monthly pack. It comes with 4 tests, one for each week.
Okay, understood. Yeah, obviously that's not something that you would want to reuse, really.
Yeah.
Even if it was possible.
Please dispose. Don't save. Some customers save.
Oh, no.
Hold it.
No.
Don't throw it. Dispose it, please, after use.
Yeah, especially since you can literally just, if you wanted to keep the data separate from the app, you could just take a picture of the thing.
Yeah, that's correct. Your data will be here forever. App is for free, by the way. You can track all your progress for each metric we launched.
Okay, and you said that it can connect to other health things and track data from there too.
That's another update we made for the version 2, and it is super exciting because now it grabs my sleep data from Apple, it grabs my magnesium and hydration from Vivu, and it gives a combined sleep plan for me. So it's much more advanced compared to the products out there. Like, they'll only show you, hey, time in bed, time asleep, that's it. But now with Vivu, you can actually have insight, you can receive insights to improve those metrics. Yeah.
That is super cool. Did you say that version 2 is on the market or it's coming soon?
Yes, version 2 is in the market on our website, and in Amazon we have our version 1, but in 2 weeks we will switch that too.
Got it. Very cool. So if you want one now, go over to the website. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for talking to me about this today. Medical technology enhancements for consumers has been a huge part of CES the last couple of years, and this is a really easy and cool part of the space.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, Scott.
Absolutely, and enjoy the last little bit of the show.
Of course.
Thank you. All right. We've been talking about it all week. Health tech is a big part of what's been happening at CES the last couple of years. And if we were to go back, we said earlier, if we were to go back 5 years, and say that in 2022 we'd be having vegan chili from a booth at CES, or that there would be an oven, like a little oven that we'd be talking about on our live show that would be small enough that they could bring it to the live show, we'd have all laughed. And it's the same thing 10 years ago. If we had said that we would be talking about, these super advanced health products on the show, we equally would have been like, no, I don't think that's right. And yet here we are. So super cool. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Harani. I'm founder and CEO of Everydose. We're a medication management company.
Okay. And how do we manage medication?
So we have a mobile app, which you see a screenshot behind me, that helps patients stay on track with their daily medications. 7 in 10 Americans take at least one medication a day, 20 or more. So we make that process really easy for people. We give them reminders when it's time to take a dose of medications. They can check off what they've taken, learn about their medications, share their progress with doctors. Lots of great features, but we just take the headache out of managing daily medication.
That's fantastic. Obviously, anybody who is dealing with, a long-term or chronic issue has tons of medications, and it can be a real challenge to keep track of all of that.
It really is. It is not easy to do. And actually, the reason I started the company was I had a loved one of my parents that got discharged from the hospital, had to take 10 medications, and had a lot of problems with it. So it is certainly not easy at all for patients to do. And one of the problems is if you don't actually take those medications as prescribed and you have a chronic disease, obviously, bad things can happen. You can end up hospitalized, and it costs the healthcare system a lot of money every year as well. So we're trying to just alleviate that burden for people, and also, help hospitals, insurance companies make sure that their populations have really good health and are actually taking the medications that they're prescribed.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point. Too much of the world doesn't focus enough on preventative measures. Like you said, missing a couple of doses can end up costing the person, both in finances and in long-term, health changes.
Right. Absolutely. And it's not easy. You may feel good on a particular day, and you think, maybe I don't need to take this medication today. But really, a lot of these drugs you need to take every day. And if you think of of more severe diseases like cancer that has a lot of oral pill, sometimes an oral chemotherapy pill. The ramifications of not taking that drug are really significant, and we just think patients deserve technology tools to help them with this. They shouldn't just be sent home with a stack of papers. They should have tools that really add value to their daily life. And people are used to technology these days, as you know. So, we've seen great reception from patients. We have tens of thousands of people that use the app. They love it. And, we're excited to kind of keep it growing.
Yeah, that's a great goal. We were actually in our office the other day. We were actually talking about exactly that whole well, I'm feeling better. Maybe I don't need to take it. Being a really common situation in mental health drugs. You're like, oh, I'm feeling normal. I'm feeling myself. Maybe I don't need the medication. It's like, no. That's why you're feeling normal and feeling yourself is because of the medication. Please keep doing it.
Right. That's absolutely right. And I think one thing maybe that can be done better in the healthcare system, and we're trying to do through our app, is not only help people take the medications, but help them understand what you just said, which is these medications are incredibly important. Here's why they're important, and giving people content and things where they can actually learn about the importance of medications, which really goes beyond just taking them. But I think it's important for patients to know why they're taking medications.
Sure. Okay. So let's talk about where this fits into my day. Let's say I take 5 pills in the morning, 5 pills in the evening. Where exactly does your app fit into my day?
Yeah. So when you first download the app, first of all, you're either going to enter medications into our app, which is a super easy process, or if you're part of a hospital that we work with, for example, your medications will automatically get synced to the app. But the first time you download it, you'll say, hey, I take these 5 drugs in the morning, these 3 at night. And after that, it's all set up and we automate everything else. So you would, say it's 8 a.m. and you got those 5 medications due, you would get a notification on your phone, just like when you get a text message or anything else, and it would say, hey, time to take these 5 medications. You could open the app, say, I took them, and you're just going on with your day from then on out. And when it comes nighttime, you might be busy, you might have forgotten about those medications. We're going to make sure we alert you right at 7 p.m. or whenever you're supposed to take those doses in an automatic way, So you don't have to keep thinking, did I take that? Did I forget to take that? We're going to fit in a really seamless way in your day.
Gotcha. Okay. And so if I want to use this, what are my costs? How does this work?
So the beauty of this is, as a patient, our app is always 100% free. So you could, and your listeners could right now, go to the App Store on Apple, go to the Google Play Store, and you can download this app for free. You can use it for free. We don't sell your data. We don't do anything like that. Our business model is to go out to hospitals and other healthcare organizations to help them help their patients. So for any user, you can just simply download the app and use it for free. The app's called Every Dose. You can learn more at everydose.ai, our website, but always free to use, which, the reason I mentioned I started the company was to help out a family member. So we're trying to do the same in other people's families and just give them great technology that helps them become healthier, but also is not a cost burden to them, which, as you know, healthcare is incredibly costly these days. So we're kind of a breath of fresh air giving them a free product.
Very cool. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a branding change, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So I started the company about 4 years ago. We've been called Groove Health until Wednesday. So we've had great success with Groove Health. We've grown the company a lot, but this coming year we have a lot of growth ahead of us, and we're super excited about it. So we went ahead and did a rebrand to Every Dose, which we felt like is a better descriptor of what we do, and and better branding. So you're exactly right. We're now Every Dose. Prior, if your listeners may have heard of us, we were called Groove Health. So we're super excited about that change. And we also released a couple new features for the app on Wednesday as well. One called Family Hub that lets you manage medications for the whole family, not just yourself. Might be an elderly parent or a child. So a lot of announcements here at CES, which we're excited about.
Yeah, that's a great feature. I have I'll say a bigger product for my mother from a past CES that's a dispenser and everything, and that ability to manage and maintain remotely is a fantastic aspect. I know if something was skipped because it lets me know on its own.
Right. That's very important. We do the same thing, and there's millions of Americans that care for aging parents and are responsible for giving them medications, and also, a lot of parents that have children that might be sick and they have to manage 5 or 10 medications. So this new set of features we've released makes that a lot easier and relieves a lot of that burden for people on a daily basis.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great capability, and I know a lot of people are going to appreciate that feature. Well,
thank you. Yeah, we're excited to get it rolled out.
For sure. Now, if people want to find out more about the platform and what you guys are up to, how can they do that?
Yeah. So first of all, you could go to the Apple App Store and read about our app there. You could search Every Dose on the Apple App Store, search Every Dose on the Google Play Store, read about our app there. Or you could go to our website, which is everydose.ai, and learn more about the company and what we do there.
I really appreciate you coming on and talking about this and being able to give us a view from the show floor, because you're really far from where our broadcast tower was.
Absolutely. This is a huge place. So thanks for saving me the walk over there.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for coming on, and hopefully you'll have a good rest of the show. I know you've got just a little bit of time left.
Yep. Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it.
Absolutely. All right. Have a good one.
All right. You too.
All right. That was super cool. Definitely appreciate this ability to see the show floor for those who aren't there, right? We're able to see companies who aren't at the Venetian, aren't able to get over to us, things like that. And so this ability to do these remote guest spots is super cool. We're going to take a quick break here because I am going to swap out real quick with Alante, who's going to come in and help close out the day. Then I will come in and join him at the very end to say goodbye. But for right now, I will be back Alante will be back in just a couple of minutes.
All right. Alante Sparks here. Plug Hits Live, here to talk with the rest of our guests here. And then right after we're done, Scott and I are going to go ahead and close out of the show. Welcome back. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I can get a little bit more airtime before we close out the show. So let's see if we have our guests ready here. All right. Hello there.
Hi, Alante. This is Vikram.
Pleasure to meet you, Vikram. Go ahead and tell us about your company, and then let us know what you're here for.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the CEO of a company called Pictory.ai, and we're at CES showing our solutions. Our solution is basically something that helps make videos really easy. So the best description is Canva for videos. Whether it's for video creation or video editing, we let you do videos using text. That's kind of the key.
Okay. Do you mind elaborating on that a little bit? Because this does sound really interesting.
Yeah. So, for example, we have a recording of this podcast, and we want to edit it, maybe remove some of my uhs and ums that I often do, or can you hear me now? Things like that, right? So there's a lot of these things. So all you do is you upload the recording into our platform.
Okay.
A platform transcribes it, as in like converts the speech to text, and then you don't think of, when you're editing the video, you just edit the transcribed document. You don't have to think of timestamps. You don't have to think of start time, end time. You just look at the text and say, I want to remove this text where I said, can you hear me now? Or I want to select this text where I said something profound. In a 20-minute webinar, I might say something profound for 1 minute.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's fascinating. I love the sound of that. As someone who has tried to work very hard to remove his ums and uhs, and it has not been very successful with it. That honestly sounds pretty fantastic, that you can just do it via the transcribed text. Now, is this process like automated at all, or like can you say whenever I say these particular words, it can be automatically edited out, or is it all manual?
No, it's completely automatic. So in fact, you just press a button and says all the filler words are removed, and you can add your own filler words. Somebody might say a lot, or somebody might say like, and you can just add that to the list, and all you have to do is press one button and it removes all the filler words from your transcript. You can remove silences. So sometimes we have awkward pauses. So you can just say, remove everything that is bigger than 1 second, and then everything more than 1 second will be gone from the video.
That is very cool.
Yeah, and that's just like tip of the iceberg. We have so many things in our platform this seems to be the most popular. The other one is, you take this long video recording, for example, say a 20-minute video, and you want to create little TikTok or YouTube shorts from it. So you can, again, do the same process, and it would have transcribed it, and you would just select from the transcription, you select the places where you said something profound, like say 2 or 3 highlights where you said something interesting, and it'll take those little clips out, and from a single recording you can create dozens of short videos that you can then upload to your social channels.
That is very cool. I love these tools that make it easier for anybody to kind of be a video editor, and that's one of those more difficult things to take care of, is these awkward silences and the filler words that we all do when you're trying to figure out what to say. I'm actually really blown away by this. Now, let me ask you this: with some of these instances, instead of, let's say, cutting the moments when you say and or like awkward silences and things like that, maybe there's something still going on that's visually interesting. Can you fill that in with something else? Like, can you tell the program to fill it in with something else?
You gave me a really good idea now. It's not there. It's not there yet. But this is a great free feature request.
Just email me the proceeds. It's fine. No, I'm joking. No, that's I'm glad to have asked you a question that is helping this along, because that's these are all of the little things that we wonder, like instead of cutting out that time, like what else can we fill that space with? So cool. I'm glad to have helped.
Yeah, we get so. By the way, like any of these products like that, we build this product for the creator community.
Mm-hmm.
And so I see you're part of the creator community. I'm part of the creator community. I create these products, and nothing happens in isolation. We all build it together.
Yes.
And this is a community, so I'm grateful for your little feature request. This is great. The commonly asked thing is, can you change what I said to something else?
Right.
So that's something people will commonly ask. Say, I use a wrong word. Can you? I use a swear word. Can you convert it to a nice word, or something like that?
Now, is something like that possible, or how do you deal with that particular issue?
Yeah, it's in the works. Something we're working on in our lab right now. It's called voice cloning technology. So you basically take 10-20 minutes of your voice, and I can then clone that in the model and then replace it with artificial, like text to speech. Just sounds like you.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So we've got a lot of really good voice cloning technologies that are out and available right now. So it sounds less of a leap to do something like that now than let's say just a couple of years ago. So that is very cool. I really, and me, I'm a creator, but I'm kind of a low level video editor. So anything that kind of makes it to where somebody like me can make a nice video that I'm willing to represent myself with, and cut out all of the filler, or adjust my uhs and ums and things like that. I very welcome. That's a very welcome technology. I think you've got something that can be very, very successful. Is this product available in the market right now, or when should we expect to see it around in the wild?
We launched it recently, only last year, and it's available now. It's called Pictory.ai, and we have we had a pretty successful launch.
Awesome.
We now have several thousand customers who use this on a daily basis, and all over the world. And so you can go in there on our website, sign up for a free trial, try it on your videos. The other thing we also have is, like, you can take a piece of text and convert it to a video. So that's one thing I didn't talk about. You can start with a script. So a lot of people we're good at writing, but we're not good at videos necessarily.
Sure.
So or even recording ourselves. Like you and I are comfortable in front of the camera, but many folks aren't.
Yes.
And so they could just write a little piece of text, and we go in our library. We have a stock library of millions of pieces of stock content, B-roll footage, that we search through and find the best one for every sentence. And then we stitch it together. We can add a text to speech, or you can record your own voice at that point and put that video in that form.
That's incredible. The fact that you can, I guess, make a whole narrative or narration, without you really having to be a part of the process, And I mean, we've got all of these kind of avatar-y things that people can use and have been using for for a little bit of time here. So, you know, the fact that you can pretty much remove yourself from the camera altogether, that's great. Where can we find this? What is the website?
Pictory.ai, Pictory.ai.
Excellent. And how much does this cost?
Oh, it's not that expensive. So about $40 a month, and you can get pretty much all the premium functions.
Okay, wonderful. So it is subscription based.
Yes, it's a software as a service. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
And yeah,
go ahead.
Cloud-based video editing. You don't need a heavy, powerful desktop to do any of that stuff.
Very, very important. Any other important details that you might want to add? Anything that I missed?
No, I think we covered it. Lots of B-roll. You can replace your speaking face with a B-roll. You can do all this video editing. You can do summarization of videos.
Fantastic. I love it. This was a pleasure, Vikram. I really enjoyed hearing about this product, and I look forward to interacting with it myself because it sounds amazing. So
great.
Thank you very much for joining us here. It was a pleasure, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your CES. I know there isn't much of the show left, but most importantly, get home safe. All right.
Thank you, Alante. Thanks for having me on.
Not a problem. You take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I in this, you know, in this climate that we've got going on right now, there's a lot of content creators, lots of people making videos, you know, between TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. I can see why he has so many subscribers already, and hopefully, you know, getting the word out will bring him much more business. Because again, I find this to be extremely interesting as someone who's just not prolific at video editing, and it sounds super easy. It doesn't look like our next guest is available just yet, or at least I don't see any. Oh no, I do. It looks like I see our next guest. If we want to bring them in,
yeah.
It looks like I see a little preview of someone. Oh no. That's the previous person. My bad. Okay, so while we wait on the next guest here, a couple things I would like to talk about. Yesterday, our buddies on the floor, Todd and his crew, they were talking about mushroom chili, and I will tell you, as you know, this is supposed to be a vegan or impossible version of chili that you know doesn't use animal products. Animal products are not involved in the process. But it's mushrooms. I am not a fan. But we asked them, you know, how exactly the product tasted, and they said if you had never told them that mushrooms were involved, they would have never guessed. And I see some people in chat are saying mushrooms are amazing. I have to beg to differ. It's the texture. It's the texture. I can't do it. Anything that I bite into that bites or tries to push back, I freak out. I'm like, I don't want it. I don't want it. I mean, and that's not just mushrooms. It's also scallops. You know, I love seafood. I love seafood a lot. But scallops, they try to push back. I also overcook steak. I love steak, but when it's overcooked and tries to push back, I'm like, no thanks. But it sounded like this mushroom chili was absolutely amazing, and I'd be willing to try it if it's and you know, just to make note, I cook with mushrooms and like things like cream of mushroom soup and stuff like that. When mushroom kind of adds its flavor to something, I'm totally okay with that. But actual mushrooms themselves, I'm like, I don't know. But I want to try that personally. hopefully we can get some of that at some point. Another thing I want to bring up is do not forget to check out the shop, plughits.live/CES/shop. We've got lots of stuff in there for you. Again, between shirts, we've got hats, we've got CES branded Tech Podcast Network branded masks. And we also have these lovely mugs. I actually meant to bring out my black mug that's got like a different design from this one. This one is beautiful and wonderful, but the black ones that we have are more like a standard mug. Not standard. You know what I mean. But wonderful. There's lots of merchandise there with the logo, so definitely check it out. And the Tumblr, thank you commenters in chat. That's my other thing. That's actually the thing I had on the other day was the Tumblr. So wide variety of products on the in the store. Definitely check that out, and definitely make sure to give word to our sponsors, Privacy and at Blueberry. I know there's another one that I'm missing, and if anybody wants to add that in chat, please let me know. Also, if you want to add in the promo codes, that will be awesome too, because I did not take note of those because I'm great. Anyway, this has been a wonderful show so far, though. A couple of things that we've seen. Razor's show. I wanted to mention that yesterday, but I didn't get on air. Razor's show was pretty awesome. They showed off what was it? It was it Project Sophia, I believe was the name. Where they showed off the virtual desk for gamers. I don't even really know how to describe it. It like it has a whole touch interface that looks like it's fully programmable, I believe, where you can have all sorts of things going on, all sorts of information that you can interact with, and then the screen that was attached to the back, I mean, was the exact length and width of the desk surface itself. It was huge, absolutely massive, and full, LED display. I think it was actually OLED, and RGB lighting all around, and sleek, minimal design. Absolutely wonderful. I was blown away by their showing. Looks like the Blueberry code here is the code is BLUBRRY004. That's the promo code that you want to use. That's the creator code for Blueberry, so make sure you check that out. I believe the privacy code was I think it was like QZZJ4, if I'm correct. 2J. Dang, almost remembered it by heart. QZZ2J. That's the privacy code, or excuse me, that's the promo code for privacy. Let me see, what else can we talk about here? I'm glad that we got to do a whole day for National Technology Day yesterday. Again, it's not very often that those two things line up because of how CES normally sets up their dates. But since it was earlier this month, or earlier in the month this year, they actually aligned. So that was huge. I loved the shots of Chris on the stage. That was absolutely phenomenal. And let's see, it doesn't look like we've got the guest lined up here. So I'm actually going to make a request here. If Scott is available, I wonder if he can actually join me here, so we can talk a little bit. I know he's I know he has been talking all day and just got off, but it would be nice to kind of vamp with him a little bit if he's available. If not, then the show must go on, of course. Let me see here. 1 minute. Okay, cool. So he'll be joining me in just a little bit. One of the things I can talk about is past experiences. I think my favorite past experience has been pretty much every wait, I actually have quite a few. Everything dealing with Monster has pretty much been my part of all of my favorite experiences, between interviewing Swiss Beats, just any time I got to spend with Noel. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Jennifer yet, but I can't wait to actually get to meet her and interact with her, because she is absolutely wonderful. I don't know if any of you guys in chat or that are watching live got to catch the coverage from last night, not last night, but yesterday, where Jennifer got to show off all of the wonderful new products that they've got lined up for this year. The new neon, I think it was Neon Flux or Flex. I can't remember. I can't quite remember the name, but that new neon model is absolutely fantastic. The fact that you can, write words or shape the strip into words and hang it up that way, that's a game changer. We've done other productions that have used the neon lights. I mean, we very creatively we're able to place the lights, how we wanted, but the fact that they actually have points of articulation now would have made that much easier and probably a little more aesthetically pleasing. They are already aesthetically pleasing, but that between that, the new bulbs that they were showing off, there was how could I forget the corner lamps that they showed off, and then the headphone stand. My goodness. I mean, I'm a part of the world of gamers and content creators that just loves everything that can light up and you can customize and make whatever color you want. The fact that this is not just a headphone stand that can charge your Bluetooth headphones if you needed them to. It's not just a desk lamp that you can make whatever color you like and customize its lighting tendencies, but it is also a Qi charger. I mean, they've combined all of these things into one, and I mean, I really can't think of much more I would add to a single product. They've really got some geniuses behind their design team, because I just can't think of much more that I would add to that singular product. I really liked the corner lamps that they showed off. That's something that I actually wouldn't have thought of. I mean, that was an existing product, but that's something I wouldn't have. That's something I would not have imagined existing, is a lamp that is designed to sit in the corner and kind of illuminate your walls with its light, not just the room or the space itself. Something that is extremely aesthetically pleasing. We've partnered with them for quite some time now, and I mean, they've been coming out with the prisms and the digits and all of this really cool stuff that we want to decorate our walls with, especially when we're creating content. But they're going that extra mile. They're going several extra miles to just give the content creators what they want. They want RGB everywhere in the room. Why not give it to them? But there are lots of stories tied to Monster. Monster is the reason why I got to go to my first concert. And it was Alicia Keys, of all people. I love Alicia Keys, and that was my first concert. Absolutely loved it. I loved it so much. Another funny story. This is completely unrelated to that, but many years ago, 50 Cent and Floyd Mayweather were they had their own products to show off together back when they were still working together. And as we were in line waiting to see what exactly it is they wanted to show off, I believe it was an energy drink, and there was something else I can't remember at the moment. My hair, if you guys are if we have longtime viewers here, whenever I've been involved, my hair is always very different every time I've gone to CES, between like a lion's mane, or my hair was straightened out, or things like that. My hair was kind of in the lion's mane that year, and 50 Cent saw me standing in line with my big hair going backwards, and he grabbed Floyd Mayweather's attention. He's like, "Hey, look at this guy." And Floyd turned to me and said, "Oh my God, is that Blanca from Street Fighter?" And you can't see. I'm glad that the camera can't see my face turning red, because I can feel it. Not from anger, but just both embarrassment and flattery. Both from embarrassment and from flattery, because I absolutely love fighting games, for one. But for two, that was hilarious. And what am I going to do about that? The tiny little man being roasted by the best boxer in the world. Yeah, no, all I could do is sit back and laugh. And it was genuinely funny. I absolutely enjoyed it. And again, it looks like Scott's going to be joining me in just a second here. So are you ready? All right, fantastic. So go ahead and put up a BRB screen real quick, and Scott will be joining us here shortly. We should be back in maybe 30 seconds or so. So please stay tuned.
All right, I'm here.
Yeah, sorry to drag you back in.
No worries. It's perfectly fine. I was out there, and if there's any echo, let me know, because I'm listening to a delay in my head. Sure. We had a guest from this morning who didn't show up, who came to the studio and said, "Hey, would it be possible for us to come do a virtual one at the end of the show?" And I was trying to send an email. This uses a lot of bandwidth. I don't think people understand the ridiculous amount of bandwidth that this show takes on this side, because we've got feeds coming in from all over the country, all over the world. We've had several feeds coming in from Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And then we've got out in mission control the amount of amount of computers out there that are all doing things. We've got our production computer in here that's checking for guests, and
the fact that the that the office isn't 110 degrees.
I know, right?
Is just
says something for our AC unit.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And everything's really been running smoothly. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean we've had some glitches. We've had some mistakes made.
Yeah.
On the live show, but you know,
and things
happen.
Yeah, things happen. And
people making noises when they shouldn't be, you know, things like that.
Yeah. Honestly, it's all adjusting. You know, we're all adjusting to, you know, how things we're adjusting to a new norm, right?
Yeah.
We're really enjoying this type of show where it's this hybrid show of, you know, some are on the floor, some are remote.
Right.
I really, really love that we're able to do interviews with people who are in their own booths, you know, but can't bring their products to even the live show that are there.
The chair.
Yeah, the chair.
You couldn't have brought the chair.
No way. Now, I'd say the only part that we're really missing out on is explaining to our audience what our experience was with the chair. But that's something that we can still find a way to work out.
But that's only this year.
That's only this year.
Because, okay, those who don't know, this was a last-minute prototype.
Oh, yeah.
The idea of doing these with a phone or a laptop out on the show floor was legitimately a last-minute prototype. Like, Jennifer yesterday, people who were watching live, Jennifer from Monster yesterday, I had LinkedIn on my phone under the desk, and I was talking to Jennifer while I was on the air, trying to plan out her being able to give us a tour using a phone from the show floor.
She wasn't lying when she said that setup was just for us.
Yeah.
Because he basically told her how to set it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least for the best, you know, possible showing.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking, how can we do it? I'm like, I think you can use a phone. We've had people do it. You can use a phone and a Bluetooth headset. And they went and figured it out.
It worked like a champ.
Yeah. And then so today we were supposed to have Danielle do 3 floor interviews with some of Steve's clients, the ones that we just did.
Yeah.
Sorry, I punched the microphone. 3. This isn't where I usually sit, and it's messing me up. 3 of his clients who couldn't get their products to us, like a bunch of computers, or a giant chair, right? They couldn't come over to us, or Every Dose that had a very small team and couldn't abandon their booth.
Right.
So we figured all that out because of Jennifer, and Steve's like, I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to do a live with a laptop and a headset. And that is what we did. And it worked. It's a great prototype. It's not how I would do it going forward. But it tested a concept that we could legitimately do multi-location. We could do it safely. We could do it successfully.
Right. It worked.
Yeah.
You know,
and I think it worked well.
And so now it's just expanding on it, right? It's I would hope in the future more companies would be a little more prepared for it. Not to say that they weren't, but I hope we're all thinking about how we could make this more of a standard thing and make it cleaner. And, you know, so we've got
us building our own Go kit, being able to go to their booth with our equipment, dialed into our system, maybe StreamYard, maybe not.
Right.
But I think StreamYard has been a huge success.
I think so too.
Yeah. We have 3 producers.
Yeah.
Tell a little bit about what what Joe and I were talking about out in Mission Control while you were doing your last interview. And what I was talking to Steve about on the phone, because I talked to him after you took over. I called him. And
again, sorry to pull you away from
No, you're fine. I was off. So the idea of having our normal tower at the Venetian, there are other ones like it in other buildings. So taking over a tower, maybe just for a day, part of a day, at say Central Hall.
Okay.
And then having a portable setup where we could just go to a big booth and go live.
Yeah. We love it too, chat. We love it too.
We love the multiple setups. It was a really great. What happened yesterday was great. What happened today proved that it can be greater.
Yes.
That there are other possibilities, other things that we can do that can be an even bigger success.
Right. Because again, like you said, this was a last minute thing, and we kind of said we think this can work. And now that we know it can work,
right,
expand on it, make it better. And honestly, this is where you guys come in.
Right.
Viewers, subscribers, anybody who likes what we do and what we show you, with your support, we can make this better.
Right.
That is what it's all about.
What we're doing now is not inexpensive.
Right.
And what I have pitched is significantly more expensive.
Yes.
Because it's going to require a bigger team.
Yes. With bigger team, more equipment, all of this stuff is.
Because not only will we have to ship the Beast to get the Beast to Las Vegas for the Venetian. I keep trying to say the Sands. I know it's not. I know they sold it about 8 months ago to the Venetian Expo, but we've also got to get MC.
Yep.
If we're going to do a more permanent stage at say Central Hall, or a floor stage, and then we've also got to build a portable rig.
Yep.
It's a big undertaking.
Which we've talked about, like, while this has been going on all week, we've literally just we're like, oh, well, we could probably do this and set this up, and so it's you guys.
Yes.
It's about you guys. It's for you guys. And the more you show support, the more we can do, the better we can make it. I mean, you've heard this from everybody. Like, comment, subscribe. But, again, this is what we care about, is making this content as clean as possible for you to enjoy, for you to be able to ingest, and we're happy to provide.
Right. So our goal is to take this, and all along from the early days of the TPN coverage, our goal has always been to make it so that you who can't be at CES, it's not easy to get credentialed. And for most people, even if you can get credentialed, a ticket is not inexpensive.
Right.
So for you who can't get there, to bring as much of the experience as possible, there's a reason why our back is to the show floor and not to one of the many walls on our tower. And it has always been that way. We have always done the show with the show floor behind us so that you can see what the show floor looks like. So you can see the hustle and bustle and all the movement. When we were in the hallway of North Hall, you could see people coming and going into the convention center because we had a door in our shot. We wanted to be able to bring some of that experience to our audience. And this idea is to expand on that, to be able to expand on that experience. If we can do like Marlo did from the floor like that, and have, a 360 craziness, I can think of other broadcasts that have done live from CES before on a round stage. And it's really cool. But then to be able to take a camera and go nowhere and set it down and do a live remote. It doesn't even have to be an interview. We could vamp from anywhere on the show floor we wanted to.
I can tell you this. Our philosophy, at least my understanding of this since I've been a part of the Plugheads group, is that we don't really treat the camera like a camera. We don't treat the camera like a studio audience. We treat the camera like your eye. We want you to experience what we see.
As much as possible.
As much as possible. That's one reason why I really loved those remote booth interviews so much, is because like it really felt more like you were in that place. You know, it made me feel like, wow, I'm in the driver's seat of this interview.
And I know where that is.
Yep. So
on air, I had the map out and I'm like, all right, I think I know where you are. Are you here?
Yeah.
He says, yes. Impressive. But because the shot made it feel like you were standing there.
Seriously.
With him.
Yes. And even when, you know, some of them picked up the camera and walked around, I'm like, I love this.
Yeah.
I love it a lot.
The computers, that shot of going all the way around the table and getting to see all of the different models. There's no way he could have brought all of those to us. So in the past, our only choices were he brings one computer to us.
Yep.
On the other side of town. Or we have to do a floor interview, a recorded floor interview that you don't get to see for maybe weeks.
Yeah. And I can tell you, as I remember some of the interviews we've done. Oh man, I wish I could remember that appliance company we did, where they just had a metric ton of stuff to show us. I mean, they wanted to take us our entire time, and we just couldn't. They're like, we've got this over there, we've got these over here, we've got shelves with just generations of stuff, and we're like,
Kenmore Whirlpool was that way when we did the Carla Hall interview.
Okay.
And then they're like, oh, but let's show you all this other stuff.
That's what
as well.
Was them.
All right.
Yeah, we're like, okay, hopefully we can use all this, but like we tried our best.
We talked about an oven with like a modular plug-in thing. It just
it was so much.
Yeah.
And you know, we tried our best to just, you know, get as much footage as we could, get all the B-roll of everything, you know, but like it only does but so much. But just that 30 seconds of this man walking around with the camera so you can just see everything on display. That was it.
Yeah. And it's something we've never been able to do before, and I definitely want to do more of.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So there, I know you were talking about it. There are lots of ways that you can support. I don't know if you talked about YouTube and Twitch.
I didn't.
So if you were watching on Twitch or not, and you would like to help support in a way that might be free for you, if you are a Prime subscriber, you can go over to Twitch, twitch.tv/PluckitsLive, and hit subscribe, and subscribe using your Prime subscription, which is free. It is part of your existing subscription, and it helps us out a little bit.
It will actually say, if you hit sub, I know this because I am a denizen of Twitch. If you hit sub, you might see the $4.99 at first, but then there should be an option that says subscribe for free.
Right.
That means you have Prime. Please use it here.
For sure.
Very much appreciate it.
Now, if you don't use Twitch and you don't want to use Twitch, or you don't have Prime and you don't want to do that, another option is to go over to youtube.com/PluckitsLive. And there you can join. If you join as a red, blue, yellow shirt, or a green shirt, then you get the ability to get all of these interviews as we edit them, not as we publish them. Right. Because for longtime viewers, you know that what we do is we publish 3 per day every day until we're done, in the order that they were recorded, with some exceptions for those who pay to publish faster. But as we edit them, we're going to upload them to YouTube, but only for yellow and green shirt members, and you will get them. No fancy titles, no video descriptions, just a file name at CES 2022.
Raw.
And that'll be it. It'll be a complete video, but the descriptions and stuff won't be in place.
Right.
And that'll be the way it goes. So you get all of them as we edit them. And I know that Joe is going to work hard to get stuff edited quickly. I'm going to work hard to get stuff edited quickly so that we can get them up there. So you could have them weeks ahead of people.
Yeah. And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm someone who loves to get content as quickly as possible. Right. And if I've got the money to do it, boom, please give it to me. You know, and that's great.
Yeah.
You know, and we more than appreciate your support. It's what's gotten us here in the first place. That's something to keep in mind is we're here because of your support.
Right.
So,
and if you're not able to put any money into it, that is okay as well.
Yeah.
You also can help us out simply by subscribing on your favorite podcatcher, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, or a myriad of other options, and listening or watching the videos and audio.
Yeah.
Honestly, that helps us out too. Try out privacy for free. You have to use the promo code or go to plugkidslive.com/privacy. That's a whole lot easier because it puts the promo code in for you.
Yep.
And then you just add a funding source.
Right.
As soon as you add a funding source, they'll give you $5 and it helps us out as well.
Yep. Can't beat that.
Or if you're a podcaster or thinking about being a podcaster, Blueberry, blueberry.com, no ease for all your podcasting needs. For our longtime viewers, we haven't said that in almost a decade. But if you use the promo code BLUBRRY004, you can get 30 days for free. And that comes with, and I can't believe this comes with a website that is WordPress.
Okay.
With PowerPress pre-installed. You can set it up to be on your own domain. If you decide you don't want to keep using Blueberry's hosting in the future, you can switch and put your files somewhere else, but keep using WordPress and PowerPress on another host, take it with you, and not lose all of your subscribers, which is the key. Yeah. A lot of the other hosts don't have that. You can 301, but what if something happens? What if the company goes away tomorrow?
Yep.
Well, I mean, look at what happened with Mixer, right?
Yep.
Mixer was announced that it was shutting down and gone within like 3 weeks. It was so fast. So fast. You may lose subscribers because something like that happens. And if you're using a free service, I guarantee they're not going to give you a heads up before they shut down because they never do.
Too true.
I can remember us sitting in a hotel room at the Plaza in Las Vegas before CES and being told that one of the big free services had shut down that morning.
I forgot
with
about that.
No warning.
Yep.
Because that's how it always happens. About 3 of them a year go away like that. So it's a great way to do it. You can also just donate. Techpodcast.com over on the right-hand side, probably right about here if you're watching the live video, there's a PayPal link that you can just donate to our coverage as well. We appreciate it. Also, definitely check out all the products.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Click on links, check the follow. Let all the people know that you came from our coverage. That helps as well. So
one thing we forgot to mention actually is on Twitch we've got wonderful emotes. I don't think you.
I did not talk about the emotes at all.
We've got wonderful emotes there. Kind of the same idea as YouTube. There's the red, blue, and yellow shirts.
Hand me that phone real quick.
There you go. Red, blue, and yellow shirts. Correct.
Yes.
Also for the higher tiers. We've got some of the 8-bit pixel hearts
for cheering.
For cheering, for cheering. Sorry, those are available as well, and they're actually really wonderful. We made them ourselves, and we're going to continue to make more emotes as we go along. One of the biggest things I would really, actually, all of us would really love for you guys to do is if you want more emotes, if you have good ideas of what you would love to see as emotes, please tell us. Comment on the videos, comment in chat. Oh yeah. If you're in chat right now, you can see all of the emotes that are available if you subscribe to us. And if you want to give us some bits, we will not say no.
Absolutely.
But if you have any emote ideas that you would love to see,
Definitely.
that you would love to use, that you would love to harass your friends with, let us know because we will be happy to make them.
Yeah,
as long as they're not crazy.
Right. if they make sense for the brand.
Yeah, exactly. So
we had somebody who had asked to join as a last minute guest, and I have not seen them join in as of yet. So I'm guessing they either didn't get the email or they're not available. It is okay. We'll figure out how to interact with them after CES.
More emotes.
Yeah, there we go. So anyway,
I love the monster.
with that does it.
Yeah.
Whew.
That's it.
I cannot believe it's been 3 days, and I can't believe it was only 3 days.
Yeah.
Somehow both are true at the same time.
The crazy thing is though we did not spend all of this time walking the floor and just combing through Eureka Park and traveling from hotel to hotel to find out, or venue to venue, I should say, to see what everybody's got. Yeah, I'm still exhausted.
Yeah, CES is still a big undertaking, whether we're physically there or remote.
There's so much.
Yeah, you didn't have the pleasure of doing our entirely remote 3 days last year, where we all thought we were going to die then too.
Yeah,
so
I can imagine.
That was rough. It was the second half of our day, all day for 3 days. And we did it all Vegas time as well because it's CES. You got to do it in Vegas time. So, but anyway, check out all the things, the store, our partners, all of our sites. If you !CES team in chat, you'll see the all of the teams. Go subscribe to everybody.
Please.
For sure. There's so many team members that have made this possible. And I want to do that before we go. I want to say thank you to Chris Jordan from the Talking Sound podcast for last second building a studio when we weren't able to go out there.
Literally.
Thank you to Kirk for living on the stairs all week. This man has been on the stairs. That's a good point. He has lived on the stairs all week, going up and down. And this is a man who has been taken out by stairs at every CES he's done, including the virtual one last year, where he fell down his own stairs at home.
Yeah.
So good on you, Kirk.
Faced his fears for us and for you.
So Chris Jordan, TalkingSoundPodcast.com, Kirk Corliss from GNC Week in Review at GNCweekly.com. They have run a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible.
Absolutely.
Todd Cochran from Geek News Central, geeknewscentral.com. He has been a champ. He took on the all day hosting duties all 3 days. I know what that's like. I did 3 8-hour days at Collision a couple of years ago. I know what that's like. So I get it. So thank you to Todd. Of course, Marlo and Alice and Scott from the Tech Ranch and National Day Calendar. Definitely check them at nationaldaycalendar.com and thetechranch.com. Thank you so much. That extra stage and being exposed to a new audience and exposing that audience to our stuff. Thank you so much for all of that.
That shot and that stage
was incredible.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Best choice.
Now, if only we could have gotten them a Logitech C922 for the camera, but it's okay. It's okay. All of this was prototype.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, our team here on the East Coast. Nancy's over here. Joe's out in mission control. Michelle, Danielle, and Adam. I'm looking at Adam. I'm like right here on the screen. Thank you, Adam. He has been doing all of the remote producing.
You've been
literally all week.
Thank
you for that. He is a lifesaver. It's been a pleasure, he says in our private chat.
I mean, he has kept up the entire time. Anytime where we're like, there might be a small fire we need to put out. So Adam, can you do the thing? He's like, boom, gotcha.
No worries.
I mean, he's just been on point, dude. You have absolutely rocked it. Everybody rocked it.
For
rocked
sure.
The show.
And then of course, Alante and myself, F5live.tv and plugkitslive.com. we've had the pleasure of overseeing, our little team here. The 7 of us have had the pleasure of overseeing the entire production. Anytime we've done switches from location to location, that's been our team. The entire scheduling has been our team, making all of this possible. And so I want to thank our whole team for doing all of this, because it was all the work with none of the Las Vegas fun.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Thank you to everybody.
I wish we could have gotten more of the Mendezes, because they are our heart and soul.
Yes.
And
it was, oh my God, I have to say this, Michelle, thank you for actually coming on camera this year.
She rocked it.
We loved that. That was so much fun. I love having those conversations. It was great having you on camera with me.
I know you're going to see this at some point, Michelle. I hope you get on camera more. I want the world to see what you've got to offer, for real.
Because you're a great conversationalist, a great interviewer. I always love it. So I'm glad that you're officially on camera, and we've got new stuff coming with her. We haven't announced any of it yet, but we've got new stuff coming with her that we're pretty excited about. There are other new things that will possibly be in the works over the next couple of months and the next year before we lead into 2023 for CES. But
for that stuff, it would be best if you guys follow our social media.
Yes.
For that kind of stuff, because we will hopefully when we've got more information and more confirmation of these things as they're happening, we'll post about it. And then after we post about it, we'll see if we can keep you up to date with some imagery. Who knows?
For sure.
So follow the social medias everywhere, all of them.
Lots of cool stuff coming. So with that, on behalf of the entire staff of the Tech Podcast Network, those who were and were not in Vegas or even part of this CES coverage, because other members who weren't part of it were still interacting with posts and helping share the word. Thank you to everybody. And I guess with that, we will see you at CES 2023. Ciao.